Good evening, good evening, good evening. How the devil are you, Mr. O'Byrne?
Myself, Steve, I am very good. It's been a week of, or a fortnight of ups and downs, as I'm sure we'll catch up on. But right
Round and
now, here,
rounds.
here with you on Battle Streams Middle Earth, I'm very, very well. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm glad. I'm glad it's Friday evening. We're streaming. We've got some cool stuff to talk about. We've got some cool stuff to look at. All is good in the world of being a nerd.
And we're starting at 8:33,
That's how we
which
roll, mate. That's how
some,
we roll. It's the
some
witching
people
hour.
would say is 4 minutes early.
Yeah.
I've just seen from Greed Tree and Jill, thank you very much. It says, sounds good. We're on,
Of course
Steve.
it
It's
does.
happening.
There wasn't even any doubt. I didn't even say let's check because
Yeah, you
this
didn't.
guy
You were very
knew.
confident.
He smashed it, mate. He smashed it.
It is Friday. It is the weekend. It's Battle Streams in Middle Earth.
Whoa.
We're indeed. So, welcome everyone to Battle Streams of Middle Earth. This is our fortnightly stream where we take a wander down through the history of our wonderful game by looking at this bad boy, DXD's Partwork Battle Games in Middle Earth.
Do you reckon there's some people in who don't know?
What we did, whilst the magazine is called Battle Games in Middle Earth, because we're streaming. You tell them what.
It's a think piece. It's a play on words, but we changed games to stream.
Games to streams from nowhere. So that's where the title comes from. A lot of people don't.
We tell everyone
that.
it was for fun, but it was purely copyright purposes.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that Bulg's an anagram. No, Gulp's an anagram of Bulg as well. So it's one of the many think pieces that you'll hear on the show. But indeed, we are here to hang out. Normally on a Friday evening, it's nice to be back on another Friday in our kind of spiritual home. And what we do is we take a wander. Traditionally, we'll take a wander through one of those magazines of Battle Games in Middle Earth, and we'll see what the content was like, what the models were like, the modelling workshops, the battle reports, and we will just and kind of theme the show around that particular issue. Hopefully, with someone opening a massive box of plastic loudly when you're trying to talk, and in that we find the ideal formula for a cracking live stream on a Friday night.
Yeah,
and the basic idea of this, it'll have to be me on my own, as some sort of Steve will explain. But when we set this up, the basic idea of Battle Streams Middle Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I can do this. It's still Middle Earth themed.
It's just turning a mug around.
Yeah,
was to help you all.
There you go.
Was it a set of? We've got Gondor, Rivendell, Mines of Moria, Isengard, Mordor. What's the bottom one?
Shire.
The Shire, of course. It was to help you clear your backlog.
It certainly is.
We all have those wonderful mountains of the pile of opportunity.
Or add to it, because you're a muppet.
Look at that. We've got those big mountains of opportunity. We're taking the Cameron from Paints on a 4-Up optimistic view of it. And we want to help you kind of hang out and paint stuff for fun. And the way it works is that this magazine came with miniatures, and so on every show we hang out and we paint the miniatures or something close to the miniatures that came with that magazine, just for the fun of it. So not because you're doing it for a tournament or an army, but just purely for the fun of it, and just painting all sorts of super mega fun cool models for the fun while we hang out on a Friday evening and enjoy ourselves, I think is what we do, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, something like that.
So what model should everyone be playing tonight?
Terrain, innit?
What?
Terrain.
That's not a model.
Terrain. What did we say? Is that what we said? I can't remember what we said. I'm working.
Yeah, I'm just being dramatic.
Oh right. What?
Yeah. Exactly. I'm delivering a dramatic performance.
Yeah. You threw me for a minute. I thought.
I'm not actually surprised. Yeah, you got it correct.
You've done it again, Steve. You've messed it up.
Steve, this was all part of our dramatic performance. You weren't meant to actually reveal that you didn't know what we were doing. But indeed, this issue of Battle Games of Middle Earth, which is the one that we are looking at this week, actually came with a sprue of scenery, which we'll probably talk at some point. Maybe we can go through the magazine about what it was, but it was the Ruins of Middle Earth scenery, which has a slightly kind of cool, interesting bit of history to it. And so, because it didn't come with a model, we decided to make it a terrain-tastic issue. So, Steve, how do people get involved?
So, what should have arrived on the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, the greatest of British Hobbit Facebook
Hobbit
groups,
leagues,
I think you'll find. There is a whip thread which arrived precisely as it meant to at the hours of 20.30. Which you need to post your pictures of whatever you're working on. Ideally, as Damon said, terrain is the theme of the evening. We'd love to see terrain, but fear not, if you are not working on terrain, we still want to see what you're working on whilst you watch us guys drink tea, beer, eat chocolate, and be merry. And
huge spoilers for the snack section there.
Yeah. Because
so Steve, before anyone asks the questions, we need to set the rules out.
Okay.
So we said,
I'm not the guy for that.
Yeah, well, you are, because you're the guy to kind of go crazy with the rules, you know. But I think we need to go crazy early on.
Okay.
So here's the thing, because you're also a terrain guy, you should get to decide this. We said any Games Workshop or Forge World plastic or resin kit. That's what we said.
Yeah,
so you've got your weather tops, your hobbit holes, your Lake Town houses, Goblin Town, all that. But someone did ask in the chat earlier. That's obviously the Middle Earth kit, right?
Yeah.
Forge World, Games Workshop, plastic or resin, Middle Earth kit. What if they're working on a Games Workshop plastic kit for Middle Earth, like the trees, the wildwood? Can they have that, or does it have to be a Middle Earth kit?
I think if they're watching this stream,
mm-hmm.
the chances are what they're building is for Middle Earth. So I personally, I would allow it.
There's a 40k player out there building one of those Space Hulk Arcs of Omen things now, cackling with laughter, going, I'm going to have a 1 in 30 chance of winning a dice, and I don't even play this game. So we're allowing non-Middle Earth terrain in, as long as it terrain, lovely, on a bit of bread.
Yeah, it's got to be fantasy-esque.
Yeah, so as long as it could be used for SBG.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Fantasy Wood, or whatever it's called, is fine.
God, we're so kind, aren't we?
Yeah.
There you go. But it's still got to be. It's still got to be to kind of stop people, you know, just putting a sponge in front of them. It still has to be a Games Workshop or Forge World kit. A terrain kit, a piece of plastic that in theory could have come with this magazine, I suppose.
Yeah.
But there we go. That's how you get involved. And yeah, like Steve says,
people.
stick your pictures of what you're doing, of your little setup with your models and with your snacks and all that on the whip thread on the Great British Hobbit League. And at the end of the night, someone who was working on terrain tonight will walk away with the prize to end all prizes.
Yeah, boy.
What can they win, Steve?
What's this for? The whip thread?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can win a money can't buy prize, which is not those purple dice, because as we say every week, money can buy those via the Patreon scheme. But what you can win, money cannot buy. Not enough. You couldn't give us £1 million for what you can win tonight.
Steve, if they go £1 million, I'd absolutely give them one of these dice. And so I don't know if this is going to cause conflict between us, but I honestly think it would be a lot lower than that. Go on. I'll cut it back. First topic. How much?
Yeah, how much?
How much do you reckon? How much would you crack at? Because I do believe in the integrity of the dice, but I mean, a grand they're getting one, right? You don't think a grand?
I don't know. You know, it's having that sort of air of being better than everyone else. You know, when you're at an event and you've got a black BSIME dice, and you're like,
I'm so on board with that, but equally, it's a grand. So, I don't know.
At least put up a fight, Damien. At least put up a fight.
Well, I started at the thousands, right? You get me drunk enough on a Saturday night and bung me a tenner. Who knows what could happen? Anyway, what we are talking about, of course, is this bad boy, which only rolls twos.
Yeah, the best of twos, though.
Outstreams in Middle Earth dice.
That's probably the best two I've ever seen, if I'm honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I also just say, because we use this every week, and I know we've credited in the past, but we certainly haven't credited it in a long time. Can we say a massive shout out to Mr. Matthew Davis, who created this dice tray for us many years ago?
Legend.
I think of beauty. It's probably embossed and stuff. It's absolutely lovely. He's done another one for me as well that maybe one day you'll see, but we'll have to wait and see about that. But yeah, cheers, Matt. We use it every week, and I know we obviously thanked you when you sent it to us, but it's been a while. So there we go. That's how you get involved. Steve.
Yeah.
The theme is terrain.
Yeah.
Obviously, we like to lead by example and set the troops off. Are you working on terrain?
I certainly am.
What are you doing? Oh, that is some fit terrain. Is that from the new starter set by any chance?
It's from the new starter set, my friend.
Lovely.
I was supposed to start it last time, wasn't I? But I just ended up talking broken biscuits all night.
So, are you cleaning that up?
Yeah, man.
So we're going to be hearing that noise for the next 4 hours?
Oh, yes.
Okay, because it's repellent. I'm just saying what the kids are thinking.
That's why I'm doing it, boy.
Right, great, okay. Let's see. We have got a magnificent 41 people watching. Let's see how many of them last 10 minutes through you cleaning up those sprues. But yeah.
I don't know where my Dremel thing is.
Don't know it.
To do it. It's still a bit hectic in here.
So is this your first time going into that sprue?
Yeah.
Cool. Got what are you doing? Freeforming? You got the instructions in front of you?
No, well, because I've got a few sets. So the first set is obviously follow the instructions to the T.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's so sensible, Steve. That was
once a Boy Scout, always a Boy Scout. You know.
Don't bear thinking about what would happen if you didn't follow the instructions.
So yeah, so it's this is it. Popping the cherry tonight on it. And then building some terrain.
Way.
Right, I'll try and do the scrapey. I'll try and do the scrape away from the as Delia would say, not Delia, as what's she called?
I was only half joking. It was pretty awful.
Microphone.
Microphone. Very cool. So we have got. Oh, Damien, what are you working on?
Sorry, mate. What are you working on? You know what I'm like. I struggle to multitask.
Well, I'm too working on some terrain.
Oh yeah.
As you can see.
Oh yeah. Statues. Love it.
Here's a little rock. Just in there. See those little raised rocks?
Things people do for in the ways.
Ruins of Gondor. I am working on my Rangers of Middle Earth tonight for my BSIME Gondor army.
Yeah.
I believe I was working on some Warriors of Minas Tirith last time for the BSIME Gondor army, and I think I probably said in the last stream that the streams, the first few months of streams this year are all going to be Gondor related for me. It's awesome. Yep. So I've moved on and cracked open these Rangers from the start. These I got just before Christmas. They're brand new, very old Rangers, and I've never painted any, and I'm proper excited.
Very cool.
So, and my hope, I'm not sure if I said this last time, but my hope is that they're coming to the GT with me.
Very nice.
So yeah, Damien's BSIME Gondor army is finally riding to war, which is mega cool and very exciting. So there we go. So let us know in the chat what you're all working on. Steve.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell them what we've got coming up on the show tonight?
So tonight on the show, we have, what do we have? We've got we have got, where's my thing? We will be taking a look at this little fellow.
Yeah, indeed.
It won't be a long segment because there's not much to it, but I thought it was worth mentioning because I think it's very cool. I've had a little read through it today, so we'll talk about that later on. We'll also be looking through the...
I was going to say, if anyone's a bit confused about that, it's because we didn't actually get to that last time.
No.
We had our Battle of Skilius special.
Yeah.
We did the main rule book, but we didn't get to the supplement book.
We didn't, which was a shame. We'll be looking through the issue, obviously, and we will also be having a look at the entrance into our terrain competition and naming a winner tonight.
Oh, yes.
Tonight, people. Tonight.
Night. The very night. So what was that competition? What we been doing?
So we got a box sent to us from the States. Joe Keeley sent us a box of super cool stuff. There's lots of really cool American snacks in there that me and Damien shared and enjoyed very much. Because he's such a legend in that box, he sent us loads of minis that he didn't want, and they're some were in blisters and some were not, but they were really old original blisters. I didn't need them. I already had them. Damien already had them, and we decided that they were going to be part of the prize for a BSIME themed terrain competition, as well as I'll be adding to that box a ton of stuff So the winner will win a box of Middle Earth SBG BSIME themed goodies. There's going to be all sorts in there. You're going to really enjoy it, and it's very.
And before
very
you get
easy.
too excited, everyone, it's too late. You can't enter it now.
Can't enter it, mate.
It has closed. It closed on Wednesday night, but it has.
Please
been open.
do not call. You may still be charged.
It has been open for months and months and months.
Yeah.
So you had your chance. But yeah, we've had lots of entries, which is really cool, and some truly genuinely spectacular work.
Yeah.
And some spectacular work.
Yeah.
Which we will be taking. That won't be an end of the night kind of dive through. We'll be taking a nice long look so that as a main segment, so that everyone's hard work over the last few years gets rewarded.
I was kind of thinking
years,
do
months,
that
like years.
maybe first.
I mean, we could do. There's nothing, we might want a little hello and all that sort of jazz and catch up. But I think certainly
yeah. I mean, like as first sort of after hello and snacks and that.
Yeah.
Just like quite cool to get looking at.
I couldn't agree. Do you want to talk about your snacks? Tell us what you got working.
Yeah.
What
So
you got going on there.
My snacks are, as you may have probably heard and remember from 2 weeks ago, because I've been suffering for this for about 5 or 6 weeks. Sponsored by Benylin tonight. So I've got a bottle of Benylin cough medicine, which I'll be drinking neat, no mixers, straight from the bottle, as well as some whole soothers.
Nice.
So, as well as that, obviously have my cup of tea, and then if I'm able to get to them after all my medication, sweetie wise, I have, which is now becoming a bit of a norm, Tofifi.
Is that a new box of Tofifi? Are you like nailing a box of Tofifi a week, or are you having a couple every stream? Right.
Yeah, mate, smashed it. That's fresh that. And then I seen these. They were on offer in Nisa, and I think it's because they were Christmas themed, and I'm trying to get rid of them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So what is that? Is that
crispy
white chocolate?
Shell. So it's milk, orange, Terry's chocolate orange milk chocolate with a crispy white shell.
I mean, that is, as the kids say, a bit of us, isn't it?
Yeah. And then obviously I've got these because you know dance.
Don't drink and medicate, kids.
Yeah. What about you, Damien?
Well, I have the classic cup of BSIME tea.
Yeah.
Ready to go. I do have a beer loaded up, and I'm gonna test your knowledge of our friendship. Yeah. I've got the same piece of chocolate, a relatively new BSIME classic that I had last week.
Okay.
What was it?
For God's sake.
There you go. All you have to do is watch the stream last week, literally. Orange
Yorkie.
My friend. I never doubted you for a second.
Yeah.
Orange Yorkie.
Friends, the time has come.
Picked 2 of them up. What was it? 3 weeks ago for the next 2 streams. Kept them.
Yeah.
No, hang on. That's not true.
Hang on. That is a lie.
Hang on. That's a lie. Hang on.
As he wipes chocolate from the side of his mouth. Hang on a minute. That's a lie.
I've absolutely retrofitted that. I'm not even sure I had an Orange Yorkie in the last stream now.
I think you did.
Did I? I might have had one.
Yeah,
do you know what happened? Since that stream,
you bought 7 more.
I bought 2 more, and last night I devoured one when I got home from work in the kitchen on my own while no one could see.
Sneaky.
And in my brain, I mean, I'm only telling you this, right? And I'm not. This isn't me making excuses to Emma. In my brain, I convinced myself, "You ate that 2 weeks ago on the stream."
You saying I'm only telling you that is like me not giving Jill's address to everybody on the internet.
Right, absolutely. So I think I maybe did have an Orange Yorkie on the last stream, but since then I went to another service station, a petrol station, which seems to be the place to get Orange Yorkies these days, and picked up 2 more, and I have saved one for stream night. But not only that, Steve, this is a hell of a punt. I can't believe you're going to get this. I really don't. Before the last stream, I rewatched the same stream from last year, our kind of New Year stream, to see what we did as New Year. Did we do anything for New Year? And on that, I had a stream snack. So literally a full year ago, and I had that stream snack. And the reason I had it was that Emma had brought it in for me, and I was like, I'm going to have this because Emma's just turned up with this. We've never had it on the stream before. It's not something you can pick up normally. Is there any chance you could think of what that was?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's a reasonable thing. So she obviously did this a year ago, right?
Yeah.
And then just the other day,
Yeah.
Emma comes in and goes, "I got your stream snack."
Oh, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say it.
You were not.
I wasn't gonna say it.
No. It's an M&S love bubble.
I remember that.
Do you really?
Someone's after something.
Well, indeed. You said very similar sexy things last time. But it feels like once a year, Emma goes to M&S.
That's married life, mate.
Just before Valentine's Day and gets me a sexy chocolate. And it was literally, she turned up with it like the day after I watched the stream. And I was like, that's incredibly weird. So yeah, I also have an M&S milk chocolate love bubble.
There you go. Can't beat a
love bubble. I remember it quite nice last time. So I think I'll try a bit of this because it's been a year since we've had one of these.
Is it strawberry inside, isn't it?
No, I think it's just chocolate. It's heart-shaped for love.
Obviously.
Look at that. Nice embossed. There's also embossed hearts on it. Can you see that?
It's beautiful, nice. That, mate.
And I think this is like a whisper.
No.
I think it's like dense, bubbly chocolate.
I don't remember that. It's solid. Got truffle inside.
Like a whisper. It's really good. I've dropped chocolate on my computer.
That's not a good look.
And it's heating up. What happens when you're on this? What we on Streamlabs? What happens when you're on Streamlabs and you press 7 and 8 a lot?
Alright, okay. So, oh yeah, smashed it. Is it good?
So those are my stream snacks.
Very good. I'm very jealous.
Why are you jealous?
I didn't get a love.
Because I didn't buy you a love bubble.
No. I'm gonna say, Damien got a lover. I got one last year as well. Just saying, everyone's seen Damien get one 2 years on a bounce. Didn't get anything.
All right, guys, set your calendar reminders. January 31st next year. Get Steve's address.
Steve still won't go.
Inundate the man with love bubbles.
I mean, don't put that out as a request.
Do you reckon Anna would get jealous if loads of other people, some of whom are female, start sending you love bubbles in the post?
Nah. We're all right. We're pretty secure.
Yeah, but that's because you've never received 100 love bubbles in the post.
This is true.
No one can prepare for the stress that would put on a relationship.
I mean, if love bubbles started to arrive,
hypothetically speaking,
yeah.
It'd be a really strange sign that you were having an affair, wouldn't it? Like M&S chocolate gradually being posted to you. Just another one of the things of being in this hobby. There is something strange going on here, but I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah.
So yes, we'll be going through the magazine. We'll be going through the Battle of Asclepius supplement. That's Steve's idea. He's quite excited for that. We'll be announcing the winner of a terrain competition, and just having all the fun of the fair as normal.
Yeah.
But
all the fun,
before we crack on with that, I've got something exciting to do.
Oh yeah.
I mentioned in the kind of social media post for today that there would be a massive unboxing.
You did. I didn't get that. I thought, what's this guy been doing? Is he on the old cough medicine?
Well, Steve, the reason you didn't get that is because you don't know about this.
All right.
And here's the thing. I don't know about it. Oh, nice. This job's good.
I love a wall.
Because I received a package in the post.
Nice.
And I don't know what it is.
Oh, I mean, it could be anything that day. I mean, isn't it Valentine's Day?
It could be a love bubble.
Could be a different kind of love bubble.
But I received this package, and I wanted to save it because it's clearly hobby related, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not expecting anything.
Okay.
and certainly not of this scale.
Okay.
And the only thing I'm expecting from anyone who has my address, because it arrived at my house, handwritten, the only thing I'm expecting is a Gilgalad. And I asked on the patron chat if anyone had a spare Gilgalad, because there just weren't many on eBay and it was kind of crazy expensive. And thankfully, one of our patrons came through for me.
Okay.
You know who it was?
Larry Miller?
It was Larry Miller. So Larry, very kindly, said he was going to send me a Gilgalad, but that hasn't turned up. But what did turn up the other day?
I was going to say, it's weird that, because you normally send stuff to your mum and dad's, don't you?
Well, this is indeed what he sent to my mum and dad's, or what someone has sent to my mum and dad's.
Oh, Larry.
Well, we don't know, Steve. I don't know who this is from. Be very clear not to show you my mum and dad's address. It's terrifying enough knowing that Larry, I mean, someone has got my mum and dad's address. Let's open this bad boy up. I hope it's not a puppy, because I've been saving this for the stream.
I think you'd be able to smell it. It's like Amazon, isn't it? It's like an Amazon package.
I just realised I'm going to have to stop.
Larry.
I'm going to be very careful here, because Larry, I presume Larry, has not only done that, he's actually, this somehow feels creepier, he sent it to me in a package that's addressed to himself in here. I need to make sure not to do a Steve Crow on here.
That's how he rolls.
So inside here, and what's a bit crazy about this is I don't know, and I could be about to get very, very hurt, but this feels a little too big to be a Gilgalad. Just a Gilgalad, and a little too heavy to just be a Gilgalad. Oh, Stephen. It's a puppy. Uh-oh.
Oi!
I need to edit.
Whatever you do, don't ask me to describe them bad boys.
What are these? Have you had these before?
I might have done.
How can you describe them to me?
No. It was a long night. That was one of the longest in my life.
As of yet, no Gilgalad. Oh man, I don't think I might not have panda biscuits. I might just have a Gilgalad.
Ah.
Oh no. Oh, panda biscuits.
Yeah.
And there's our boy. One Gilgalad with a base.
Fancy
Larry Miller, your absolute hero.
Fancy getting one of those when there's obviously one imminent, a new one around the corner. Silly boy.
I'm gonna have some panda biscuits. So there you go. Oh, if there's anyone out there just angry with Ari for wasting it, I hope there's enough people out there who know that this is a perhaps a long running gag on BSIME. But thank you, Larry. Made me very happy. And when my mum said, "What is it?" I said, "It's a model." She went, "What, like Smaug?" But no, it's one model. But yes, indeed. So thank you, Larry. I'm going to celebrate that by having a panda biscuit.
I got something exciting in the post today as well.
Was it a love bubble?
Nope. It was a bill from DHL for nearly £200 import tax.
Lovely. Did you buy something? Did you buy something from Weta by any chance?
Yeah, 197 quid import tax, mate.
That must be on a like 1/6 statue or something.
I think because I think I've ordered a couple of bits.
You know,
take ages to come, don't they, when you pre-order them? I think it's bag end.
Yeah, you know that. This kind of should make you feel better. You know that's your VAT, right?
All right.
You won't. The way Weta work now, since we left the EU, is that you won't have paid VAT at the time of order, but you pay it when it arrives.
Right. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah. Fill your boots.
Good.
How would you describe that?
Small, round, crunchy biscuit, about the size of a pound coin, chocolate inside.
Wanker.
Doesn't seem hard. Very good though. There we go. Live unboxing. Hope you enjoy that. Thanks, Larry. God amongst men, I appreciate it, man. You can look out for soon. I know what you're thinking,
What?
but you just painted Gilgalad a few months ago.
Yeah.
You wait. Sometime around June or July, I think. That'll all make sense.
What's going on here?
Are you a Gilgalad or a Gilgalad?
Gilgalad.
Gilgalad.
What are you?
I think I'm a Gilgalad. That's what I've been saying tonight. But I think it might be Gilgalad. Gilgalad sounds more Tolkien-y to me, I think.
Mm.
So there we go. That's us.
Irrelevant as usual.
I think how's that irrelevant? It's an unboxing of snacks.
We are. I mean, we are. Yeah.
And models. That's about the most on-topic thing we've done in years.
We're irrelevant. I mean,
We're irrelevant. Do you know who's not irrelevant?
Who?
All those lovely BSIMers in the chat.
This is very true. Very true. Do you wanna dive in?
No.
Go on. Don't be
I'm going to read a magazine later.
Let me find D14 and then I'll dive in.
D14. How are you finding the kit?
Yeah, good man.
Yeah.
The usual. Stop my fingers to a lot of stuff. So, yeah, true for.
Have you assembled any Dol Guldur stuff?
Yeah.
It's kind of going together in a similar way to that, isn't it? Like you put the bits in between the panels,
the only
but
difference
it's just square instead of triangular.
So it's got basically it's straights and then joints and corners. The difference with this is that I am not bleeding to death. So
it's not covered in spikes.
So yeah, it's healthier. It's good, better for you.
Yeah, I've done one set of the Dol Guldur reviews and they're amazing, but I didn't enjoy build. I think the scenery is amazing, but I didn't enjoy the process.
Mm.
When what Lockie's done with all his thousands of kits.
Yeah,
and he's seen. I know it's his career, and he's being paid to do it and everything. He seems to enjoy that, and that just looks repellent to me. The idea of like getting that many and having to build them up, I'd be like, no, God, no, that's awful.
I know what you mean.
Someone else to do it, play over it, brilliant, all day long. But oh no, I couldn't face it. I don't get that joy out of building terrain kits that some people do. But let us know. It's a terrain-based theme, so let us know in the chat. Do you enjoy building terrain? Do you enjoy painting terrain? Do you hate it? Do you hate the combination of terrain in live streams? In which case, tonight might not be for you.
I much prefer scratch built, building scratch built stuff than kits. For show.
It's kind of more satisfying, I think, isn't it? But it's also it's the sprues. I hate cleaning models up, so it's the clipping off sprues and mold lines and all that sort of stuff. I can't bear it. Which even if a scratch bit kill is more work and everything, you never have to do that, and you only have to do it once, right?
Yeah.
Because every piece is unique. But we have been truly spoiled with Middle Earth terrain the last few years, haven't we? Like, obviously, back in the early days, we had the early ruins, some of which we'll talk about tonight. The ruins of Osgiliath, and then was that it? Is that we obviously had that on Hen, but is that pre the Hobbit? Was that all we had? The ruins of Osgiliath and the Middle Earth ruins. We had Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith, I suppose, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, we had the little sort of thingy kits, didn't we? Like the Mines of Moria.
Oh yeah, Mines of Moria. That's a good one. And obviously, when the Middle Earth team were formed, we got the Lake Town House that was actually made way back in like 2012 or something.
Yeah.
That was finally released, and then that kind of opened the door.
Yeah.
And then since then, we've had what? The Rohan House, the Dol Guldur Ruins, and Gondor. Is that it? I think is that it? From GW. We also had the Hobbit Hole from Forge World. And the new Almond Hen, yeah. Do you have a Steve? Do you have a favourite terrain kit from those?
I think it's this new stuff.
Really?
Yeah. I really like the Gondor aesthetic.
Particularly with the new buildings and all that they'll offer.
Yeah.
I think I was really impressed with the Lake Town House because it was the first one we had where it was like double-sided walls and all that, and the walkways and all that. But
and all the little bits you got with that as well.
Yeah,
like the little lights and
yeah,
stuff like that, barrels and all that, and boats and oars. That was really cool.
I think I don't know. Maybe I do really like the Weathertop. I really enjoyed painting that up, but it's just not particularly practical.
No,
I don't know. It's hard to say. Rohan stuff's cool as well. Getting into the kind of Rohan vibe for the next issue of SBG at the moment, so I'm feeling the love there, maybe.
Very nice.
But yeah, let us know. What's the favourites? What's the best terrain kit we've done? Let us know.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. Can you? I've just got one more piece to put on, and then that's this piece finished. Well, not finished, but it's like the end of a stage, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I wonder if is anyone else working on this kit tonight? Like, what do you guys think of it, or have you been working on it? Did you get the starter set and you built it?
I am sure there will be.
I tell you what this did do, which is nice. A lot of other, I mean, obviously not as premium as this one, but a lot of other YouTube channels that don't normally do Middle Earth content I've seen pop up with the terrain painting tutorials and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What kind of thing? Where are we looking?
I can't tell you the name. I don't know. They just pop up on my thing because obviously I search Middle Earth SBG a lot.
I know Ash from Guerrilla Miniature Games has done. He's done a series based on I think he's done the scenarios from the book that you want to look at.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I haven't actually had a chance to watch him, but I'm not sure if he's done the kind of scenery as well. But you know, he's done that. I think he's painted up the starter set and then run through all the scenarios, which is quite cool.
Yeah.
What's that? You know, channel's obviously massive and gives a lot of good exposure to the game.
Yeah.
So for my Rangers tonight, I've never painted Rangers before. As much as they're new, this feels very BSIME to me because it's for my, BSIME Gondor army that I'm just painting up for the love of it. But also,
how like with that army now?
Yeah.
And the way you've been doing it.
Mm-hmm.
What size army you got?
Very small. I have got.
What you working with, bro? What you working with?
So what I've got is 18 Warriors Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
6
all edge highlighted.
6 out of the 18 are edge highlighted, and I will be returning to the other 12. Damn you, Crow. 6 Osgiliath veterans.
Yeah.
A banner bearer on foot. Faramir foot and mounted.
Yeah.
And now, as of the last week, 4 Knights of Minas Tirith with a mounted banner bearer.
Very nice, very nice.
So, and soon, hopefully within like a week, I want to say, I'm going to have 8 Rangers done as well.
Yeah, boy.
So, what I don't have is characters, because I've got, 18 warriors, 24 warriors, I think 28 warriors, and I've only got Faramir painted.
Okay.
So obviously he can't lead all of those. But it's a tidy little force now.
Yeah.
And it's an army that truly only exists because of this stream.
That's what we like to see.
I love it. I love it dearly.
Mr. O'Byrne.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to jump in the chat, Susan.
You love to see.
54 people watching. Welcome everybody. I hope you have had an amazing week and are looking forward to having a little break this weekend and chilling out and do some nerdy stuff.
Happy Friday.
Let's have a look. Gaetan's in. How you doing, pal? Mark Greentree's in. Jill's in. How you doing, Jill? I will not tell people where you live, date of birth, or your telephone number live tonight. I promise.
Good if you sent her a Rohan, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to send it out with the prize.
To someone else.
To somebody else, yeah. Old School Chris C is in. Max Malice is in. How you doing, Max? Mr. Matthew Generation Shift.
Oh, he was in when we said nice things about him.
Yeah. Joe Kelly's in. He says, good afternoon from the States. Welcome, Joe.
That's Joe's competition. Of course he's in.
Yeah, of course he is. Josh Crosby's in. That music, just let it play, he says. It's belting. It's a belting. It's a hit, mate. It's a hit. Joe Holzman's in. Rory Campbell's in. Everyone's telling us the sound is good. George Galloway is in, and he says they're 4 minutes early. Mr. James Wilson is in. How you doing, James? First time I've managed to make a stream in ages. It is the first time you've managed to make a stream in ages. Welcome back, buddy. Katie says, evening all. Welcome, Katie. Warwick Griggs says, good evening, guys. Excuse me. I hope you're both well and your families are. Cracking into the Ascili of terrain tonight. Wish me luck. Good man. We're matching. George Galloway says, I'm out at the moment, so I'll need to join back in later. Hope everyone has a great stream in the meantime. Cheers, George. Larry's in. He says, whoa, they started early tonight. And then George also says, can't wait for the deep dive tonight. Wonder how much Damien found out about terrain kits in the work of Tolkien. Let's play with it. I'm going to have a... In fact... Sorry, I'll have a swig of this while I'm talking. This is what happens when I start talking. It's game over.
I just want to see you chug it.
There's not a lot left. Oh, and it's grim as well. Oh.
Do it like a Moretti chaser. It'll be fine. Don't drink a Medicaid, kids.
It's sticky. Why is it so sticky?
Because it's medicine.
Stephen Ryan's in. How you doing, pal? Says, evening all. No terrain for me tonight, but on theme for the magazine scenario. I'm painting Gwai here. Good man.
That's very on theme, actually.
Bear with me. I'm going to put it on mute a minute. I'm back. Yeah. You might have to take over a minute, mate.
Oh, this is excellent. I mean, you are nearly 5 minutes into 4 hours of talking.
I know.
Do you know what's weird? Do you know what I find weird? You weren't coughing when you were just talking to me.
No, I know. But
as soon as you have to do some work.
When I was talking to you,
yeah.
I think most of the time I do what I normally do. I'm just like, yep. Listening. You know what I mean?
Maybe it'll make you reflect and contribute more.
Scott Newman says, good evening, lads. Hope you are all well. Jolson says, just realised that despite bringing the mag to work every day this week, I've forgotten to read it.
Madness.
Larry says, damn, I could have done some work on my kill team stuff. And Reese Taylor's in. He says, how do you guys buzz in for tonight's stream? Chris McKittrick says, evening everyone. Jolson says, I think I'd want more than one dice for £1 million. George Galloway says, £50 for a black BSIME dice seems fair. Okay. Let's get used to it, folks. I'll sell one of mine for £1,000 if Steve won't, says George Galloway. What are you saying, you?
There'll be a race to the bottom, won't there, of all the prize winners? We go, give us £1,000. And someone will go, I'll give you it for 999. Right, I'm going to try one of these. Because they seem alright when I have these. I said to you last night, you sound worse than you did 2 weeks ago when you
were
fine,
not fine, but I've been alright all day. Okay. The thing is, last time I was ill as well, so I felt rough. I don't feel rough now. I just can't kick the cough. Rory says, I think he would give one up for a box of Moretti and some Cajun spices. I probably would, to be fair. Probably would. Addy Advance on a grand, says Scott Newman.
Ooh, biryani seasoning. Have all my dice.
Destro's in, he says, Estonian greetings all. How you doing, buddy? And Matt says, you're always welcome, man. Hawk Jacobson says, good evening all. So happy to finally... For God's sake. It just feels like there's a little thing stuck Sorry, Hawk. Just bear with me.
Hawk
Good evening, all.
understands, man.
So happy to finally be able to catch a live stream again. Watching them after the fact just isn't the same. Well, it's great to have you here, Carl.
Thanks,
Where's
dude.
the Zoom noise cancelling when you need it? Mr. Harry Parkle's in. Evening, gents. How you doing, Harry?
Evening, sir.
And Jill says, Damien, that noise is repellent. Damien said, that noise is repellent. And Steve says, let me get the Dremel.
How could I make this worse?
Larry says, I'm doing the same. Set one, follow the book. That's because you're a galaxy, Larry. That's how we roll.
You know when you said earlier, like, is anyone else out there working on the Osculus terrain? I think you're going to have lots of Osculus friends.
Yeah. That's why I said it. Horace Level 3 says, evening, guys. Been a while since I've caught the stream. It's good to have you back, mate. And Matt says, working on some Black Numenorians as a palate cleanser. If they're the palate cleanser, what's the main course, Matt?
And what was the starter?
What was the starter? Andrew Pennington says, painting nothing, my spot lamp packed in last night. Got it. You know what you could do?
Get the torch on your phone.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could get your phone and just hold it above your shoulder like this.
I was going to suggest a clamp, but...
Like the Predator?
Just like the Predator. I like the idea that you walk around the house going, I'm the Predator. And then I guess, yeah, of course you can.
George Galloway says, are you guys going to show off everything in the box tonight?
No, we did that last time.
Yeah, we did it last time.
Can I interest you in our last stream, the Battle for Osculia special?
Only £1 million to watch it. Ooh. Katie says, I currently have 100% wooden spoon win rate at Hobbit League events. BSIME dice are my secret weapon. You are most welcome, Katie.
Glad to hear it.
Larry says, there are going to be licorice all sorts in there.
We must be talking about the box.
Was there any licorice all sorts in there?
No, Larry knows better than that.
And he also says, can you play the music from that old kids show? From when they show off the viewer art when you go through the entries. Are we talking about, what was it called, that? With Tony Hart on it.
Heart Attack? No, that's not Tony Hart.
What's Tony Hart's one called? With Morphin.
It was Heart, wasn't it? Heart didn't it have Heart in it?
I think so, yeah.
Art, Tony Hart. I'm sure it does.
I'm sure it had a better name than that. You're ruining my memories. I can't remember what it was called, but can hum the tune, he says. I mean, I hope we're talking about the same art. Oh, where's he gone? He's gone. Okay. Let me sort this guy out first. Oh, wrong one. Bear with me, folks. What happened there, Damo?
Am I back?
Yeah.
So what happened was the Streamlabs screen flashed black. We both vanished.
Hmm.
Then we both came back.
Yeah.
And then you went, where's he gone? And I was like, dude, I'm here. And whenever you said, where's he gone? I was going, I'm here.
You disappeared off the screen.
I know. I can see it on the internet.
Mental steens.
Okay. Then we got censored.
Andrew Pennington, he says, with Tony Hart and Morph, question mark, smart or art attack, says George Galloway. Art beat, says Green Tree.
Sorry, you nearly caught up on the chat. Are they giving you...
Unless it's just jumped. Oh yeah, it's jumped, yeah.
Because otherwise that was bloody quick.
Oh no, it's not jumped that much. You guys going off the box tonight? Yeah, Oh no, yeah. I'm up to date, mate. I'm up to date. I found it, says Larry. Excuse me. If only someone else had generously sent you a stream snack. Smart, says George. They're all saying smart. I don't remember being called smart. Do you? I don't even know what smart is. Good job it's not an S&M love bubble. Joe.
What the hell's happened to the chat?
78787878787878 says Matt. It's time. It used to be lying about golf trips. Now it's random love bubbles arriving. That raises Anna's suspicions, says Joe. Evening all, says Richard Fitzgerald. Evening folks, says Jez Hunt. Wait, is
Hey,
this
you know
like?
you've just can I just stop? You know you've just read like comments about Smart or Art Attack and Artbeat.
Yeah,
Right, look at the chat because you're in the right place.
yeah.
We're now getting comments about Gil-galad and Terrain. Do you see what I mean? You haven't caught up, but somehow some of those art comments have jumped backwards. Can you see that?
I'm on live chat.
Yeah, but do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
If you keep reading down, you get to comments about Gil-galad, but I can see George Galloway saying Smart or Art Attack and Artbeat.
Yeah, don't know, mate.
How weird is that?
Yeah,
That must be the glitch in the Matrix when the thing just flashed.
Yeah, it could be. Do you know? It could be. Yeah, it could be.
Oh,
Who knows? Who knows? Small, still a medium parcel, says Larry. Jess Hunt, it's not 7, it's come from Larry's, not Dan. The suspense is Kelly's and James Wilson.
What was Generation Shift? 78, 78, 78, 78, 78. What's that?
Can't wait for the description. Imagine if it was a box of love bubbles, says Matt. I mean, that would be a gift.
That would have been so hurtful to you, though, right?
It is a gift. Yeah, very hurtful. It'd be almost the same as second year in a row I don't get one off my wife. In a way, panda heads are the love bubbles of BSIME. This is true. I hope the box was big enough, says Larry. Jill. And Jed says Gil-galad was an elven king. Of him, the pandas sadly sing. Evening, Jed says Stanners. I always go Gil-galad. Says, to talk about how we say Gil-galad.
Are people honestly writing that there, or in some way putting?
I say Gil-galad, says old school Chris.
Gil-galad. Gil-galad.
Jess says, I know it's a spoiler for some, but Gil-galad's death was well nasty.
I don't think that can count as a spoiler. It happened 3,000 years ago.
This one, Jess.
Oh, he's getting Sauron, isn't he? You're getting your Sauron. Oh, look at that. How is that to hand?
Yeah, it's on the shelf, mate.
Didn't that win the painting competition at the Desolation Stock Board back in the mist of time?
Did, yeah.
About the same time as The Last of the Lions, I think. That.
Just did it for funsies, you know. I was in the days before I had 17 YouTube channels and had time on my hands. Carl's in. How you doing, Carl? Says, evening all. Hope you all have a great night. I do hope I can sit down and work on some fencing from the Stronghold kit. Depends on when everyone else is in bed. Larry says, I'm going to have to have a drink again. Sorry. It's very dry.
Larry says, getting blown up when your ring is... I'm glad that was the comment I got to read. Getting blown up when your ring is destroyed does seem like an unpleasant way to go, Jez.
This is true.
And Jez says, G ill G
Joe says the Dolgador terrain doesn't half make your fingers bleed. It's gorgeous, but if you're not careful, it'll put you in A&E. It's very true.
Not unlike Steve's fingers.
Jed says, we've all had Sunday mornings like that, Larry. And also Chris says, are you and I love scratch building terrain? Are you and I love?
So are you? Oh, Ruth. It's Ruth. Ruth and I love.
Okay.
Rue. It's Rue, isn't it?
I thought it was some sort of code there, Chris.
I thought it was the name of your new YouTube channel.
Should I know? Yeah.
Are you and I love
you can. Are you? I love scratch building terrain. New video gone out on I Can You Can Cook, guys. Go check it out.
I've been you know this, but I've been using a few of yours this week.
Yeah. You want to make them chicken pies, mate? Them chicken pies are next level.
You accidentally put fungus in them, didn't you?
Not like mushroom.
No.
Really?
It grows on the ground in forests, like mud.
Yeah. That's where penicillin comes from, though, mate.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. What do you fancy tonight? Penicillin, yeah. Go on, whack it on.
That's great. You don't have to put mushrooms in.
No, I wouldn't.
Put sweet corn in it.
They're the worst.
Or broccoli.
The worst thing about going to an event with you, and I mean this, the worst thing, because so much of it is so good, is sitting across from you at breakfast when you pile fungus on your throat, and the juice just spreads out onto everything else, and I can feel it jumping onto my plate.
Are you watching The Last of Us? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you won't like that then. You don't like
Is it full of mushrooms?
That's what it is. Yeah.
That's not what I thought that was about.
That's what basically is the end of the world.
It's the end of the world, and I've got to find the mushrooms.
It is based on, you know, that fungi that infects ants. You heard about it? I can't remember what it's called. It's got a weird name. Joe Holzman knows. He seems like the kind of guy who'll know the answer to that. So there's a mushroom that lets off spores that infect worker ants, and it takes over their brain, and it tells them to go like to the nest or the hive or whatever, and then it dies. Like it grips onto something with its mandibles so that the other ants can't get rid of it. It dies, and then more mushrooms grow out of its body and its head, release more spores, and infects the rest of the nest. So it controls the ants.
So mushrooms are not only rancid, they're evil.
Mate, they taste
they commit
so
genocide. I mean, it's the worst.
They're vegan though.
Mushrooms are vegan. Mushrooms themselves are vegans.
Yeah, vegans, mate.
Right.
Don't eat, mate.
Does that not count as eating ants?
You don't eat them. You just grow inside them.
I don't think a vegan would grow inside a human.
That's how you get other vegans.
That's how you get other. What you think vegans spread by climbing inside non-vegans?
Vegans grow
casting spores.
A vegan grows inside a human, right? At some point in their life, they grow inside a human. Am I right or am I wrong? This is Dolgadora all over again, mate.
Oh, well, like. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. So, humans become vegans. I thought you meant vegans somehow leapt inside non-vegans and then burst
and then Sigourney Weaver comes and kills all the eggs.
Got a new kit from orbit. That's the only way to be sure. Ah!
Anyway, where was we? This is you sidetracking about mushrooms.
I think you started it with the last mushrooms. It was I can you can cook. I didn't eat the mushrooms. I ate your eggs, which are very yummy. The diced bacon. I just didn't. We've had bacon with eggs, obviously, but I never thought of like dicing it and putting it on as a garnish. Very good.
As a garnish, very good. Yeah.
And then we had your butter chicken.
Yeah, very nice.
And found that enjoyed the butter chicken, but and told you, but didn't tell you this. We had it 2 nights later as leftovers, and as so is often the case with curries, it was nicer.
Even better.
Yeah. Nicer the second night because it's marinated for longer. It's good. Liked it. Would recommend to a friend. Oh, and everyone liked it. Baby liked it. 5-year-old liked it. Lady of non-specific age liked it, and I liked it.
It's nice because it's a curry. It tastes like a curry, but it's not hot.
Yeah, maybe you really can, and I can cook.
Yeah. Oh, we can cook, mate.
We can cook.
That's the next one. We can cook. Yeah.
The next YouTube channel.
Yeah.
You need another one.
Joe says, "Oh, I absolutely loathe building stroke painting terrain." Jez says, "I'm one of those people who likes scratch building." Me too, man. Mark says, "I love terrain, but only built one piece of the terrain kit and can't bring myself to start the rest."
Oh, what, the new one?
Yeah. Larry says, "I prefer super gluing plain box cardboard to pieces of cereal box card."
That's a huge spoiler for Larry.
Love scratch building terrain, says Scott. Dwellin says, "Had some Rohan scatter." Excuse me. I tell you what, that cough medicine don't have repeated yet. Josh Crosby says, "Love building terrain of all sorts. I like modular boards most." Don't we all, Josh? Don't we all? Weathertop says, "Jez, love working with terrain. You can make loads of progress really quickly, and I love using kits and modding them. And you do it with style, Matt. It must be said."
Who was that?
Generation Shift.
Oh, him of Osgiliath fame.
Yeah. Old School Chris says Goblin Town. Goblin Town, yeah, we forgot about the Goblin Town kit. Great kit, that.
I did mention the Goblin Town kit.
Oh,
I agree. I agree. It was great though.
Yeah.
There's been about 2 that were really the ones I want to see because they're so expensive and so big. But Warhammer World had that great Goblin Town board for ages. That's now some sort of Necromunda board. And there was one at Nova the first year that was really good. But I'd love a 4x4, like real multi-layered thing. So it looks like the film where you could. I want a game where you can play it like Necromunda or something. You know, where you could jump off onto the next layer down and just have this massively
I've probably
elaborate
got
thing.
enough of the terrain to do it on a 4x4.
Well, I have as well. Do you remember? We also talked about this. You know, I collected loads of it when the set was out.
Yeah.
Remember saying this? I used to buy a starter set,
Yeah.
take the terrain, and then flog everything else. And I would make about 20 quid out of it. And then it wasn't like the kind of scalping thing. I wanted the terrain, and I just kept doing it. And I think I've got 22 sprues of it. And it was that kind of one day project that I want to do at some point.
That was 10 years ago.
Yeah. We asked Rick. We asked Rick for SBG. Is that Defense making comments down here?
Hell no.
Yeah, he said no. All
right. Don't forget Weatherstock, says James. Rory says second bit of terrain I think was the tiny Weathertop fire from the Lost my Weathertop fire. I'm pretty good about
that. I painted that up not long ago for.
Carl says I love building SBG terrain kits. Don't love painting them. Morgan Morris is in. Evening everyone. Johnny Wheatland is in, and he retracted a message. Scoundrel.
Who's that?
Johnny Wheatland. Josh Crosby says, I think my favourite is the Dolgle Door kit. And Johnny Wheatland then says, hi guys, smiley face. First time watching the live stream live.
It is a new name.
Yeah, not working on the new Oscilia rooms, but I'm working on some buildings for a Dale Lord. Awesome.
Gets you in? No. Well, it won't get you in unless it's a kit. Got to be a kit.
Yeah. Still post it in the whip thread, don't it?
Absolutely.
Larry says, will your board have any Dale Groves? Way. Max Mallis says, before long, David will have a Gondor army worthy of stripping and sending to somebody else to paint. Maybe Larry, says Johnny. Chris McKittrick says, just need a Denethor, Damien. He can lead loads of them lads all by himself. It's good profile.
Fun fact, I've got Denethor painted. Before this project started, he's the only Gondor one I've ever painted for a really weird reason.
Plastic one or the old one?
No, a metal one years ago. I painted him for a friend really liked John Noble, and so for her birthday, I painted a little John Noble miniature, and I had two of them, and so I painted two. I painted two to give her the best one, so I like try and figure out the one that went well. So years and years ago, it must be at least 5 years ago now. I painted up a Denethor and chucked him in a case, never did anything with him. So yeah, I do have him ready to come to the rescue. Which is cool.
Very nice, very nice. Ashley Fisher's in. He says, just realised I haven't said hello yet. Hello. Remco says, evening guys, how you doing, pal? And Harry says, cracking on.
Remco Keegstra?
Yeah.
He lives in the Netherlands. Won the Black Dice. The Black Dice only got him. I think I haven't checked the records. One of very few international Black Dice. Took 6 weeks to get to him. And he hasn't. I don't think he took a photo. He hasn't said it, but he described it. Basically, that the envelope got shredded, like just destroyed by the post. But there was a hole in it, and because I taped the dice to a bit of card, you could sort of see the dice, and it had survived in this wrecked envelope. So it's made the trip. So we've got a Black Dice out in the Netherlands.
That's how we roll. Harry says he's cracking on with some Rivendell terrain he got from his Secret Santa. I may do some ruin clipping later if there's time. Peter Taylor says, evening everyone. And Stanners says, I'm painting for Into the West. Dave McShearer says, reference cough medicine. My mum always used to tell me, if it tastes bad, it's good for you. I tell it to patients all the time.
Mushrooms aren't good for you.
Mushrooms are really good. Do you know what? I never used to. When I was a kid, I didn't like mushrooms. I was like you. I was like, oh no, they're horrible. And then, I don't know. Just I love mushrooms now. I really like them.
Sorry, man.
What did I have mushrooms with the other day? Oh, I made
regret.
What are they called? Arancini.
Mistakes.
Like these Italian rice balls with cheese, and I put shiitake mushrooms, or as Anna calls them, shiitake mushrooms.
You know what that description of mushrooms has in it, right?
Yeah. Taste them now, mate. What is it you don't like about them?
The taste and the texture and the flavour and the attitude.
Most people say, "Oh, they're slimy," but I totally
they are slimy.
I like
the ones you put right up as slimy.
Yeah, they're slimy because they're like out of a tin or something. They're not nice. They're not the best. You toast them first. They make them like more intense.
Oh, when people put, oh God, just mushrooms on toast, the thought of it makes me ill. It's like, what are you doing? I can even, if you have a fry up, they're not for me, but I can kind of get on with it. Mushrooms on toast. Are you drunk?
So would you not have? Would you? Obviously, you wouldn't have. Have you seen them like big mushrooms that you?
No.
And you fill them with cheese.
That's like the queen mushroom.
Yeah.
That's the one that knows. What's the thing in Starship Troopers? The brain bug.
Oh yeah.
That's the one you've got to destroy first, and all the others. If you take that one out, all the others just wander around.
You know what? Here's a weird fact about me and mushrooms. Like I said, I never used to like mushrooms, but I do now. But you know what I don't like about mushrooms? The stalk.
The taste. Stalk.
So I snap the stalk off, like at the root, and I don't know why, because it's exactly the same as the rest. But for some reason, I just don't like it. Weird, isn't it?
No, it's not weird. What's weird is that you keep the rest. I'm sure I've told you about this because we talked about this before. I love this video. I don't know how you'd Google it now. Maybe it's on YouTube, but there's a little short, almost like the equivalent of like a little GIF or something. But it was how to prepare mushrooms. It was like a social media thing. There's a guy who gets this type of mushroom, and it's all it's edited really quick. Like like one of your YouTube short videos. And it's like he gets the mushrooms, takes the cellophane off, puts them on a board, chops them all up, dices them, gets them, puts them in a bowl, and tips them in the bin. It's just wonderful.
You should train yourself. I'm gonna send you some nice mushrooms.
Don't do that.
Yeah, let's send you some nice.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, I do.
I'll send you some like unreliable tradespeople. Like, why would you do that?
The ones that infect ants, I'm gonna send you.
The tradespeople.
Jez says, I've just started my Christmas break a week ago. I worked most of actual Christmas and spent the week making Celtic roundhouses, so I'm building mantic goblins at the mole. Good man. Hope you have a great break.
That was a great sentence.
Athelis for the cough fella.
Yeah, that'll help. Kingsfoil.
Yeah. Matt says, coughing with you at the mole, Steve. Second time having the Dan Rona. So
yeah, I saw today, man. Hope you're right, dude.
Grim, mate.
It's that sort of thing. It's all kind of gone away, hasn't it? And no one's talking about it. It's like, oh wait, it hasn't gone away. It's the same.
It's right. I thought that's what I had. I've had quite a few tests and it's negative. I've got antibiotics. They said it was a chest infection. So I got antibiotics, had that, and it made me feel better. But the cough's still here. Weirdly.
Wasn't the cough that carried him off, but the coughing that carried him off in.
There you go. Was it called Heart Attack? No, Joe. You're thinking of Heart Attack with what's it called? The Scouse Kid. Harry says he's referring to the song Gallery, I believe. I am humming it too. Song Gallery, I don't know. Heartbeat.
I was doing that earlier and I stopped.
Can't be just called Heartbeat, yeah.
Isn't
Vision on, I think, says Harry. Don't know what that means. He's skipping stuff, says Stannis. I'm not. My chat's just gone weird.
Yeah, he wasn't skipping stuff. The chat did a weird thing. That's what happened. So they're now responding to when you said, no, I haven't skipped stuff because you had. Because it fired some comments above. It was really odd. It's not Steve's fault, that one.
Yeah. No, the chat iOS repeating just to confuse things here. You're also not up to date, Steve. Damien, everyone just answered that question about heart attack. It's repeated. There's my question. I just answered it. You asked what happens if you hit 7 and 8 when in Streamlabs. Right, okay. I didn't hear that. Did I?
That was when I dropped chocolate on the keyboard.
Oh, right.
Very good, Matt.
Ashley says, evening chaps.
Here we go. BBC's television, children's television. Playbox 54 to 59. Titch and Quackers 1963 onwards. Vision On 1964 to 76. We're not getting there. Take Heart. That rings a bell.
Take Heart, I think.
But that was only on to 83, so you might remember that.
Oh, yeah.
And it was indeed Heartbeat ran from 1984 to 93, so that's probably what we're thinking of.
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember.
And from the 1970s, he often appeared along the animated plasticine stop-motion character
Morph.
Very good. Yeah. Created by Peter Lord of Aardman Animations.
Ashley says, evening chaps, good to watch you this evening. Perfect timing as I'm working to rain for this stream. Good man, me too, man. Check me out. Trust me, I built this already. Look at this.
Super glue?
Super glue, mate. Haskell's in. He says Morph made an early appearance on Vision On with dates, which came before Tony Hart did, so his solo shows, and Morph became a regular, stroke more famous. My childhood era. Reese says, what's wrong, Damien? Are you not a fun guy?
Hey!
It's Steve comparing his breakfast to the apocalypse, says Joe. It's called Zombie Ant Fungus, dead hard to remember.
Zombie Ant Fungus.
And Green Tree says, I'm going to try and say it, Mark, because that's how I roll. Ophiocordyceps unilateralis. That
sounds so believable. What is that? Is that the name of the zombie ant fungus?
Joe says zombie ant fungus is its more common name. Green Tree beat me to its scientific name. Everyone knows that, right? Yeah. A vegan grows inside a human, Steve Crow. Quote. Jez Hunt.
Put it on a mug.
It's true. Vegans bud off real people, says Jez. New favourite.
Let's not do real people. I'm not having that. None of that nonsense.
Infuriate6T says, "Hey guys, how you doing, pal?" And Reese says, "You're on about magic mushrooms, like Mario's," says Reese. Larry says, "When are you two going to start battle streams in Middle Earth?" Hajinder's in. He says, "Hey guys, just tune in. I hope everyone is well. Damien's lost again." Let me. He's not even in collab chat now, so I don't know what's going on. Bear with me, folks. Just drop him a message. I'll keep reading the messages, and then if he comes back in the next couple of minutes. I'm absolutely not here for Damien's hate of fungi. There's not much room for it. Love that, Joe. Love it, love it, love it. I agree with Damien on the mushrooms, says Larry. Oh, Larry, come on. Shiitake mushrooms are banging. Yes, they are, Max. Remco, I agree with Damien on the mushrooms. They're like hobbit feet. Not for eating. Matt says, not a fan of mushrooms either. Horrible smell and texture, but we have started eating them more chopped up, and I don't hate them as much as I used to. Do you know what I think? You know what I don't like? I don't like normal, just standard, white mushrooms. I think that's what's opened my eyes a little bit when I tried different types of mushrooms. I'll just send Damien a new link. Paste, send. Let's see if he comes back. Kingsfoil. It's a weed, says Joe. Because of Dragon's in, he says garlic and butter mushrooms on toast is a fine breast. You can't beat garlic mushrooms. I don't like garlic mushrooms. Posting spirits. Oh no, I haven't missed the start of the mushroom chat. You did, man. Good evening, gentlemen, says Aaron. Very surprised to see a live stream on tonight. Definitely didn't get notified or anything. Hope you're all doing very well. We're doing all right, Aaron, except I've got a terrible cough. Joe Kelly says, Steve's ode to mushrooms reminds me of the spinning plate stroke chopping onions chat from like 2 years ago. It's Frederick here. My knife is in my left hand when I cut, but I cut with the right hand. Oh, hang on. He's here, though, man. He's here.
Hello.
There he is.
Hello.
What happened, man? What happened to you?
I don't know.
Are you not hardwired in again? Are you just like, are you like that rebel who just
no, but there's nothing
in?
else happening to the internet. Like, everything else is working.
Terrible, man.
Sorry,
all right, mate. I'm just cracking on. Just, you know what I mean? Show must go on. Stanner says, pretty sure Heartbeat is a flipping drama set in a village. My mum watches it on reruns here.
Was that Stephen Tompkinson?
I can never remember.
Or was that Valley Kiss Angel? Heartbeat was
Heartbeat was him.
The dark-haired guy. Looks a bit like Matt.
It was in EastEnders.
Generation Shift.
He was in EastEnders, wasn't he? Like the Heartthrob guy. What's he called? Didn't he release a few singles in the late 90s?
Yes. Find one. Yes, that's it. He did. He was like a low budget Robson and Jerome.
Yeah. Floppy hair.
Yeah, but he did. I'm sure he got replaced. I'm sure there ended up being like 2 main policemen in Heartbeat, didn't there?
Yeah, the later one was like a tall Guy with a thinner
Why
face.
do you miss when my baby misses me?
Can still remember the theme song, says Larry. Sam Page is in. He says, working on some skilly of statues and some peonings. Hope everyone is okay. We're all right, mate. We're all right.
Nick Berry.
Nick Berry, that's the one.
But then later, Mark Gordon.
Later, it became the guy with the thin face who was always looked a bit moody.
Oh, he was sexy in his day. He's a retired. Oh, he's retired. I don't know if that's by choice. He's a retired English actor and pop singer. Best known for his roles as Simon in EastEnders.
Simon Wixie.
A PC Nick Rowan in Heartbeat from 1992 to 1998.
Marnick.
He had a #1 with Every Loser Wins in 1986.
Every Loser Wins. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, good looking lad, isn't he? Sam says, for the record, mushrooms aren't great all round. Pizza, pasta, alongside steak, can't go wrong with them. I wouldn't just eat them on their own, unless they were garlic mushrooms. I'd eat them on their own. Frederick says, hello there. Late to the party because of family stuff. Patrons know. We'll dig out my street supplies and my secret Santa, Rohan House, to work on. Good man. Thanks.
Hope all's well, man.
You here, mate.
Take care. You just mentioned garlic mushrooms.
Yeah.
One of the worst moments of my life, being at a buffet, thinking I had like a chicken goujon type thing, bit into it hard. Mushroom.
Did it explode in your mouth?
Yeah, like absolute. When you're not nibbling, it's full on expecting the chicken.
I reckon that's where it stems from. Your hate of mushrooms. I reckon you need to get over that. You need to go see a therapist or something.
No, but I already didn't like them. That's how I knew that was so bad.
I'm going in again for more Benylin because this is just getting silly now.
You're doing very well, babe.
Oh, God. Love them in a fry up with a bit of black pudding or a nice bit of steak, says Reese. Good man.
Steak on a fry up?
Some people do. I've got a friend of mine who has steak. He has steak for breakfast. He's a big lad, though. He's one of those guys, his shoulders are like about 5.5 feet wide.
So you can't tell him he's crazy. Right? Yeah.
Big guy.
Do you have steak for breakfast? Oh, yeah. Steak for breakfast.
Frederick says he had a very emotional day. You look after yourself, mate, and, if you want to be here, then be here. Just try and sort of take your mind off things. But don't worry if you need to bow out. Nick Berry, different heartbeat, says Ian Whitehouse.
Yeah, we're going through all the heartbeats tonight.
Yep. The real goat was Monarch of the Glen, says because of dragons. Monarch of the Glen.
Because of dragons is in. Good to have you in, Ben.
I am in, and the knife chat. Hang on. Lol. I am in, and the knife chat wasn't that confusion. I cut meat, veg, onions, etc. with my big knife in my right hand when cooking, and when I eat, I have the knife in my left and the fork. We're going there again, it seems.
I think we go back there.
It's like 2020 all over again. Frederick, Damien help. Steve is reading my comments wrong. Slow flipping funny that night. Jolesman, Heartbeat was the drama that ran for almost twice as long as the time period it's set in. And Jill says Heartbeat must be due a remake. Cozy TV in these times will go down a treat. Set during the 80s, ran for 18 years, says Jill.
What ran for 28 years?
Heartbeat wasn't set in the 80s. It was like the 60s, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Maybe even earlier.
That girl barmaid always had like 60s gear on.
That girl barmaid always had 60s gear on.
Yeah.
There's your proof.
Frederick says to Joe, yeah, drunk Steve misinterpreting comments is funny and terrifying at the same time. I never do. Never. Joe Kelly says, it was for sure. I was laughing out loud that week. And I think the knife chat was the same week as the clockwise, counterclockwise staircases in Castles debate. Great memories. Mark says, I was in the village where Heartbeat was filmed last Sunday. Goatland. It was freezing. And then he corrects himself, fricking freezing.
I bet he didn't think that would come up on the stream.
No. And then Matt says, I've been there with the garlic mushrooms. It makes any Buffy experience more cautious. I think the giveaway is that, yes, they're covered in breadcrumbs, but they're shaped like mushrooms.
Yeah, I mean, normally I'll be with you, but there was definitely something about this. There was something a bit weird. Is that Matt Davis?
Yeah.
See, I knew he was smart.
Yeah. Only time I've had steak for breakfast was when I was working the Open at Spoons after a quieter than expected steak night, says Joe. Ashley Fisher says, I know someone who used to have steak for breakfast until he unsurprisingly got gout. Yeah, he got the gout for that gout. Rich man's sickness, that. Max Mallis says, mushrooms are a mandatory part of a fry up. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. I'm with you, Max. True. And Stephen Ryan says, I've had similar. Thought I had a battered onion ring. Took a bite. Nope, squid. Oh, yeah, that's wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't go near that stuff.
Oh.
Jez Hunt says, steak on a fry up is going hard at it. Black pudding and haggis is quality breakfast. Fried goodness. And Sean Clark's in. He says, evening, folks. Hope everyone's well. Also, who looks at mushrooms growing out of the ground and thinks it must be a good idea to eat that? This guy. Jolesman says, it was the 60s. I just remember it was an old decade. Right. And Joe Kelly says, just an FYI, more people are in the chat now after the start of the mushroom talk than before. And Sam says,
get him in.
Think if I mistakenly bit into seafood, I'd sicken my mouth to improve the flavour. I'm not mad on seafood, but it's one of my things this year to experiment. I went to a fish filleting class, Damien. Not this week, last week.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Did we? Yeah, filleted free fish. And I made a sea bream Wellington with one of them. And the other one was a sea bass and a mackerel. Very interesting. Cool. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed it was. Good night. Recommend it. Caught up on the chat, mate. Smashed it.
Oh, what a time to be alive.
Absolutely.
Happy Friday, everyone. How have you been, Steve?
Apart from this cough, mate. All right. I've had it's been a busy week. I went to a comedy show on Monday. Went to see Jason Byrne at the Lowry, which was hilarious. That was one of my birthday presents that Anna got me at Christmas.
I love all that.
So yeah, had a lot of fun there. And yeah, kind of just been sort of getting ready for going back to work. So I've been doing a lot of stuff, like answering emails and chasing things up from pre-Christmas. So yeah.
Any hobby?
Honeymoon period's over. No, not really. I read this little fella.
Oh, hang on. No, you froze it on Streamlabs for me.
What's going on with your Streamlabs? Because mine
going on with your Streamlabs
is all full bars. I've not frozen. I've not disappeared. So everything's honky dory at mine.
You've now unfrozen, but I didn't see what you picked up.
Do you want me to do it again? It looks a little bit like that box.
Of course. Did some reading.
I know it's not like me. New year, new me. So yeah. Right. Do you know what? I'm gonna get up on screen, mate. Our thread.
Well, the terrain thread.
Yeah, the terrain thread.
So this is it. This is the moment. We're gonna go through everything. People are gonna see. Gonna celebrate the work. This is all, not necessarily all thanks to, but certainly inspired by Mr. Joe Achille, who's in the chat tonight.
Yeah.
Who sent us these freebies, and this was the competition that we ended up with. So thanks, Joe. And it's quite cool, much in the same way that a lot of the models we've painted over the last 3 years wouldn't get painted if it wasn't kind of for the stream in the magazine. This terrain wouldn't have been made were it not for Joe, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. It annoys me that I've got to keep clicking this thing. You did it last night, didn't you? It was on most relevant or whatever.
Yeah, we need to turn on all comments. Yeah. And then we'll have to kind of coordinate to make sure we're looking. But that's good because I'm just about to finish a colour. Let's give a little shout out to Mr. James Barrett, one of our patrons, and quite a new patron actually, who painted a beautiful version of the new Faramir that impressed. We in our little patron chat, we get lots of people are always putting up models they're painting and stuff, but it was really popular that loads of people are like, how'd you do that? I'm like, oh, that's great. And so I have I've nabbed his colour scheme because I had no idea how to paint ranges, and the way I'm painting this BSIME army, I kind of like the idea of just being told how to do it. Same way I did Warriors of Minas Tirith with your guide, and so I've just nicked his recipe and I'm following it. So thanks to James. I'm excited to see how these turn out, but it's quite nice. It feels like following a kind of BSIME guide, just following someone else's advice on how to get a good result and seeing how it turns out.
Nice.
It's very cool, very cool, very cool. I'm going to spin around and see what we can find in the oldie Facebook battle.
Okay, mate, I'm all set up.
So I've got all comments on.
Yeah, all
And
comments.
for me, it starts with Mark. Is that what you've got?
Nope.
No.
George.
Okay, well, you're going to be the one actually showing it. So as long as you say who it is, I can then just scroll down on mine and watch it.
Which is weird because... Excuse me.
Because it's the same post on the same internet.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look through that. It's definitely in here. I think it's because it must be a dusty. Must be dusty in here. Because I've not been this bad all day. And it was the same last night. I said the exact same thing last night. Okay. Let me refresh that first, just to.
Happy Friday, all.
Happy Friday, man.
But mate, I can certainly. I'll do the talking for this if you want.
I've just refreshed it. It's still
share the load.
Basically, you go through it in your order, and whichever you're talking about, I'll make sure it is on screen.
I'll do it the other way. You scroll down yours because that's what people are going to be seeing, and I'll shoot up and down.
Do you see it live though?
No, but I'm looking at Facebook.
Yeah, but
so if you say George,
so right, what I see, you're not going to be seeing them for 20 seconds.
No, but if you tell me,
yeah,
right, we're looking at George's, I'll look at George's.
We're looking at George's.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So 10.
Yeah.
See how it works?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're in, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
So sit back, everyone, and let's admire the glorious work of some BSIMEs from the last few months. So, first up then we have George Galloway, who has made the Orc tent. So much fun, and was his first ever bit of scratch terrain.
Solid work for the first time.
He even got my wife, who wasn't interested in wargaming, to take part. That's pretty cool.
Even better.
Have we had the Orc encampment yet? I know we get it later.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure we've actually got to that yet. And have you got his work in progress picture?
Yeah.
And I think that's I think it's kitchen roll. I think they put kitchen roll over the struts and soak it in PVA glue. So I do think
that it rings a bell.
Look at that classic BSIME cardboard base. Love to see it. Very, very cool. Is it hopefully, George, is that the start of an Orc encampment or is it just the one? Wonderful stuff.
Next we've got Green Tree.
Green Tree. So this is the first of several classic corner ruins. So I think this is from issue 2. Yeah. But Mark Greentree has Mark Greentreed, the classic corner ruin.
Yeah.
And what I love about this is we'll see, and this is no offense, I think it's beautiful. We're going to see two ends of the spectrum on the classic corner ruin.
Now, yeah. Oh,
they're both on screen.
No, I get what you mean.
We're going to see everything you can do with this corner ruin throughout this thread. But it's beautiful, right?
Yeah, it's very good.
Sunday afternoon, making a classic simple corner ruin just for the fun of it and support BSIME. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I can see that he's only got the one work in progress picture, which shows where he starts from. But does he say how he did it? Nathan has said, "What gives you the right to be so talented? You've taken one of the simplest designs in the mags and created something I'd pay money for." He's not the only one, Nathan.
I was going to ask Mark, you could let us know in the chat. Have you put some sort of putty on that or green stuff and textured it? Because it looks awesome.
Yeah, I was wondering that. It's not painted, is it? That's 3D.
It looks 3D, yeah.
There's got to be something on there. Amazing stuff. And he says it's all about the tufts and mosses. They help make even the simplest of terrain look like this to look a little more realistic. If this would survive the post, I'd send it your way when Steve tells us all your address. And a cheeky little warrior minister as well. It warms my cockles to see people making this stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is awesome. Next up, we've got Scott Newman.
Scott Newman, who has made, I think he was the first entrant as well. So he has made Weathertop. Look at that.
It's very cool.
And I presume this is I recognise those columns. So this is following the Battle Games of Middle-earth guide, as is the requirement for entry. And not only that, but he has put it on a hill.
Yeah. And
a great project.
Loads of whip picks, which I'm scrolling through now, with showing the pages of the magazine it was up to.
Yeah, a great project I started when the competition was first announced. Also, I bought and painted up the attack on Weathertop. So, how cool is that? Let me see if I can see his whip pictures.
There's loads of them. I'm just scrolling through so people can see them now.
So yeah, you can see the kind of foam work that he's done. I just love it, seeing people create this from the guides. It's very cool.
You've got the Wraith on fire. That's awesome.
Is that a conversion he's done?
Yeah.
I'm quite good at that. I love the can you get to the kind of wide shot with the microwave in it and the it's like is that a budgie cage in the background or something? It's on a kitchen counter and you can see how the hill's made and everything. It's also a very funky microwave. Look at those knives. It's a bit of you.
Yeah.
I haven't got to the race yet. Oh, the race look cool as well. There's two of them I haven't got.
He's even put the little ledge, the little sort of cave area where Frodo wakes up and the other hobbits are cooking.
Where are we looking? Sorry, which picture?
In the whip pics.
Yeah, but which one?
The one just before the close-up of Sam, Pippin in the little cave.
Oh yeah, it's got Pippin in it, right? That's very, very, very cool. And this is awesome, right? This is a cracking. We should say as well, just before anyone gets too hot, when we started this age ago, we were very clear it's not necessarily the best one that wins, the best piece of terrain, whatever we might think of that. We were very clear. It's like it's not just the best terrain maker wins it. They would need something else. Oh, I love the fire pick. Have you seen that?
I'm on the video, mate. I'm on the video. People are
There's a video.
Yeah.
Is that being shown now?
Yeah.
Audio. There's audio on it, but it might just be. I don't know if he's talking in it. It looks amazing.
Super cool.
Brilliant piece of scenery.
Very good.
Does it ever stop spinning? I'm just. I could watch it for hours just waiting. Is it good stuff? I love all the pictures of the wraiths in it as well. It's got a super moody one of like the 5 wraiths attacking the 4 hobbits. Oh, and there's the wraith on fire. Oh, that's mega. How'd you do the fire, Scott? Let us know. Have you done a wraith on fire? That feels like the sort of thing you would have done.
No.
Done a bloody elf lord on fire, though. That is wicked, Scott. That's amazing.
Very cool.
Massive props for taking on a massive project like that just for the fun of it for the magazine. This is the end of my love bowl.
Oh, nice. The next one is Chris Cooper. And you've done a corner ruin. I'm just trying to get the oh, there we go. You see it?
Oh yeah. Hang on, sorry.
I took on fallen. Excuse me.
I took on too much love bubble.
That's the last thing you want to do. The little fallen.
Yeah, we're both screwed.
Like flooring that you can get up to the top. None of that cheeky deploy your archers on a level that no one can get to in game.
Absolutely.
Malarkey. Hate that.
Everyone's favourite classic corner ruin. I wanted to push myself a little with this one using newer learned techniques, but limiting myself with what I can use. I wanted to limit myself to stuff in the garage, which gave me a good amount of materials, but restricted me away from using things like regular paints, glue, sealants, basic materials, etc. I did allow myself a shield for my bits box. It's not a big terrain piece without shield. Oh, how cool. So I think his work in progress pictures tell the story.
Yeah.
So let's have a go. So are you on the whip pics?
Yeah. So I've got the
So
base.
I found an offcut of loft insulation foam. That'll do for a base. I shaped it with an old kitchen knife that we've been using for gardening. I like that he's not allowed to use his normal hobby tools either. And then next up we have, oh look, a handy box. That's perfect. Some nice thick cardboard. Imagine if he's like in the garage looking for stuff and he knows that in his house he's got the perfect elements for a corner room. He's like, no. And just like that, we have the basis for the room. So you can see.
I've lost him again. This is a nightmare. Right, bear with me, people. Bear with me. I'll have to send him. Get on there. This is very odd. This is, by the way, is this your first time in the stream? This has not happened before. It's very odd. He's actually not. I've just sent him a new link and he's not even read it, so I'm going to ring him live. Oh, he's in. I don't need to ring him. Here he is. This guy, man. This guy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's going on, man?
Well, do you know what? I'd say this. I don't want to blame it on you.
Don't do
but
that.
You know what happened with the chat earlier?
Mm.
The chat now says chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to connect you.
It doesn't at my end, so it's definitely at your end. You're disconnecting somehow.
Oh, what you think I can? It's me being disconnected from the chat.
Yeah,
it's possible. I suppose. I don't know what it is, but it's not the end of the world, right?
No. Yeah. Well, yeah. So we just.
I was just saying. Did you get to the fruit pastels? And then I waited for your answer for quite some time.
Yeah, we're on fruit pastels now.
So now I reckon this will look even better with an upper floor. I need something to act as floorboards. So at 10 PM on one of the coldest nights of the year, I open the freezer and start to scavenge. This is awesome. This is a journey and a half. Next up, this gets me enough sticks to create an upper level and a section of collapsed floorboard to use to act as a ramp to the floor. Steve has already expressed his admiration. What do you think he did with the lollies?
I think he ate them, mate.
You reckon 10 PM he just nailed 5 lollies?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Chris Cooper, going through some of Ruth's crafting bits, found some wooden letter tiles. I'm sure I can use. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Good luck trying to play next time they try and play Scrabble, though.
I know it.
I'm sure this will be useful too, and that is instant. I quite like this. Some wood glue lets me glue everything down with the filler hiding the edge of the cardboard. At this point, I decided to add in an extra length of wall on the longer side to give a little more playability, add an extra cover. Yeah, I love the tiles, the letter tiles on the floor.
It is cool. It's very cool.
Never would appreciate that without the whips. Went out to Ruth's sandpit and found some sand. She's not really played in it for a while, so fingers keepers. That must be finders keepers was claimed. More of the wood glue and a few bits of clipped up sprue gave a bit of texture and interest. I'd also managed to add texture to the walls, adding a thin layer of filler and tracing in some brick-like patterns with an offcut of fruit pastels. Ice lolly stick. It was good. Big haul of my garage hunt was some old kiddie craft paint. Oh, the big haul of my garage hunt was some old kiddie craft paints. He's not even letting himself use his own paint. I found a black, white, yellow, green, and brown, all of which I'd find useful. I watered down the brown to paint over the sand more easily and added a little yellow in to paint the wood. That's good.
It's very cool.
He's got a bountiful garage.
Yeah.
Cheeky little Aragorn for you there. Stony areas were painted with a mix of the black and white over dry brush with an increasing amount of white in each layer. Very classic Battle Games of Middle Earth.
Oh, yes.
Black, grey, white, rock. And finally, I dry brushed the grass with a green and gave it a highlight by mixing in yellow. I then took both greens and watered them down to add weathering to the stone and make it look like moss and rain stains. I also added the true Battle Games of Middle Earth touch of a scavenged shield from my bits box. Remember that for later when we go through the mag. It's so very Battle Streams. All this was done without using my normal hobby tools. I found some half-inch paintbrushes to paint with, used a set of pliers as clippers for the lolly sticks. Pliers aren't clippers. And sandpaper instead of my usual sanding sticks. This was a fun project. I managed to create a terrain piece that I'll be proud to play games on. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very
I'm
cool.
glad it's good. I love the terrain and I love the story.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Lunatic
Well done.
makes things harder for himself in garage for an hour. That is great. Top work.
Then we've got Adam Harrison.
So Adam Harrison, he has made this beacon of Gondor, and he said had a blast making this. Very happy with the wood grain effect and the fight. That's a light? That must be a light, right? There's some sort of light inside it. And I did. You can see. I don't know if you can see the comments there. You can see the fun police getting involved, and I was like, "Does it come from one of the guys in the magazine?" And he said, "If I said yes, would you believe me?" Apologies, I think I must have messed that element of the update you sent. Bugger. Hey ho, had a chance to show off something anyway. So alas, Adam's not eligible for the terrain competition, but still
if it was
awesome
a competition for super cool pieces of terrain,
yeah, Beacon of Gondor, you don't get a lot of them either.
Yeah.
But it's very, very cool, Adam, and thanks for posting it. I like no whip picks as far as I can see. Is that right?
Yeah.
Cool,
Morgan Morris.
Morgan Morris. I've made the Ford from Mission 14 for my entry. It was a fairly simple process to do and cost next to nothing. It's got me thinking about a Fords of Eisenboard now. Well, surely it's got you thinking about a river, right? Have you got the rest of the river? So we've got a kind of
awesome.
Yeah, it does. We've got a pre-painted version. Again, I love seeing people making it all out of corrugated cardboard. The kind of teenage terrain maker in me is thinking, oh god, you're going to be so sad when it all warps very soon. But that's just awesome. Get cardboard, cover it in filler, cover rock on it, done. It's great. And then it becomes paint. Oh no, are the comments out of order?
Yeah, they're backwards. So my newest comments are my next comments in this thread are the finished ones with models on, and then as I go further down, it's like goes back to it's like
exactly. That's what I've got. So there's then another one where he looks to include some sand on top.
Yeah,
you got that.
The painting of the water looks awesome.
Oh, really he's done. Is that PVA? He's done the PVA glue.
Yeah,
that's what I do. He's done the Battle Streams PVA glue water effect. You love to see it. You paint it. You complete your terrain project. You think it looks good, and then you cover it in glue
and hope
for the best. Yeah. Really hope it sets clear. And I mean, you got to say it did. It looks great.
Yeah, it looks class.
And we got some finished models of finished pictures of Warriors of Rohan defending the Ford.
It's a really good job.
That's cool. I like the water really reminds me of kind of 1990s Games Workshop, the river in the kind of how to make war games terrain there. The idea of painting white ripples around rocks and stuff. There's a big nostalgia hit for me there.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Awesome work, Morgan. We love it.
And then we've got Chris Cooper.
This is just a one comment. He says, I can't find Ruth's entry because she made it way back in Shagrat Week. You can tell it's a true Battle Games in Middle-earth, Battle Streams in Middle-earth matchup. It's Shagrat on a hill. Oh, okay. Sorry, dude. If you can't. So what's that? So that's that's Ruth's Shagrat model she painted in Shagrat Week, and he's standing on the hill she made. Is that right?
On a hill, and the base blends in. It's like
look at the base. Look at that for a classic bit of 90s. That looks like strong goblin green and sawdust block. Well, sorry to Ruth that we can't show off your work, but congratulations for getting involved.
Yeah,
lovely to see. I bet she was in bed when he was rummaging around. He was like, "Yeah, here you go. You can do a hill and flock, and then when you go to bed, right, I'm off to the garage for now."
He's like, "Come on, go to bed now. You're tired. And he's thinking to himself, "I need to get in the freezer and get them fruit pasta lollies out before she sees them."
You're tired. I'm not tired. You are tired. It's 2 p.m. You're tired. Stephen Ryan, Kirith Ungar. Oh, you love to see it. And Surrounding Cliffs, probably my favourite piece of Battle Games in Middle-earth terrain I've built. A genuinely really good guide. So this is the guide after. Isn't this the one that came after the Gondorian Outpost? Do you remember it was like the Gondorian Outpost, which was draw a base, build the garrison.
Yeah.
And then the week after that, they were like, "We're so sorry about the Gondorian Outpost. Here's a guide for building Cirith Ungol." And a few people have done this, and I want to say, I believe Harry Parkill of In the Chat fame has made one of these. And Michael Haskell, I believe, has got the one that was on the GBHL that was James's. I don't know who made that.
I can't remember.
but I think Michael Askell's got one. So this is exactly what you need to play out the scenario that's currently in Quest of the Ringbearer. That looks absolutely banging.
Yeah, cool.
Love it, and he's even built it high enough to be on the because the idea in the magazine was that would slot into your Mordor terrain. So I wonder if Mrs. Ryan is excited about the 6x4 Mordor terrain board that's coming. And then in his whip, so we get some whip pictures.
Yeah.
So he's drawn a base
slowly, and I'll just go through them.
Yeah, drawn a base and then just build Cirith Ungol. That's easy. And then he's got some what looks like cookies and cream Oreo ice cream.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's the insulation foil. I'm assuming you got that from B&Q because it's got like it's polystyrene, a little ball of polystyrene, but some of the odd ball is black.
Looks like it's got mushrooms growing up. I love that. This is the sort of thing I do. I love this. That he's scrawled wall where the wall's going.
Yeah.
So you don't go right wall.
It's just in case someone else takes over the project, they know where the walls go.
Where do the walls go? I don't know. And then on goes the tower. It's just nice. It's just nice. I'm really impressed that the walls are blocks of polystyrene as opposed to like a foam card building. See the cliffs have been carved there.
It's very cool.
And then that's the week before. Are you in the picture of it on the floor of the kitchen?
Yeah.
It's like compare those two whip pictures. It's like, so just get 2 large pieces of polystyrene and lie them next to the wall and make a very basic foam board building. For the next step, turn it into Cirith Ungol.
Yeah. Build Cirith
That
Ungol.
detailing. It's amazing. I know, you can just see her walking into the kitchen going, where's that going to live?
Yeah.
Then we get some detailing on the gates. He's doing some classic Battle Games of Middle-earth cardboard bricks. You love to see it.
Looks like a bit of paint next.
Yeah, with a Mordor orc captain who doesn't want you to come into his house.
Yeah. Bit of Shagrat. And
Gorbag.
Yeah, it's
action.
got Shagrat Gorbag action there.
That's awesome. That's great, man.
Very cool.
And then he says, decided to take a trip down memory lane and see the other terrain I've built over the last couple of years. Not competition entries, they were definitely built. I like his honesty. They're definitely built before the last couple of months. And so we get the Gondorian Tower. This is awesome. We get the landing craft of the orcs.
Yeah.
Looking pretty cool. We get the barrow.
We do.
A set of barrows. He could run a tournament, right?
He could, yeah.
Stephen could run a Battle Games of Middle-earth tournament. We got a second Weathertop. Imagine the idea that we got 2 people managed to build that Weathertop. Also on a slightly less impressive hill than Scott's. Some awesome. Oh, hello.
Bear with me a second. Hello.
Who knows what this could be? I presume it's still on screen, so I'll do a little bit of filler, but I can't quite see. But I presume that's some Isengard industrial machinery.
I just need to nip off a minute, mate.
All right.
Apparently I've got water dripping from the ceiling, so I'll be back in a second.
Brilliant. So there's water dripping from the ceiling. You'll be amazed to hear this, but I cannot scroll through Steve's computer. I just can't do it. So what I'm going to do is jump in the chat and try and catch up for a bit. So where did we get to? Nick Berry, Jura Remake, Village, Fry Up, 60s. You get a sea bream on your foot. Oh, here we go. I think we're here, possibly. Ian Whitehouse, if I was to drop one item from breakfast, it would be beans, just putting out there, extra mushrooms. I don't tend to have beans on breakfast. I prefer to go with a fried tomato, but I do like a bean, certainly over a mushroom. Jez Hunt said you can never get a sea bream on your foot. That's a great point. Joe Achille says happy to contribute and good luck to all the participants. It's obviously about the competition. Thank you so much, Joe. He then says, I didn't enter as I didn't want Damien to have to pay for international shipping to send my own stuff back to me. Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. I'm still waiting for my mugs. Should be any day now. The mugs are, for anyone who hasn't got their mugs, the mugs are coming, I promise. Just need to get together. Frederick says coughing streams in Middle Earth, Seaside. Larry Miller says everyone get your smart gallery theme music ready, guys. What's that? I can, you can cough. Just hunt. Is this now? I think this is now just reviewing various people's terrain. So I'm not sure who this was about. But he says cool, nice, and awesome. Green Tree, and maybe it's about Mark, because Green Tree then says I used an old tub of finishing plaster, smeared it over the card, and carved the brickwork with a sculpting tool. Jez then says great whip picks too, presumably about Mark. Jez Hunt says it was very effective, Green Tree. Green Tree says thanks, Jez. Max Malice says Scott, that is fudging insane. Can't believe you managed that without a gallbladder. Yeah, I think Max outed him, so it's not me. I don't know if this is the sort of thing you wouldn't want made public, but Scott had his gallbladder removed this week, maybe a bit more than a week ago. So he's making a recovery. So here's to you, Scott. I do think he built Weathertop before he had his gallbladder out. So whether or not he'd still have the power, I don't know. Then I get my chat disconnected. So that must be the point where the last time it went wrong. And obviously, I am really, really hoping it doesn't go wrong again. I'm currently looking at YouTube because I'm reading the chat, so I won't necessarily know. I've just popped back to Streamlabs and I do still seem to be there. But imagine if I go this time and Steve's not in the room, then we'll have a real disaster. Just please stick with us and hopefully Steve will come back. Jim Monroe says, it's like Streamlabs is timing him out. Very soon. It is, isn't it? Is it regular? I suppose anyone's keeping track. Could someone do that? Assuming it happens again, because it's bound to happen again, right? Maybe. What if we looked at Messenger? He said, I got a new link at 9:45 and then a new look at 10:09. So about 25 minutes apart. So that by that reckoning, maybe 10:35. So we've got about 10 minutes, I reckon, before it's kicking me out again. We'll see. How exciting. Frederick says, this is obviously why I'm off. RIP in pieces, Damien O'Brien. Sorry. Rachel's, how many times has this happened this stream? It's kicked me off twice, I believe. Yeah, Steve's had to send me 2 new links. It's new, it's exciting. Larry says 3, I think. Frederick says tuned in late and I already saw it twice. Yeah, it's only kicked me off twice. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, Steve sent me 2 more links, so it's booted me out twice. 3 times now. Frederick says lol. Frederick says yes, another live ring stream. Oh, ring. Oh, this is a phone call. Ring him live. Oh no. Sam says get him on a Zoom call and jiggle a dice in a mug. He's back. The excitement. Sam says we have theories to test. Indeed, maybe that if it keeps happening, maybe we'll reconnect via Zoom. Frederick Schultz says I can, you can disconnect. Frederick Schultz, I see, you see D. Old school Chris confirms that he ate them. He ate all of the the ice creams in a 10 p.m. binge. Oh, you love to see it. All in the name of BSIME. I'm going to celebrate that by eating some Yorkie and instantly regretting it because it's thick chocolate that takes me a while to get through. Oh, the regret. It's nice. I really like an orange Yorkie. It tastes like chocolate orange, but it's dense, isn't it? It's hard work, York, isn't it? You have to really get through it. Jez says this is an epic tale. I think it must be about Chris's. Larry says, I'm not sure how I feel about people changing the classic ruin. Can you improve perfection? That's obviously a little hint at, is it really a classic ruin if you've made it look pretty? No judgment. And Max says, why is that? Getting nervous, Laryl? Who knows? Maybe Larry's entered the competition as well. That'd be exciting. Jez Hunt says, awesome. Because of Dragon says that is a very nice beacon, which it is. Old school Chris C said, I felt properly like Damien out in the garage late at night, crying to myself as the terrain just wouldn't die. Yeah, it's not good, is it? But I'm there, man. I'm right there with you. Oh, my internet just flashed. No, it's fine. The beacon is lit. That beacon is lit. Oh, Larry Miller, take a bow. And then Jez Hunt says, nice. I think he's talking about the beacon rather than Larry's pun, but that is brilliant. And then Larry, not having enough faith in his pun, explains that was a pun based on youth slang. Jez Hunt says, evening to Ben. And Old School Christy says that Shagrat is standing on the hill that Ruth made for the train competition. Jess Hunt gets excited about Kirith Ungol. And Joe Holzman says that Chris just doesn't want Ruth showing him up in the draw again. Going to check in with my compadre Steve. He hasn't messaged yet, so no updates on the condition of Steve's roof. I had a leaking kitchen roof over Christmas. Maybe Steve just wants to be like me. Green Tree says, I think the terrain competition should be held once a year. Some really nice work. I suppose we could. It's not the craziest idea in the world, is it? And maybe that's the length of time you have. Maybe you can make as much terrain as you want in the year, and we'll go through it. We'll go through it once a year. That's not a crazy idea. Battle Games Middle Earth. Harry says, I did indeed build Kirith Ungol. Oh, there we go. Documented the build in a video. The guide was very good. The scenario is fantastic. One of my favorites, and basically impossible without the tower. What do you mean impossible? Oh, what? As in the tower is a major part of the scenario working? Is it? I have to go inside that now. I have to reach the top of the tower. Remember, so very cool. Yeah, go and check it out. You know which channel it is. It's Battle Games in Middle Earth. It's like what we did, but we changed it to streams, whereas Harry just didn't. You know, it's not as much of a think piece. It's more just a, you know, it's just there, isn't it? Battle Games in Middle Earth. Oh god, but Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Whoa, it's a real thinking man. But go and check it out. Awesome stuff on there, and I'm not sure if it's the home event moot. Do you use that? It's like the home of English rugby. But obviously where Entmoot Live certainly takes place over there. So go and check it out. And all his other wonderful videos. Larry Miller says, damn, I want some Oreo ice cream. I know it did look like Oreo ice cream, didn't it? Very, very cool. I've just realised that whilst I am watching YouTube, I'll vanish from YouTube. So whilst I won't notice straight away if it cuts me off, I should notice about 20 seconds later. And I've paused. Oh, thank God for that. That would have been wonderful timing. I froze for a moment on YouTube. Old School Chris C says, way back in August when the competition was announced, Ruth went to spend 2 weeks away from me with Nanny. She took the first binder of Battle Games of Middle Earth and we went shopping for what she'd need. Oh, that breaks my heart. Cardboard pan scourers, coffee stirrers knit from McDonald's. I don't think you can nick them. I think they're free. Flock, she spent 2 weeks making a whole bunch of Battle Games in Middle Earth type terrain totally by herself. Take photos of it, put it in the whip thread, or like next week or something, and we'll go through it. That's amazing. Oh, I love that story so much. My gran, who's now long past, I used to go and stay with her over half terms and stuff when I was sort of like in my teenage years, and I really fondly remember taking models because I was there. It was after my granddad died, and I used to go to keep her company basically and stay with her for a week. But I'd take models and I'd sit in the, you know, she'd sit and she had like the sports channels and movies, which we didn't have at the time, the Sky ones. And so we'd just sit on the sofa and she'd kind of, you know, watch the TV or whatever, and I'd paint my models next to her. And I have such fond memories of just doing that and sitting with my gran and kind of painting models and just chatting and stuff. It was just absolutely lovely. Just really, really happy memories. So hopefully Ruth has made some lovely memories there. But yeah, make sure we see some pics. Jess Hunt says it's great work in progress. That's probably about Chris's, looking at the chat, I'm guessing. I want to great work. I'm all Chrissy, I'm all frozen, snacked out myself. And he says these are all lovely. Frederick Schultz says ringing streams in Middle Earth. So we've got to the point where I got frozen on the rain. Where Anna called lol phone call streams in Middle Earth, house emergency streams in Middle Earth, filler streams in Middle Earth. Larry Miller says I normally have dry cereal and a mug of milk. I'm not sure what. Has that got context? Is it too much to hope that would have context? Who knows? Stephen Ryan says Vicky is now panicking that our untidy flat is stuck on screen. No, don't be silly. Everyone just blame it on Stephen. It's like he's messed it up whilst making all this terrain. Hi Vicky, lovely to have you in. You happy about Kira Thungle? Posting Spirit says, mate, with a 1-year-old, I can't judge the tidiness of anyone else's home. Yeah, I 100%. I'm not saying this. Everyone always goes, "Oh yeah, my house is always untidy." Our house is a bomb site, an absolute bomb site. We don't have the time to tidy anything. I am horrified at the idea of anyone coming over unexpectedly. So I can only assure you that our house is far worse than your house. Larry Miller says, if it makes her feel any better, I hadn't noticed until you said that. There we go. Jake Knox is in. He says, hi Jake, good to have you. Gary George says, late to the stream, folks. Slept in this morning after a big night. Joe Holzman 3 times, I think. First you came back as Steve. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was going by the link. The first time it happened, we didn't need a new link. So the first time it flashed, and I just popped back up straight away. So yeah, you're right. It has kicked me out 3 times. I can only apologise. Stephen Ryan, I'm glad I could draw attention to it then. The messiness of the house, I'm guessing. Old school Chris C says, but in one of the later issues, it says how you can spice the ruins up a bit by adding a shield. There's actually a bit in the magazine that we'll look at today, possibly very soon. If Steve hasn't come back, we'll obviously jump into that. Where I can't believe that people are mentioning the shield because it's very, very pertinent. And then old school Chris C says, Steve on theme by making his kitchen into a classic corner ruin. Steve on theme by making it. How has he made it? Ah, what, because of the weathering from the water, indeed. And Larry Miller says we need to keep saying stuff so Damien doesn't need to start stalling. No, you don't. It's fine because even if I get to the end of this, I'll just jump into the magazine and we'll go through that. So it's all good fun. But then, thankfully, Frederick Schultz says stuff a lot. Peter Freeman, this is a comment for the algorithm. Lots more stuff from Frederick. Larry Miller says, I've had to restart the smart gallery theme almost 3 times. What does that mean? You mentioned that earlier. What is the smart gallery theme? I don't know what that is. Jess Hunt, so Damien, what do you think of that Tolkien fella? You don't need to start sending questions in. I'm not just going to sit here and tell you my favourite things about Tolkien, but I thought he was pretty cool. Gary George, have you guys reviewed my Rohan Palisade yet? No, we didn't get to the Palisade before Steve's kitchen emergency, so we've not seen it. I guess as Gary just joined the chat, maybe. Jez Hunt, not seen it yet. Gary says, excellent. Thanks, Jez. Larry Miller says, some live spreadsheet entry going on while we wait. Is that your spreadsheet? Are people swearing in the chat or something? Old School Christy says, the problem is I can't find any of it, hence no pics for today. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it next week. It doesn't have to just be... it doesn't have to be... done today. Put it in the whip thread next week and we'll have a good look at it. Masterball UK says, Damien, what's that Mordor table you mentioned 10 minutes ago? Sorry, not long joined. It's as in if you picture Stephen's Cirith Ungol, it's on like a 2-inch thick base that's kind of grey. And in battle streams, when were they? Like last April, I want to say like maybe 40 to 44, something like that. There were 4 issues themed around the Last Alliance. And all the modelling guides were about building a Mordor table, a modular Mordor table, essentially. And it was like, it started off with just basic rocks, and then it had like kind of fissures and kind of lava flows on it and all that. And when they did the Cirith Ungol, they kind of made it in the same way so that you could slot it into the corner. So if you went big on it, you could make a really, really kick-ass kind of Mordor terrain table. But yeah, somewhere around now. I'm sure you'll be able to Google which ones they are, but early 40s, I want to say. Larry says breakfast. Gary Jaw says, I apologise in advance. And it's after it happened. For the weird order of my whip picks, I blame Facebook. No problem at all. We were able to navigate them, thankfully. Jez Hunt says, my house is a tip and I live by myself, so it's my own downfall. Yeah, the house tidiness thing's weird. When I lived on my own, when I lived on my flat, I took real pride in my house because I felt I had my own like snazzy little kind of bachelor pad or whatever. And the kind of dining kitchen area was really tidy, but my bedroom was a mess. I had a dryer out that I basically used the wardrobe, like a dryer to hang clothes on, and all my clothes were there. And I had a big armchair in the room that was just covered in clothes, and just nothing ever got put away. And then when Emma moved in, we tidied up the bedroom, and she kind of took ownership of the bedroom, and we got that back, and we actually lived quite a tidy life. And we moved into our house and lived a relatively tidy life. And then we had children, and children are wonderful, and they make mess, but it's not the problem that they make mess. The problem is they take time, and you just don't have time. You just don't have time to tidy up anymore. It's just and I am so envious of people who manage to find the time to do it all and have tidy houses when they got kids, because I just don't understand it. It's like witchery to me. I just don't get it. Joe Holzman says, if they do, you'll have some serious scurry funging to do. I feel like I knew what scurry funging was. I feel like I've learnt that on the stream and I've forgotten it. He Googles it. A hasty tidying of the house between the time you see the neighbour coming and the time they knock the door. Yeah, indeed. Max says, has Steve gone for a midstream kebab again? No, last we heard, he said that there was water dripping from his ceiling, so it's pretty bad. And I don't really know how you can stop that without turning the water off in your house. As someone who recently had water dripping from my ceiling, I can only say that I hope it's rain and it's not a birth pipe, essentially. You'll have to look at the Patreon chat for the theme later. Okay, some of these comments are obviously going to make sense. So maybe that's the gallery thing that Larry's banging on about. Larry says that music we were talking about earlier. Okay, the theme. He's restarted the art gallery, talent gallery, or something. Steve has gone battle streams in middle living room. Oh, you don't want it in your living room. It's carpeted. Larry Miller says, for showing viewer artwork. Okay. Now, Peter Freeman says, thoughts on the Jurassic World trilogy. I like the idea of you. He's run out of comments. It's fine. I've got a magazine to go for. If anything, it might help. I thought Jurassic World, as and the off chance of someone new who doesn't know, I adore Jurassic Park. It's my favourite film of all time. Jurassic World, I thought was really good. I really liked Jurassic World. I thought it was by comfortably the best sequel. I thought it was a real homage to the original and loved it. Fallen Kingdom, I've only seen twice. I thought it was a fine monster movie, but it didn't really feel like a Jurassic World movie. I thought it was very, very silly in lots of places and instantly forgettable. And Jurassic World Dominion, I had an unreasonable fondness for because it had Grant and Sattler back in it. It was great having Jurassic Jeff back in it properly as well, but he made a little cameo in Fallen Kingdom. And so I went and saw it with Emma, and we don't go to the cinema and have dinner very often anymore because of kids. And so I think I was just buzzing from that and went and saw it and really, really enjoyed it in the cinema and just loved seeing Grant and Sattler back together. I just thought it was awesome and absolutely adored it. And then I watched it recently, the extended edition with 12 minutes of added teenagers on phones, and I thought it was pretty rubbish. It was really weird, like kind of then watching it back, and it was quite late at night, and maybe it turns out it's somewhere in between, but I thought it was it's not very good. So I think the best Jurassic Park trilogy you can watch is Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, and then Jurassic Park again for me. But I think Jurassic World Dominion is comfortably the 4th or 5th best film in the Jurassic World franchise. There you go. So Larry Miller was talking about his breakfast when he was explaining his dry cereal and mug of milk. Sam says, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Twitty. Joe Holzman says, I've used the word on stream before. Scurry fun. Yes, I knew I recognised it. Jess says, my place is messy, but it's not sticky. That's the difference from kids' mess. I don't think it is. It's not dirty. I'm quite big on that. I'm big on the food stuff. We're not dirty. It's just untidy. Bags of stuff everywhere. Old School Christy says, neither my wife or I are particularly tidy. The roof has a general debris field of random craft bits dripping off her. None of this is helpful for a tidy house, though my poor wife tries her best. Indeed, we all struggle through. Larry says, I had that early January. Luckily, it was just rain. That must be the leaking. Remco says, scurry funging was your favourite word. Yes, it's a great word. Scurry funging is Joe's favourite word. I like that sounds like an argument where Remco says, scurry funging was your favourite word. And Joe goes, no, it's my favourite word. Larry Miller says, I quite liked the last one. Is that the last leak in the ceiling, the last bit of breakfast, the last scurry funge? Hard to say. The last Jurassic World. Jay Holzman says, up there with I'm not going to try and say that. Two long words. We'll try to say it because there's two words, not one. Pre-pentapenultimate. And hippopotamonstrosis quipedaliophobia. Is that a fear of hippopotamuses? But Larry really likes locusts, and everything should have unnecessary locusts. Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? Like Dominion's got it's two films, and it's like they couldn't work out how to make Grant and Sattler be involved in the dinosaurs, so they made a separate film about locusts, and filmed that, and then kind of cut it together with a film about dinosaurs, and eventually they kind of come together in Tim Cook's weird Dino Sanctuary. All very bizarre. And Larry says, actually, it was just before Christmas. I don't know what that. Oh, and Larry and Joe puts another one in. Now, I'm not going to lie. This doesn't sound good. I've got a text from Steve. He said, this is not good. He has said the tank connector in the attic has split, and then he puts a word that whatever time of night it is, I'm not reading out on the stream, and he says water everywhere. That sounds bad. So it's all right. I don't know how long it takes to reconnect the tank connector in the attic and mop up the water, which is everywhere. That sounds absolutely disastrous. It's not rain. We must all send thoughts and prayers. We're all right for a while, and if anything, this doesn't actually affect the stream because I can't stop it. So who knows what's going to happen now? One thing is for sure, I actually need a wee. So I'm going to go for a wee. Then I'll come back and we'll go through the magazine, and then we'll, in half an hour's time, we'll go from there. So yeah, and then hopefully we'll get back to the train. So sorry for this technical problems, but we will try our best and we'll struggle through. So let me have a wee, and I'll be back with you very soon. All right, so let's see. I'm back, but I'm just going to send my brother a message of support. Thankfully, while I was away, the string didn't kick me out. If you want to put anything you want to say to Steve in the chat, and I'll fire him a message. You're all lovely people. I have no doubt that we have your sympathy on this. Kick the arse out of the water, Steve. All right, Ben. That's the comment. All right, there we go. So it occurred to me then as I was having my week, we need a bit of a plan for what happens if it does kick me out. So right now, we know that the tension is that it could kick me out at any time. Although, didn't we say I was due at 8:35, right? Based on our current timings, but and it hasn't kicked me out. So who knows? I did also switch Wi-Fi channel before this one, so who knows? This might be more secure. But if it does kick me out again, that means that, as I understand it, the stream will continue with an empty chair. All right. At that point, I still can't stop the stream, so I'll message Steve. But also, I'm not going to message Steve and go, dude, can you come down from the attic and sort the stream out? So I'll put, as and when it kicks me out again, I will put a message in the chat. I'll sit here painting for the rest of the evening. You can do what you want, really, and maybe at some point one or both of us will come back. We'll come back on. But yeah, that will be the plan as and when I vanish. So I'm going to say a preemptive goodbye should Battle Streams suddenly decide to kick me out. I mean, what a selection of disasters on the one night. Any other stream, probably from the last 76, this would be absolutely fine because I'll just sit here. But this is the night that the stream is randomly kicking me out. The one night that Steve seems to be utterly randomly pulled away. It never rains, but it pours, which is coincidentally what's happening in Steve's attic. So I hope you can bear with me and help me through this. For some reason, why can I not see how many people are watching? My little counter's gone, but hopefully 56 watching now. So 56 of you stage rush. Probably because this is the best stream we've ever had. It's absolute chaos, but we shall see. So let's jump back in and see if there was any more. Oh, there is more. There's been quite a lot. Maybe it was a long week. So Larry says, James says, so much talk about breakfast. What about second breakfast? Indeed. Charlotte, my 5-year-old, said we had a Hobbit party the other day. She has a party every week, which basically means we set stuff up for her mum when she comes home from school. We started doing this recently, and she chose Hobbit. Amazing stuff. When she was selecting characters, she said that her little sister, who's nearly 2, should be Bilbo because she has two breakfasts like a Hobbit. And I was like, this girl, she's grown up well. Fremco warns me you're nearing the end of the chat. Not anymore. Frederick says, oh no, Steve. Because the dragon says we're off the now, folks. Yeah, I know. Here be dragons, right? Max says, oh my God, he's leaving us alone. Green, she said, gutted for Steve. I've been there. Yeah, a tank at the top of your house going is, I don't want to even think about it. Absolute nightmare. Brederick Short says, so I think we're allowed to make jokes. I think that's all right. I think Steve would, he won't be happy now, but I think he'll look back on it. So yeah, did the Ents break into Steve's house? I think that's a breaking the down joke. Green Tree says, anyone got any jokes? Max says, a tank did. Joe says, and something about pneumonia and volcanoes is a made-up word for a disease you get by inhaling volcanic ash. He says, by God, does this suck for Steve? But it is all rather exciting and dramatic. It's like a Loki, isn't it? Yes. Very sad. Anyway, Generation just says, sending love, Steve. James Wilson, first stream in ages and everything goes kaput. I've not jinxed things, have I? Hopefully not, James. I don't think we can blame this on you. Larry Miller says this feels like when you're a kid, the teacher has to leave the classroom. Max says classic BSIME. Is it? I think we've been doing all right. I feel like, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I feel like there were definitely a few streams in like the teens where we had internet issues, and it was like, and I remember thinking, is this going to be a risk like every week that it might not happen? But I think we've been all right fairly recently. Sam says early home time. Fred Schultz, is this the first ever segment with me no BSIME host present? Possibly. And Max is bemoaning that there's not even any chat box to keep us entertained. James says also sympathy for Steve. Had that problem at home when the overflow pipe broke. Had to replace the ceiling carpet. Yeah, it's a nightmare. Fred Schultz, water is the worst thing. Water is the best thing, right? We need water, very key, delicious. But also water in your house. Anytime something's not leaking in your house, that's just a warning about the time that stuff leaks in your house. It's the worst. Harry says, I asked my fiance earlier if I'm the only one she's I just had to reread that before I said it out loud. I was wondering, it seems to be some weird self-deprecating stuff, but it's because someone said, has anyone got any jokes? So Harry says, I asked my fiance earlier if I'm the only one she's been with. She said yes. All the others were 9s and 10s. It's good stuff, Harry. Larry Miller says, I've been listening to this song for about 40 minutes. I think I'm going mad. Frederick says, Battle Games in Middle Earth. Okay, but were they able to do Warhammer stuff on BBC Radio? Well, indeed. Frederick says, support for Steve. This is where Ben says, kick the arse out of the water. Green Tree, you can replaster a ceiling. I nearly offered your services then, Green Tree. I thought you were offering to replaster a ceiling, but no, you were just mocking his tendency to create new YouTube channels. The Banners is in. He says it was the best of times. It was the blurst of times, or the burst. That's Mr. Burns, isn't it? With his monkeys. But perhaps tonight it was the best of times. It was the burst of times. Remco says, you can fix a leak. Rory says, break the dam, release the water. Richard Kammer says, just jumped in to say hi while away at the in-laws. What's happening? Hopefully everything is good. I'm not going to tell you because I imagine someone will tell you in a comment any minute now. Scott says, break the dam, release the river. But all seriousness, Steve, I hope it's not as bad as it sounds. And I'm sure a man of your caliber will have it under control. Yeah, if anyone, he's got the ability, he's got the skill set. If anyone can fix a kind of leaky pipe or a broken attic tank connector, was it? What's the thing? A tank connector in the attic has splints, and then a terrible word. Steve can do it. We believe, but it's just the water afterwards. It's the water damage, right? Joe says, send someone else an invite, make them a co-host, and then you can join back in. It's not Zoom. It's not Zoom. It's Streamlabs, and I can't. I have no power here. I can't invite people. It's a good idea. I like it, but alas, I can't. But we've been going all right. Maybe things have stabilized. Maybe it's like either Steve can have a dry house or I can have good internet connection, but never the both. Sam says Damien keeps disconnecting. Oh yeah, there you go. There's your answer, Richard. Damien keeps disconnecting as Steve is sorting out a house leak. Katie, the filth of Steve is washing away. Sam says it's all very tense watching. Oh, just at least we're having a nice time, but Steve's not having a nice time now. Richard Crum says, shame I finished my foreground scenery last year. Wouldn't have got you in, needs to be a GW kit, although obviously can be in the thing. Joe says, Damien, see my note above. Oh yeah, seen that. Alas, it can't work, mate. Sam says, this is quality content. Frederick says, unprecedented levels of difficulties at BSIME. Yeah, we could use a host now. Frederick says, wow. Is this when I'm out, possibly? Sean says, I think this is when I need to question my life, watching an empty chair on a Friday night. Frederick says, this is, in fact, BSIME history. And the post-scene series says, at least this will make stream history as either a great disaster or a miracle. Which bit? What's going to be the miracle? Is it the miracle of fixing the leak or the miracle that the stream survives? Who knows? Dear oh dear. Just what you want when you have some form of chest infection, dreadful cough. Up to the attic, fix the leaking water tank. Rory says, drama at BSIME Towers. Max says 56 people think we've hit rock bottom, guys. 56 people are still watching along. It's all right. But now it's normal, right? Now there's just some guy reading comments on the internet. It's like normal. Frederick Schultz, long wee streams of Middle Earth. Lee was sign. Joe Holzman, loving the Jeopardy. Will Steve's roof cave in? Will Damien's Wi-Fi hold up? Find out next time. Same BSIME place, same BSIME channel. Tim is in. I'm gleefully anticipating the anticipation I'll feel watching an empty chair with the hope something's about to happen. This must be when I was out, I guess. I thought I'd caught up past then. Oh. Yeah, Steve isn't coming back soon. I've had to draw. Wow, you want to know? I've had to drill a hole in the ceiling as I can't stem the water that's coming from the tank. My pal has a connector in his van, but he's in the pub, so I'll have to go pick his keys up, go to his house, get his van keys, look in the dark for the connector, and then come back and fit it. I'm just sorting some buckets in the bedroom. Then I'll come and change to screen to get rid of the Facebook thing before I go. We'll have to announce winner another night, or I'm happy for you to do it as it will just interfere with the next stream issue. Up to you. I'll sort screen in a minute. Okay, well, I think we're ploughing on. We might be pausing the terrain competition, but we've got a magazine and we've got a Facebook thread to go through. So we'll you might be stuck with me, but there might be a guest appearance from a very wet Steve any minute. I'll send a message. Oh, good. Everyone sending love and making break the down jokes. Peter says, no, Sean, you were watching an empty chair with 52 other people on a Friday night. Sam says, every time I see Damien Freeze, you get a little chill down your spine. I couldn't agree more, mate. Roy says, a chance for Steve of altering him to prove his quality. Matt Hudson says, Steve will be fine. If this was my house, I would have drowned already. Joe says, bit of green stuff jobs are good. True story. Dave Fredericks once fixed my radiator with green stuff. Sean Clark, release the fold down table. He will have released the fold down table. He will have it fixed up in no time. What's that? Release the fold down table. He will have it fixed up in no time. I know the table. I get the folding up table. I don't get the gag and the connection to the attic. Sorry, Sean. Green Tree says, fixing the tank is probably not that hard, but having the part you need to fix at 11 o'clock is another story. Well, we've had an update. He's going to find it in the dark in another man's van. Jokingly, did you like my all caps message? That was me shouting to you. I thought all caps might get your attention. It did. Maybe the leak will cure Steve's cough. Yeah, there's definitely a very optimistic spin on it. Which kind of sounds mental. Classic Damien connection issues and Steve off flexing his many skills. Post Team Spirit says, I hope Steve doesn't have a watch emerge. Harjinder says, I thought Damien froze for a minute. I think little freezes are quite normal, to be honest, but we just don't normally pick up on them. But you know, the entire future of Select Stream is kind of hanging in the balance of little freezes, so maybe we'll notice it. Max says Steve's on some side question. He does it now and again, it seems, from Remco. And Joe Holzer says, I don't think he's freezing. I think he's reading texts. Did it work? Battle stop the streams in Middle Earth from Max. That was the incident I was referring to, says Joe. What incident? Oh, I see. When Joe said bit of green stuff jobs are good, he obviously knew about the I just before. Richard Clammer, Damien, you really need to announce you're stopping to read text. We'll wait to see what happens in a minute. Stephen Ryan, I apologise that my backlog of terrain held up the competition. Might have got to the end of it. Yeah, maybe it was Stephen's massive amount of terrain that caused it. And there's a dam in there, right? You made the dam. That could have been handy. Might have got to the end of it. Otherwise, Joe Holzman, it's a Treebeard, Dan's Isengard reference, isn't it? Break the dam, release the river. Indeed. Joe says maybe if you finish the stream in the shed, Steve's link will stop. We can dream. Who knows? Green Tree says find it in the dark in another man's van. Arjinder Singh he's going to find it in the dark in another man's van. Sounds naughty. And Joe Holzman said you would have been better if you'd stopped mid sentence. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I did my best. It was on the fly. Hopefully, you all enjoyed the horror. Right, I've caught up with the chat. Why does he struggle with that? Easy. So we can't carry on with the terrain competition. We can't do that, but we have a magazine to get through. And we said beforehand, actually, before today, that we had quite a lot of things to go through, and we were worried we were going to get them in. So if anything, this is efficient. So let's have a dive through this bad boy. So I'm gonna pause the comments, and if you wouldn't mind, for the sake of everyone, Stanley, we do our normal kind of just, for the moment, we've all sent love to Steve. Let's stop chatting about that and focus on the good old mag. We're on Battle Games in Middle Earth, issue 54, which is kind of cool. It says, let me see, on Streamlabs, there we go, Gandalf escapes Saruman's clutches. And even the cover, spoilers, I like this one a lot. And even the cover's kind of banging. Look at this. You get this awesome Isengard board with Gandalf on Gwaihir photoshopped in. Now, I can imagine someone like Larry or Frederick frantically searching through covers, but I'm not sure we've had models photoshopped into pictures like this on the covers before. This is cool. So not only is it a mega conversion, but it's quite a cool bit of kind of Photoshop stuff. And then this cool picture of Gandalf. So we're obviously going to get some kind of so what would you call it? Like Orthancy type situation going on. What is this? Oh. I thought I got a notification, and I don't know what this is. One of my mates has just texted me. He said it happened. They did it. I think has someone just released GoldenEye from the N64 on something? He looks like he's downloaded. No, that's the film. I have no idea what this means. It looks like he's installing GoldenEye. I don't know what that means. I'll message him later. He's not important to the BSIME goings on, but who knows what it means? Something about GoldenEye tonight. Who knows? So, issue 54. Let's find out what's going on. So we start with Gwaihir, the Windlord. We're going to get an Eagles issue. Bear in mind, this issue came with the Ruins of Middle Earth sprue. A little plastic sprue with the kind of fallen statue and the little ring on it and the large lumpy rocks on it. So quite, I don't know what they started. What they started with. Do you start with ruins and then say, well, we can't have a ruin issue, there's nothing to talk about ruins, we'll have to talk eagles? Or do you start with the Gwaihir and we want an eagle issue, we can't give away the metal Gwaihir, we better give away some plastic ruins? We go in and we get Gwaihir, and this is of course the old classic Gwaihir. Let me know if anyone managed to pick this up. It was on a made to order at the start of the year. It was in the Escape from Orthanc set with the awesome Gandalf and Saruman. I actually picked this one up then. I didn't have him. I had the which one was it? I had the Saruman and the Palantir, but I didn't have Gandalf and him, so I picked him up. And I think when I got him, I was thinking, oh, maybe on this stream I will paint him. But who knows? I decided not to for this. Who knows? I know, didn't. So we have the lands and skies of Middle Earth are filled with all manner of wondrous creatures. The noblest of these is Gwaihir, Lord of the Eagles. His aid to the members of the Fellowship of the Ring has been invaluable on several occasions. And then long chat. So it's all about eagles. So all the things about the eagles helping out, carrying the wizard Gandalf to meet Galadriel, the Battle of the Black Gate, yada yada yada. And we introduce the rules for flying creatures in this one. In the battle game, we recreate Gandalf's daring escape from the Tower of Orthanc. Very, very cool. So we then get 2 pages of the rules for flying creatures, which is quite cool. And so it's hard to keep up with 54 issues of this, but we obviously haven't had any flying creatures in it yet. And even now we are, Return of the King. So what have we got? We've had Fell Beasts and we've got eagles. Is that it? Maybe that's it. It's so hard. It's probably not it. It's probably loads of stuff. But I don't. The Balrog doesn't have fly. Maybe that's it. So, flying creatures playing the game. As the armies of the West battle at the Black Gates, a separate fight also rages above them. Eagles combat the fell beasts of the Nazgul for supremacy of the skies. Here we introduce the rules for using flying creatures in the game. So we get a bit of fluff about them. And then the move phase. All flying creatures are swift and agile. They can move 12 inches. They can move over intervening modules without penalty. They can't land. They can't end their move inside woods, buildings, or impassable terrain. And check this out: flying creatures can carry a rider and a passenger, just like horses. So just all flying creatures in this version can carry a rider and a passenger. Now, it's worth saying, I haven't gone and checked this actually this time. I haven't gone and looked at the rules for flying creatures in the Two Towers or Return of the King to see which version this is. But that in itself is pretty interesting. We get lots of pictures. So our fluff picture is the Fell Beast versus Gwaihir at the Black Gate. And then we get a nice kind of model of the only Fell Beast available at the time. Or actually, maybe the Metal Witch King one will come out by this because we're in Return of the King era. The Fell Beast attacking the walls of Minas Tirith. And then we get a Fell Beast here, kind of. This is a really cool photo. Like, it's not the best kind of image you'll ever see of this sort of thing, but it's a nice version of it. We can see the Fell Beast looming up over Frodo, and then you've got Faramir kind of ready to shoot his bow and make him run away. You can shoot at flying creatures. However, due to the size of creatures, increased chance they'll be in the way of shots. We're making a dice roll to hit. 1 to 4 hits the creature, 5 hits the rider, and 6 hits the passenger if there is one. In the fight phase, now I'm going to read this out, and I don't really want, just on my own, I can't really have a discussion with you with a 20-second delay or whatever. But this really confused me, and again, it'd be interesting to go back and see. I'm just seeing the comments though that have come in. None of these things are in it. I don't know if I've missed something, a previous comment and stuff, but I was saying at this point in the game what flying creatures were there, not what have we got in the game now. If that makes sense. I don't really understand what's happened, why people are saying that. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, that was a question. What at this point when this came out, what else did we have? Was it just Eagles and Fell Beasts? So this, when I read, felt like it. I don't know if it doesn't make sense or if it was very, very different to how it is now. But check this out. So to represent this, if a flying creature wins a fight in the turn it charged, it knocks the enemy models it was facing to the ground, just like a cavalry model does. So we get that. We still get that. This is true even when fighting cavalry. The bonus is lost if charged by another flying cavalry. Fair enough. So it's the early version of monstrous charge. Cavalry model is automatically thrown when it gets hit. Then, heroes astride flying creatures do not gain an extra attack when charging, and that I think is in reference to the cavalry rule. So cavalry models get an extra attack when charging. So heroes astride flying creatures do not gain an extra attack when charging. Instead, the hero and flying creature fight together exactly as if they were involved in a multiple combat. Only you do not separate the rider from the creature when dividing combats. So I think what this is saying in this is that if you've got a ring wraith on a fell beast, you roll both dice in this version of it. Like you roll a red dice for the ring wraith and then whatever the attacks are of the fell beast, 2 blue dice for the fell beast. You see what I mean? That's what that seems to be saying. And then, apart from the exceptions listed above, flying creatures follow all the other rules for cavalry, such as carrying passengers, yada yada yada. And the example it gives, check this out. It's got a picture of. There we go. We've got a picture of Elisar. Close. Oh, there you go. Elisar and Gwaihir fighting a fell beast. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, so 2 good models fighting the fell beast. And the caption says, this multiple combat is split. So Gwaihir is fighting the fell beast and Aragorn's fighting the Nazgul. So they're counted as, the mount and the rider are counted as 2 completely different models. And then we've got a lovely model. We've got a lovely picture of Rider of Rohan and his horse are pushed back and knocked to the ground. If the rider survives, the fall of the Nazgul and fell beast get to make strikes against him. And again, cool thing from the past. Look at that. The horse is knocked prone because at this point we still have dismounted riders. So actually, we always say the whole point is to look back on the different rules, but this is a real kind of different change. You know, these have come on a long way since here. I meant to check this. Oh my god! I just nearly pulled my laptop over. What can I do? Is that all right? Book? No, it's the next one. I can either look or I can reach. I can't do both. So let's find us some eagles. That's the wrong book. The wrong book. It's that one. It's Stephen Crow. It's Stephen Crow as I live and breathe. Dude, are you there? Stephen Crow is here.
Not for
Are
long.
you there?
Not for long. I'll have to shoot.
Are you?
Nightmare, mate. Absolutely.
I've told them. I've informed them what's
excuse me.
going on. So much sympathy. Lots of love in the chat.
Oh, mate. Having a mare. I've got to drive now to Worsley to a pub to pick up some keys. To go to my mate's house, get his van keys, go in his van, look in a dark van, to hope that he's got a bit. I've had to drill a hole in the ceiling and put buckets. And luckily, it's in the spare room, so it's not too bad. But
mate, that's the fucking worst.
Mate,
I am so sorry.
Right, I'm going to change this screen so that it's back to the big screen.
Lovely.
And I'll have to leave you to fly the
and then
ship,
at some point, presumably, we've still got 56 people watching. By the way,
legends.
They're sticking with us. I think actually, to be honest, they're enjoying it. It's a bit like a live show going wrong. You know, it's not a bit like that, is it? That's exactly what's happening. It's car crash telly. But presumably, as long as you're able to stop the stream,
yes,
at some point in the future. Yeah. So all right now,
well,
go for the magazine.
The thing is, the tank's about half full now.
Right.
So I've got like one of the the big underbed plastic things. It's only dripping out. But obviously I don't know how much water's gonna. So I need to sort it. I need to stop the water coming out.
Yes, that's key.
It's in the tank, so it's not a case of just turning the water off. It's coming out.
Yeah, because it will keep coming through. Sure.
Yeah.
Mate, we were discussing what the worst was, and you had like rain being the best possible solution for dripping, because it will stop, and burst water tank in the attic being pretty much the worst.
Yeah. The carpet's sodden. But...
Sort your house out. Your house is important. Leave this running.
Yeah, I'll leave this on.
We've got the mag.
I may be back.
We'll come back to the terrain competition in the future. We've got a whip thread. I can give away a dice.
Yeah, man.
I've got at least an hour in me, and just text me, and then at some point, please come and stop the stream, so I'm not going till like 9 in the morning.
Well, if you go, so if I'm not back by the time you're done, because it's going to take me half an hour, 40 minutes to get there, look for the thing, half an hour, 40 minutes to get back, then I've got to do it. So I'm not going to be back like to finish the stream. If I'm not back, if you go into YouTube, then go to YouTube Studio.
Oh, can I stop the stream?
Yeah. If you go to YouTube Studio.
Oh, hang on. I'm going to do it on a different tab so I don't, stop the stream. Of course, I as a co-admin of the YouTube channel, I can surely stop streaming.
I'll be classed as streaming from here, but it will be going nowhere. So if you go in YouTube Studio, go to content live.
Yeah.
And you should there should be like a little thing like with a little radar says control room or something.
Yeah, I got.
If you click that, it brings up all the analytics, and it should say end stream in the top right.
I got view live in control room.
Yeah.
So I can click in that.
And then you should have at the top.
And then end stream in a massive red box, very close to my closed tab button, which is a disaster.
So you can end the stream. So you can end it.
I can end the stream. We're fine.
Yeah.
We're golden.
Right, I'm going to shoot then, mate.
Mate, before you do,
since
you came back, welcome back, Steve. Sending thoughts and internet feelings. That's miserable, Steve, mate. Good luck, Steve. Best of luck, Steve. Break a pipe. Leg. Live show gone wrong. Streams in Middle Earth. This stream is heroic. The blood of Numenor runs in both of you. I don't have to leave for work until 12, so Damien can keep going for a while. Oh no, he has the power. Oh, we could have the first ever 24-hour.
All we've got to do now is keep these crossed, that you don't disappear again, because I'm not.
Yeah, well, that's it. Any other night would be fine, right? Any other night would be fine. But we looked at how often it was kicking me out, and we're long overdue. So I switched Wi-Fi channels, so maybe. And I've already made a plan to be my emergency. I've said goodbye in case it kicks me out.
Yeah, just in case. Get your goodbyes in early.
It's all right. We're all good, mate. We're all good.
Awesome. Right, okay. I'll speak to you guys later. I'll keep you posted via text, but I probably won't be back before you're done. But
All right. I love you.
All right, then.
Take care, pal.
Laters. Bye-bye.
Steve Crow, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable scenes. So he's now gone somewhere, and I'm just checking. I just want to wait, because I'm looking on my Streamlabs thing now. What's currently happening is I've got me talking and a frozen Steve Crow. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on YouTube to see what happens in the next sort of 20 seconds. But I think it's caught up, and I'm still moving, and he's gone. So I think this is it. Weird twist. This was originally what I planned for this. When Lockie did his first couple of streams, and I messaged him saying, "Will you take horrible offence if I basically do a follow-up one?" And he was like, "No, that sounds cool." And it was the idea that I was so inspired by his Mario Goblins thing that I wanted to do the same, and I wanted to just do a paint along. So it was originally planned that I'd just be sitting here on my own painting goblins if anyone happened to watch. And I just said to Steve, "Are you free?" And he joined, and then and then it it went from there. So I think I'm about to find out what a dreadful idea that would have been. Good thing is, because I'm now doing all the talking, I'm having to drink more, so I'll probably end up getting far more inebriated as well. But it's Friday night, so here we go. We have a new plan. We know what we're doing. If it kicks me out, apologies. There's now no way of being rejoined. So if it does kick me out and I disappear, I'll put a message in the chat and we'll end it there, and we will resume next week. But fingers crossed we can get through the business of the stream and go from there. So yeah, weird rules for flyers, right? Weird rules for flyers splitting it off, which is kind of cool. And again, it's clearly from an era where there wasn't a category of flyers. There was only a couple of fly models, and they had to come. They had to come and come up with a set of rules just to where, oh, we got this really weird extra models that we need rules for. But then we get to the points values. So that's what I was doing when Steve came back. I was trying to find the Eagles, which are now in the Misty Mountains army list. Let's have a look. Ooh, there we go. So Gwai in this version, and we know that Gwai had a massive upgrade in the new edition. So this isn't necessarily reflective of where he was recently. But Gwai in this version is 75 points. Fight 8, Strength 5, Defense 8, 2 attacks, 3 wounds, Courage 6, and 1 of each. And so he's had a Strength bonus now, but everything else is the same. So in this, he's still Fight 8, he's Strength 6, he's Defense 8, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, but he's now had 3 Might, 3 Will, 3 Fate. And as memory serves, that's his buff, right? That was his big change from the new edition. You got all the heroic stats. Were they in? They're in the Free Peoples, weren't they? Let's have a look at Gwai here. Gwai here, yeah, same profile, but he had 111 up to 2017 basically, and he now also gets what rule did he get? He got Monstrous Charge was the change. So yeah, he had a big buff, but the old version of him was 50 points more than the Battle Games of Middle Earth. He was 125 points for basically the same model, but with 1 extra point of strength and causing terror. So they obviously decided that 75 was just far too cheap for that kind of model. So he had a big buff. And then I remember Gwai feeling in this version of the game being not too impressive. And he got a huge boost for the new edition of the game. Went up to 150. And then he also gets Eagle Companions. And he can take up to 2 Eagle Companions. You can't just take Eagles, but you can have 2 Companions. And they were 60 points each. And they're pretty rubbish. They are Fight 7, which is good, but then Strength 5, 1 attack, Defense 8, 3 wounds, Courage 5. I don't know if they're rubbish, but 1 attack's not great. They for 60 points, a flying model with that. It's not bad. And then no Might, 1 Will, and 1 Fate. So that's what you get for that. Now, what I found weird about this when I was reading it, and by all means, someone let me know in the chat, is that you don't get the rules for Fell Beasts. I was wondering, have we had the rules for Fell Beasts in Battle Games of Middle Earth? Because there are. It's so weird. These are the rules for flying creatures. There are 5 pictures of flying creatures in here. There's a Fell Beast in all 5, and there's an eagle in 2. But the rules we get are the eagles, and we don't get the Fell Beast rules. So it just seemed like a bit of a weird omission. So I don't know. Someone might be able to tell me, but did we get Fell Beast rules in a previous issue? Possibly. Who knows? We'll have to. I don't know. Maybe someone will know. There's also a bit which is kind of fun, but I'm pretty sure I'm not being hugely unreasonable here. But this sky and this sky, this is just the GW blue screen, right? This is the blue screen that they normally replace with everything, but they're using the blue screen to be the sky, which is kind of fun. So there we go. The rules for flying creatures, or the rules for a flying creature. And as I said, maybe there'll be stuff to come. We'll have to see. So try and break this up. I'm going to catch up with the chat and see how we're doing there. So I need to go back before the messages of support to Steve. There we go. He's going to find it in the dark in another man's van. Sounds naughty, says Hudjinder Singh. And Joe Kitty says, put that on a mug. Joe Holzman congratulates me on flying through the chat. Richard Clammer said, did any scenery ever come with the Battle Games Miller? Well, this one we got the ruins. That's why we're doing scenery today. And then Joe Holzman says, on the Switch. I read something about that. Yeah. On the GoldenEye. So he's not. It's not the game. It's not the film. It's the game. So he's downloading. Right. Thank you. I think Xbox. So it looks like lots of people saying, I wonder how they managed to release on the Switch or something. Nintendo Switch. So it looks like they're. I wonder how they managed that. Oh, you're talking about how they got it on the Xbox for licensing. Larry says, I heard there was some awkward licensing with it because of how films used to deal with actor likenesses. That's interesting. Richard Clammer, is it remastered GoldenEye? Never played the original. The original GoldenEye. I say this, by the way, as someone who stopped playing computer games about 15 years ago. I had a Wii, so I played games up until about 2006, 2007, 2008, something like that. So about 15 years ago, I stopped. So I can't talk about any game since then. But I think GoldenEye still it'd be in my top 3 games of all time. The original GoldenEye, so good, so good. Richard Clammer does that. Joe Holzman, I was tempted to pick it up, but decided it was a better idea to save the money and strip my old set. I presume you're not talking about GoldenEye. Strip my old cartridge. Oh, are you talking about the Escape from Orthanc? Because of Dragons, never played SBG with flying creatures, but the Eagles were always mighty tempting. Yeah, I've done 2 of them. I played 2 plastic ones up years and years ago when they came out for The Hobbit. They're cool. Sam says, Damien reads about Eagles to a few dozen people chatting about a 90s James Bond game in Middle Earth. James Wilson, I've got the old Finecast guy here, but not the metal. I think Finecast guy here is properly maybe one of the rarest models right now, right? Because it hasn't come back at any point, and it wasn't on sale for very long. It's up there with that kind of Gollum in a boat, where they kind of came out. Not a lot of people bought them in the Hobbit release. They weren't out for very long, and then it vanished. That'd be cool, that model. Rory says, Fellowship, fly you fools. They can fly. And then, Joe starts saying Gullivar, Dragons, Smaug, and Gundabats now. So the new flyers, yes. Sorry, I don't know what the context there, but I meant at the time. Richard said, I already had him back in the day. That's Guai here. Those flight stands are really bad with metal models. Had to dig a broken one out of my ego. Yeah, I did that when I was growing up. I had a Wood Elf army, and they had loads and loads of their flying birds were like one of their things. They had giant eagles and warhawk riders, and I loved them. And I had something like, I think I had about 4 giant eagles and 6 warhawk riders or something. And they had those flying stands. And part of owning them at the time was that they'd break. And then you would have to get a drill, and you'd have to drill out all the plastic where it snapped off and put a new one in. It just became like kind of almost like getting an MOT for your car, like a regular thing that you'd have to do with any flying models that you owned. God, it just froze. I just saw it freeze. Joe Holzman says, and Crabane, Bat Swarms 2. Yeah, we didn't have Bat Swarms though. Bat Swarms weren't in Shadow and Flame. I think they came out for the Fallen Necromancer release, which is after this. Larry says, why didn't the Eagles fly Steve to his friend's van? Sam says, Sauron and Saruman were watching. Joe says, a wild Steve Crow appeared. And then we get, these are all the feelings that we just read to Steve. Tom Goff has messaged me. I reckon he's watching going, why is it only you? Tom Goff says, you don't need, this is former doubles partner, Tom Goff says, you don't need Steve, you got this, babe. Thank you, man. I hope you're out there watching with Julie. And happy birthday to Julie for what was it, Wednesday, I want to say. Two of my dearest friends are out there watching, supporting. It's even weirder than normal. It's just old Damien on the internet yelling at nerds. So then this is, I don't think we got the, oh no, he has the power. We got the first 24 hour. Then I think we might have missed Jill saying, good luck, Steve. Hardinda says, good luck, mate. Sam says, Steve, cast it from the internet, destroy it. Oh, this is the stream, sorry. Sam says, cast it from the internet, destroy it. And Damien says, no. Old school Chris C. Steve, log in from your phone and chat as you're driving. Yeah, amazing. I reckon, is it beyond the realms of possibility that he might pop in up in the chat later, possibly, when he's waiting outside a van trying to get in or something. Larry Miller says, might be worth saying when the next stream will be, just in case. We haven't said it, actually. We were talking about it 2 nights ago when we had our chat. And yet last night, it was on Thursday when we were chatting about the train competition. And we're trying to do it in 2 weeks' time. But bizarrely, and this couldn't have been timed better, in 2 weeks' time, is it on the Friday or the Saturday? The Saturday, you're not going to believe this, it's Tom Goff's birthday, everyone. It's Julie Goff's birthday this week. It's Tom Goff's birthday in 2 weeks. And I don't know if he has plans. So we need to find out if he has plans, because I love you all so much. But Tom's birthday takes precedence. So we'll have to see whether or not what we're doing for that, if we're doing anything. And it's hopefully going to be around one of the weekends. He's just replied. He can't have heard that yet. He can't have heard that. He says, you're welcome. You wait to what's going to happen in the future. So yeah, hopefully 2 weeks. But we'll see. I seem to be freezing a lot, but then waking up. Freezing a lot I can deal with. That normally doesn't affect the audio. Larry says, yeah. Joe says, it's only 6 p.m. here, man. I'm with you as long as... I like the support. I'm with you as long as you want to stream tonight. I'll start talking about US foods and keep you entertained. Larry says, you plan to flood Steve's house? Nope. Green Tree says, don't worry about the stream, just get sorted. Clapping from Frederick. Matt Hudson says, you could do the Damien Goblin paint alongs as a one-off special, then we can send them all to Dan College. Lol from Frederick. Joe Holzman said, didn't you get a Fell Beast cutout in a previous issue? Maybe it was in that issue. Maybe. Could be. Don't know. Did I ever play any Lord of the Rings video games? Yes. I played the third-person ones that came out with the films. I think they were just called the 2000 Return of the King. I didn't do one for Fellowship. It was where you could, Two Towers, I feel like you could play as Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. I think maybe Gandalf as well. And I remember playing it a lot and getting stuck at the Helm's Deep mission where you had to defend the door, which just seemed to be absolutely impossible. But they were great. They were really good. I really enjoyed them. I think I was playing them on GameCube at the time. I've always been a Nintendo boy. Oh, it's Tom. It's Tom. Of course, he smashed it. Tom's birthday plans are watching the stream. So there we go. We have our plan. We either, there's 2 options. Either we stream here for Tom's birthday and he can have a party and everyone watches it, or maybe we go to Tom's party and he's on the stream. Whichever way he wants, really. I'll leave that to him. But yeah, absolutely. Let's get Tom on the stream and involved in the stream as part of his birthday. Why do we have to separate them out? Why do we have to choose when we can have the best of both worlds, just like Hannah would have wanted? Joe Holzer says, I think Microsoft might have gotten the GoldenEye rights to. I like also Tom's. Why not put the comments on YouTube? I like the direct line approach. I think Microsoft might have gotten the GoldenEye rights through their acquisition of Rare. Maybe there's been rumors of a remastered version on Xbox for years that was used for internal testing. Frederick Schultz, I had Wii. Yes, I had a Wii. Yes, we saw that. You went away for a bit more. I had a Wii. Yes, we saw that. You went away for a bit. More unrelated video game talk. Very confusing. Okay. Sean says, not sure how they hold up today. Lord of the Rings movie video games were amazing. Yeah, I enjoyed them. Two Hows was hard as nails, but Return of the King was great. From Ben. Ferrick says, found a fine cast guy here on the website of an Austrian toy store a while ago. Got it fully assembled with green stuff. Corrections where the cast had issues. Looking forward to amazing. That's awesome. Joe played the absolute poop out of the Third Age. Remember it coming on multiple discs on the GameCube. Sean Clark, I shudder at the Siege of Minas Tirith, running back and forth as poor Gandalf. Yeah, I remember that. I still don't remember it being as hard as Helm's Deep, but I remember that on top of the walls one. Frederick, no. Steve, hate please. He's one of my top 5 BSIME hosts, and I do include Brian Adams in that. Frederick, I seem to be freezing a lot. Screen freezes. Well, yeah, I know, right? Jokingly, if you're cold, you should put a jumper on. Chris says, this is obviously about Tom. Old school Chris C says, special guest stream for sure. Either way, Tom gets a creepy happy birthday song from Damien, right? Yeah, of course. Song by the Arkansas. Oh, I like Tom. He's shiny. Banners, will the Planter ever return? I missed the 50-point games. I'm not going to give you full type on that one. I don't think it's ever going to return as a weekly show, but I do think we'll record episode 100. We were chatting about it quite recently. I can't remember when. We both have a strong urge to film an episode to kind of conclude it, as it were. I think that's what would happen, because just our lives aren't in the place where Tom can come around once a week anymore. It just doesn't happen. But I do think at some point we'll record the 100th one and kind of look back on the, I don't know what it would have been, last 5 years or something, however long it's been since 99. Got to do 100, right? Frederick Schultz, only Lord of the Rings video games I've ever played was Battle for Middle Earth. There was a funny hack in the hero building section where you could turn other races into sorcerers. Love turning Uruk trolls into wizards. That sounds cool. And Joe says, if you're down a host night, why not make an emergency call to a former GBHL co-host, like sending out the back signal? Dame is in trouble, send help. Yeah, the problem is I can't get them on. I don't have that kind of power. I can end the stream, as it turns out. I can't watch it. And there are now 58 people watching. It looks like there's 58 watching now. It's gone up. It's gone up. You're staying with us. Thank you, guys. George Galloway, I've only just returned to the stream. Seems I've missed a lot. You have indeed. Steve is having a very bad night. Richard Clam says, like the BSIME beacons, French rules. Wii joke explained. You talked about your Wii a few minutes after your Wii break. Funny pun from me. I apologize. Sam says, if this goes on to P-Chat, it becomes a whole new kind of battle streams in Middle-earth. Oh, hey, and we are caught up. So, onwards, we get to the scenario, which is mega. So this is called Escape from Orthanc. And to the best of my knowledge, this has never existed anywhere else. I've never seen a version of this anywhere else. It was never in any of the source books that came after it. So this is kind of cool and kind of unique. You get another megabit of Photoshop. Did they hire someone for this issue? Could somebody use Photoshop? Look, we've got blurred background and in focus Gwai here as he shoots past the ground there. Again, Photoshopped out. He's not on a flying stand there. And for this, we're going to need Gandalf, Gwai here, Saruman, 3 orc captains and 24 orcs. And they do point out at this point that you've got a Gwai here, a kind of card cut out of Gwai here. In pack 46, bizarrely. was that 46? Maybe that was the last Alliance one where we're doing the kind of Battle of the Black Gate. It's like, here's your Gwai here model. In 8 issues time, we'll show you how to use it. We get our fluff for Gandalf, Saruman, and the Orcs of Isengard. And this is the scenario. So we've got a cool table, which is the Orthanc board. See that in the far corner. Hopefully, just down, where is he? Here, you can see Gwai here, who kind of deploys in the corner. And you've got Gandalf stuck at the top of that tower having a little chat with Saruman. And I believe it's not yet. Get the picture of that wonderful Gandalf conversion. So 4x4 square. Use the Tower of Orthanc from pack 39. Probably to YouTube. Check that's still working. Gandalf and Saruman begin the game on top of the Orthanc. The rest of the Evil Force sets up anywhere on the board, either on the ground or in the tower itself, but not at the top. Gwai here enters play from the opposite corner. So the orcs can be anywhere on the board. Rather than beginning the game on the board, Gwai here moves on from the corner of the table opposite Orthanc at the start of the first turn. To represent the fact he's flying high in the sky, Gwai here may not be charged by enemies during the turn in which he enters play. I was thinking about this. I presume this is so you can't just put all 36 orcs spread out within 12 inches of the corner or something like that, so that Gwai here can't. I mean, you'd be a jerk if you're doing that for a narrative scenario, but I think that's the point. Rescuing Gandalf. In order to rescue Gandalf, before I do the rules, let's look at the objectives. For the good side to win, Gwai here must carry Gandalf off the board within 6 inches of the corner from which he entered play, or Saruman must be slain. Evil side win if Gandalf is slain after leaving the Spire of Orthanc. Any other outcome will be a draw. In order to rescue Gandalf, Gwaihir must move into contact with the Tower of Orthanc. Once Gwaihir has done this, Gandalf will need to pass a jump test to leap onto the eagle's back. That's cool. You'd have to make him pass that. You imagine if you're playing this and Gwaihir fights his way through the orcs, and then Gandalf just rolls a 1 and chokes on his jump test. You'd be like, no, let's not. He has less might as well, which is why that might happen. Until Gwaihir moves into contact with the tower, Saruman may not strike blows in combat nor cast spells, since he's unaware of Gandalf's intended escape. So you've basically got Gwaihir rushing across kind of the 48-inch board towards Orthanc against the orcs, and Saruman and Gandalf don't take any part in it. Following the wizard's duel, Saruman took Gandalf's staff, and he doesn't have his sword Amdring. For this reason, Gandalf counts as being unarmed, subtracting 1 from his dice roll to determine who wins a fight. Remember, in this, that's going to matter. If there's 2 kind of orcs charging him, Gandalf will fight 1, and Gwaihir will fight the other one. Also, without his staff, he does not receive a free point of will each turn. So Gandalf's in real trouble. And he's also exhausted. Imprisoned atop the spire of Orthanc, Gandalf is tired, injured, and magically drained following his duel with Saruman. To represent this, at the start of the game, Gandalf has a reduced store of might, will, and fate, which is 2, 4, 2. So he's down 1 might, 2 will, and 1 fate. He also begins the game with 1 wound fewer, so he's down to 2. These are taken into account in his profile up here. And Gandalf may not charge enemies unless mounted on Gwaihir. So that's it. So that's cool. Like, what do you think? And there's this lovely, lovely picture again. Lots more kind of Photoshop. They're obviously having fun with it on this one. Where you see the kind of Tower of Orthanc, and they've got that wonderful conversion of Gandalf on the back of Gwaihir, kind of leaping on, and they've cut out Gwaihir and put him in, which is mega. So essentially, assuming Gwaihir can fight his way to Orthanc through kind of 24 orcs and 3 orc captains. Remember, no heroic strike at this point. I kind of feel like he should be able to do that. He's got 2 attacks on him. He's got 2 attacks and the higher fight value. But he doesn't he doesn't cause terror at this point. So he could get mobbed. But if he does that, then he gets Gandalf, who can cast 4 spells for the whole game. And then he has to flee back through the orcs again. And get off the board, whilst Saruman is casting spells at them, presumably immobilized again and again and again, which immobilized at this point would half your fight value as well. And so, yeah, Gandalf's not casting spells, is he? He's using his will to resist that, I suppose. I think this feels tough on Gwaihir to me. Who knows? But that feels quite tough on Gwaihir to me. But I'll tell you this: I think this scenario looks fantastic. I've never seen this before. I would love to play this out. I've got the Lego Tower of Orthanc, so I might set that up in the corner. It's fairly easy. What was it? 24 orcs. Most people got them. A few captains and the wizards and an eagle. I think it's great. I think it looks really, really cool. It's all completely self-contained. We don't get a battle report for it in this one. I think it looks kind of mega. So let me know your thoughts while I have a panda biscuit and catch up in the chat. You ready? Here we go. Big moment. Ah, came off the lip. Second time. Didn't drop it. So, Joe says, don't tell Steve the number went up after Steve left. That's brutal. It's down to 48 now. Oh, no. Maybe that's because I said people were watching it. Matt says, should get Emma to co-host the rest of the night. Emma has long gone to bed. Not a chance in hell. If I woke Emma up and said, do you want to come on to battle streams? I think there's a legit argument that I'd have a worse night than Steve. Rob Lainsbury, hi guys, / Damien. Just joined the stream. What's happened to Steve? I'm sure the comments below will tell you. Matt says, House Tank Week. He's gone to fix it. I think, Matt, I think that might be optimistic. I think currently it's House Tank League. He's gone to find a friend with a van in the dark. And the step 1, find friend in dark. Step 3, fix tank, I think is the issue. Frederick Schultz says, big water damage stuff, currently driving somewhere to get gear to fix it. Sam says, what do you mean? Emma's been right behind him the whole time. Tom W. Hey everyone, sadly not able to watch long live, but looking forward to catching up and seeing everyone's train. Well, you'll see half the people's terrain, and then maybe half next time. Also, good luck with Leaky Tank, Steve. Larry Miller says, how many strength 3 hits would Gandalf take on that fall? It's per inch, isn't it? They've got to be about 2 inches high. It's got to be 8. It's got to be 10. I think that's about 10 strength 3s. Stephen Ryan could probably tell you. He's probably built that tower. So how high were those tower blocks? Joe Holzman says, enough. Sam says about the same as Frodo after Sam threw him into Mount Doom. Larry, is that a Seven Stones reference to their models? I don't know if that you played each other. Although he survived and was set ablaze, if I recall correctly. And Larry says good times. Joe Holzman, I think they played it on STF, and Guy here got ganked by oils. Oh, that's cool. I might go and check that. But yes, they probably did, because they're playing all the scenarios in the Grand Campaign on STF. Posting Spirit says the lunacy of Seven Stones, indeed. Looks fun though. Remco says, so how did Gandalf get... Oh, I can see what's coming here. How did Gandalf get Glamdring and his staff back after being held captive on top of Orthanc? I don't know. Do we know he doesn't have his sword? I know the scenario does, but I mean, I don't know if we never see Saruman take his sword, do we? We assume you would, but equally, if you're stuck on top of a tower, how do you get your staff back? I don't know. It's a good one. I like it. I doubt that's answered in the books either, because his rescue in the book's the same, but you don't see the fight, but a logical Saruman doesn't leave him with his staff, does he? It's good stuff. I always think that whenever I watch that scene, I like it. I like the kind of fight. I think it's cool. But they clearly have the spell take staff, don't they? Saruman, that's what he does. He takes his staff in. You got to cast that first. Surely, every time you have a fight with another wizard, first spell you cast, take staff, you win. Sam says maybe people left to go and play Goldeneye. Yeah, indeed. Although 3 of them have come back now, so maybe it's downloading. I wouldn't blame them. It's a good game. Infuriate 60 says, hope Steve's okay and gets his leak sorted. And props to Damien for carrying on like an old pro. Thank you, sir. And less of the old. Post D-Spirits says step 4, profit. You get it. You get it. Sean Clark up there with the Fangorn scenario, I think. Proper theme. Yeah, completely agree. Joe Keeley, if you run out of stuff to talk about, you could do a bedtime barrow. Joe says, I haven't quite got the timeline right. It's find friend in pub, find friend's car in dark, find tool instead dark van. Yeah, I do. It sounds like a challenge on the Mole or the Apprentice or something. Larry says, I thought the friend was in the pub. It presumably isn't dark in the pub. It depends I suppose it depends where the commas are in the sentence. Joe, she said, we should pledge to keep streaming until Steve comes back, whenever that may be. I feel there's a natural end. We go through the magazine, we give away a dice, and then we call it, and we are very, very grateful to the gods of the internet for not cutting us off. I think we'll be happy with that. Joe Kelly, I read that Galadriel gave Gandalf a new staff when Gwaihir flew him there. Yeah, possibly. That might be, that's the sort of thing that sounds like it might be in the books. It's definitely not in the film, is it? But possibly. He just gets it back from the same place all the music comes from, I think. Let's be honest. Joe says, presumably he can make another staff. Probably didn't have Glamdring taken from him. Can you make another staff? Don't know. Stephen Ryan, just measured. The tower is 18 inches high. So 18 inches high. This one, is it? Wow. Yeah, actually looking at that, it turns out it wasn't small. It was just far away. 18 strength 3 hits. Should do the job. Gary George says, sad to say I'm going to have to leave the stream. Just like Steve, wife and I are taking my 97-year-old dad to lunch. Lovely. Hope you all have a lovely time. Sending all my best to Steve in his hour of need. Cheers. All. Sam says, Saruman is many things, but not a thief. He clearly returned. Do you reckon he did? No, he's escaped. Gandalf, have your stuff. Stephen Ryan says, it's massive, the tower. New staff and no Glamdring at Isengard. New staff and no Glamdring at Isengard. New staff. What's that at Isengard? When I don't know when you mean. Is that like in the film, in the book, in the profiles? I'm not sure when you mean now. Tim says Gandalf gets his staff and sword back by using magic because he would. Yes, I agree. I think that's exactly where he gets it from. I wonder if Steve is one of the new viewers. He could be. I hope he's out there enjoying the stream and it's helping him through his hunt for the dark for an owl. Generation Shift says the sword could be on his horse still. I'm sure there's someone out there watching the film, isn't there, and watching the scene and seeing if he's got it when he's on the top of Orthanc, surely. Larry says it's like in the Battle of Five Armies, where before heading to Dale to help out, Gandalf stops and goes looking for a hat. Yeah, absolutely. He loses his hat at Dol Guldur, right? He leaves Dol Guldur without his hat, and he's got it on the sled when Radagast gives him his staff. He wants an Indiana Jones moment where he gets his hat back. Joe Holzman, if Faramir didn't take Sting from Frodo, Saruman probably wouldn't take Glamdring from Gandalf. Presumably assumed it was no threat to him. Yep, I like your logic. Not all... Chris says, not all Middle Earth wizards are Harry Potter. They can't all do Expelliarmus. I just think if you know the spell, if it's out there, you've got to learn that first. Joe Holzman, maybe they can do ACO though. ACO staff. Auto win. It's cheating, isn't it? Joe Kill it. You imagine they're playing, they go, guys, no, it'd be like I'm not playing Zodjob on GoldenEye. You go, right, everyone, no taking staff, all right, or getting rid of staff. We're just not allowing it tonight, all right? It's not, it's rules as written, not rules as intended. Better question is, how did Aragorn not lose his sword when he went off the cliff with Starku's Ward? I find that one easy. What's he doing? Is he holding it? He's doing that, isn't he, when he goes off the cliff? Is he, where is his sword? I find that easier to believe that he could hold on to it. Don't know where it is. Who knows? James Wilson, Battle of Five Armies, Gandalf gets some new stuff from Radagast. Maybe Radagast makes stars as a hobby. Hardinder Singh, the figure lifted his arms and a light flash from the staff he wielded. A mighty eagle swept down and bore him away. Frodo's dream. He has his staff with him atop Orthanc. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a great find, Hardinder. Again, a mistake from Saruman there. Posting Spirit just gets them free at work. Please take more care this time. It's a bit like Bond. There's any chance we'll get this one back. And Gandalf does not have Glamdring at Orthanc, says James. I presume that's the film that he's watching it. Cool stuff. So we go on. And what we then get, we get into our traditional painting section, but it's a bit different. It's kind of mega. We get painting techniques. Now this, in the past, when they've done this sort of thing, I think we've been quite disparaging, but this says the last summary of painting techniques we presented was in Pack 9. Now, I've been with you people for a very long time. I feel like we had a summary of painting techniques more recently than that. I don't know when, but if it was really Pack 9, that's kind of crazy. And that is, of course, 44 issues, 45 issues before, 26 in a week. So the best part of 2 years before. And so this paint, it's not a painting guide, but it's basically, it's not a painting guide for a model, but it's a painting guide for everything. And what's really nice is a little bonus. You get a little painting guide for the ring, which came on the Sprue of Ruins. So it's just a nice, easy thing, but it's just how to paint the ring. And it is black undercoat, paint it tin bits, it's kind of like reddy bronzy color kind of thing. Then paint it shining gold, which I think is now what's that, the Retributor gold, I think is the closest to that. Highlight the edges of the ring using burnished gold, which I think is now Liberator gold. And once you finish painting the ring, a coat of gloss varnish can be applied to make the paint even more shiny. So that's quite fun. But then we get on to cleaning and assembly, planning color schemes, undercoating, color palettes, inks and washes, resetting the base color, layering, varnishing, basing. So it's basically how to paint a model. And as I said in the past, I think we've said stuff like this just feels like they didn't have anything to do and it's a bit of a filler. But this doesn't read like this. This reads like a genuinely really great hobby guide. And I read this and I find it quite interesting. And I learned something. So I clean up models with a file still. That's, some people use a knife, some people use a mold line and ruler. I've always used files. But when I got them, I got three. I got a flat one, I got a little triangular one, and then I got a round one. And for whatever reason, I've always just used the triangular one. That's just the one I've always gone with. And they have you using a round one here and saying a rounded file is useful for tidying up edges that don't have hard edges, like this robe. So they're saying use a rounded file. Now, everyone, how many have we got? Looks like there's 45 people watching. You might all think that's bloody obvious. I've never thought of that. I've never used that rounded file. So reading this, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I might give that a go next time I clear out one of those models. And there's some nice stuff about then using different types of files. So using the flat file to get a kind of really like flat edge for combining two things together, as opposed to using your I don't know, triangular one or whatever. And then there's the idea if you're going to be painting large areas and you're mixing colors, put them into an empty paint pot. A good thing about planning, difference in undercoating, you know, why you should use white, why you should use black. And honestly, I think this is great. It's a greatest hits. If we look at this page, none of these are new pictures. We've got the Gandalf the White, the Elrond, the Orc, and Isildur up there. But it's basically kind of giving you the best of the last 44 issues. And it's, as I said, last summer was Pack 9. Since then, we've introduced an array of new techniques. And it's likely your painting abilities will have improved with practice over these time. So this painting workshop examines them in general terms rather than the context of a specific model. And I think it's really good. In a lot of ways, I think it's more useful. And obviously, to most of us, this stuff won't blow us away. They've got that beautiful cream cloak, the Numenorian. I remember looking at this when we looked at the kind of Numenorian issues, but that absolutely gorgeous blending on that cream cloak there is really nice. You know, suggestions about painting white, ideas about layering, when you should wash, when you should reset the base color, when you shouldn't reset the base color, that kind of thing. And then into finishing. So we get like varnishing and the idea of like using gloss varnish, but then putting matte varnish over the top. And also varnish different parts of the model with different kinds of varnish. So for example, natural surfaces such as cloth, skin and fur are matte, whereas smooth surfaces such as weapons or armor look more realistic with a gloss finish. And so they've got the idea of using, I don't think it's that. Yeah, I suppose so. So there's a picture of Legolas here. It says, and this is how to do it wrong. When gloss varnish is applied, Legolas's clothes, ooh, extra S there, we don't need that. Clothes and skin look shiny and unnatural. So if you look at this, apparently, I can't see it too well. You can see a bit of it on the green there, but the green and the skin have been given a gloss varnish, apparently. But then down here, it's got this berserker saying, use gloss varnish on him to make the blood look shiny. And then here, use gloss varnish on the armor to give it a polished appearance. It's quite cool. As a man who's never varnished a single model in his entire life, probably won't come up. There's another thing about basing. This wasn't the thing I was talking about earlier, but there is a little, why not put a shield under his foot, which is the idea of using shields like that has come up a few times. Weathering effects on the bottom of the cloaks and rusting armor, and then freehand patterns, badges, and symbols. And I love this. They've got this guy. You know, I'm sure there's lots of people watching here who could do that. I really struggle with this sort of freehand stuff, but there's a relatively basic swirl there. But the tip of this is this is how to do that. The most important thing when attempting details such as this is patience. If you make a mistake, simply paint over it and try again. There's no tips. There's nothing at all. It's just you might want to do this. If it looks crap, let's do it again. Do it better. And is that the end of the painting section? It is. So, a bit of a greatest hits, but you know what? I think this is great. We mentioned when the new rulebook came out how we don't get hobby sections in this, in the rulebooks anymore, and that's what this is. This is basically a kind of short version, only 6 pages, but a short version of a hobby section. So you can give this to someone like new to the hobby and say, "There you go. That's how you get started. Those are the key things you need to learn or need to get to grips with to really get this stuff to really get going with stuff." And I think it's great. I really enjoyed the read. I found it really interesting now, having been painting for 30 years of my life. I got a lot out of it. So it gets a big plus from me. And then the final section, which is still 8 pages long, is modelling techniques. I think we're seeing a bit of a theme here for this issue. So, as your collection of battle games in Middle-earth has grown, so too has your range of hobby skills and knowledge. In this pack, we review some of the most useful things you've learned so far and discuss various ways of applying them. If you've been making the scenery included in battle games in Middle-earth, Stephen Ryan, and lots of you tonight, then your skills at terrain building will have increased with each new project. In this pack, we look at techniques to use with a variety of hobby materials to provide a useful point of reference for your future projects. And so, and then in addition, we look at how to paint your new set of plastic ruins included with this pack and discuss how to incorporate them into your scenery pieces. So we then get a greatest hits of modelling techniques. And again, I kind of feel the same, where you instantly think, oh God, it's just a greatest hits, but it's really, really good. And so they've got the modelling projects were early on. The modelling projects were quite simple, straightforward. By now, so 54 issues in, by now you will be able to tackle such ambitious projects as Pack 51's Medicilled. So I think it's really nice. It's a kind of slightly aspirational article that's kind of going. Remember, like you've been collecting this now for what's it, 26 a year, so just over 2 years, I guess. You should now. You've been doing the hobby for 2 years. You should now be able to try the really complicated stuff. And then, so again, we get categories of things. So we get polystyrene, how to work with polystyrene, the difference between kind of XPF foam and you kind of packing polystyrene, hot wire cutters, and those kind of things. We then get into balsa wood, and again, we've seen all these pictures before over the last sort of 40 issues. But cutting balsa wood, how to cut it, how to weather balsa wood to make it look different, what you can do with it in terms of the complexity of the projects. Weathering, to add a realistic effect to balsa wood, you simply need to shave away some of the sharp edges with a craft knife. Who knew? This stops the wood from looking like freshly cut timber and gives the impression that it's been exposed to the elements. The effect works well on things such as wooden bridges, old mine workings, or for planking that may appear on aged or ramshackle buildings. We then get to foam card, making walls, and they have the idea of they've talked about this in various issues, but it's like foam card's awesome, but if you glue 2 bits of foam card together, it looks like really thick walls, and you can have kind of indented what they call recessed kind of windows and those kind of things. And it also mentions using dressmaking pins. There's a great picture there. Use dressmaking pins to kind of hold foam board together when you're building it, and I still use that to this day, all this time. And then here we go. This is what I've been alluding to a few times on the stream tonight. Using miniatures, incorporating models. Although there are many methods for creating fine details on scenery pieces, sometimes the best way around a tricky detail problem is to use part of a pre-bought miniature. The most commonly adapted model components in battle games and Middle-earth projects are the shields from plastic figures. So I think when we were looking through, I know we only got halfway through it, but when we were looking through the kind of terrain competition, there was at least a couple of people who was like, well, I've added a shield to make it really BSIME. And they specifically mention it in this issue as what we do. We had shields to stuff. Rohan shields, for example, have been used to make the castle in Pack 29 and the back of Theoden's throne in Pack 51. Another common use of miniatures is to create statues. By making a plinth out of foam card or styrene, you can simply glue a plastic or metal figure on top of it and paint it the color of stone. If you're creating Gondorian scenery, for example, you use a warrior of Gondor as a statue. And we get a kind of example. There's our statue, and there's our Rohan shield. Now, over the page, we then get into a page about pre-made scenery, and that takes us to the scenery we got with it. So I kind of wanted to mention this because it's a really weird sprue. I know you can all picture it, and who knows, some of you might have even dug it out of your backlog to kind of work on it tonight. But it's the Ruins of Middle-earth sprue. Okay, so this is the sprue. I've done a few of my time where it's got some pictures here. I can't remember everything it's got in it, but it's got these two. So it's got the kind of what I always think is a sort of triangular piece of a column, and then the broken or the top of a column that's fallen down, and the broken column. It looks a bit like kind of Weathertop scenery or Amon Hen scenery. We also get this statue, kind of standing statue, and you get a statue that's lying down, and you get a little Rohan set of shields and axes and stuff. And then you get the ring on it. I think that's about it. There might be a couple of other bits of scatter terrain, but that's about it. It's one sprue, and I recently painted some up for I think I showed it off on a hobby vlog when I painted it alongside Amon Hen. Now, what I found interesting was, and I'd love to know, because I don't know the answer, when did it come out? Because it's not in the starter set. So if you go and look, I remember the Fellowship of the Ring starter set, it gets the other ruins. So it's like the building. You got if you look at the back of the box, you got the kind of really thin walls, not the Osgiliath ruins, but a building that was really, really thin walls with a doorway in it and a few corners, right? And you can look at if you just Google Fellowship of the Ring strategy battle game, you'll see it on the back. And then the Two Towers box came out, and it had the same set of ruins in it, exactly the same buildings in it. But again, no signs of these stuff. And then the Return of the King box comes out, which is this era, Return of the King. And that had no scenery in it. It looks like it didn't have any ruins in it. And if you go and check the
unofficial Lord of the Ring collector's guide by Miniman, you can see it on there as it's called Ruins of Middle Earth. They don't put the kind of year on it, but it's called Ruins of Middle Earth, the Lord of the Rings terrain pack. So it looks as though maybe there was a sprue that was the kind of the ruins, as it were, and then another sprue that was this stuff that at some point was packaged together as the Ruins of Middle Earth. But it definitely, I say definitely because I don't remember opening it, but according to the box art, it didn't come in the starter set of Fellowship and the Two Towers. So I was just wondering when it came out recently. It obviously came out after, where are we? Sometime, I think we're in sort of 2004, 2005 at the moment. So it came out kind of before then, obviously. But I was just curious about when it came out. I can see lots of people, and I'll get to these in a minute, but it seems like people think it might have come in Return of the King. So maybe the Return of the King set didn't have. Yeah, there's. Oh, okay, there we go. I'm jumping ahead. It's a rogue move, but it sounds like people are saying it came with the Return of the King box, just this one, and then the two sprues got packaged together for years. Cool. So they were two separate sprues released for different things that then got put together. So that's cool. But yeah, that's the Ruins in Middle Earth. That I think a lot of people forget about that cheeky little building. Whenever people talk about the Ruins in Middle Earth, they think it's that Osgiliath vets. But the other sprue from those first two starter sets, I've got a few sets of those painted up, and I know they're clearly showing their age, but they're kind of cute. Generic terrain. But what's really nice about this is it really, it's only a page, but it kind of tells you what, do this, glue them onto a base and put some rocks on and kind of make it into a terrain piece. And it specifically mentions make sure you leave space for a model to walk through here, which I think is kind of cool. And then theme terrain, so that tiny little pack of kind of Rohan shields and stuff. If you're using it on its own, you might find it enhances gaming areas that feature Rohan villages. You could even base the campfire and construct a whole Rohan wilderness cap in a similar vein to one in Pack 18's Modelling Workshop. And then they say the statues look equally affected when representing Amon-Hen, Weathertop, or Osgiliath. And that's because, I couldn't swear blind, but didn't they use, I remember certainly in one of the documentaries that they use the Weathertop statues in Osgiliath. I'm not sure if they use them at Amon-Hen as well. I very much remember them saying that a lot of the stuff in Osgiliath, the ruined stuff in Osgiliath, is what they had left over from Weathertop, which is kind of cool. And what's really nice is they've got a little recap box here. When building the Watchtower of Amon Sol, which two of you did for our competition thread, in Pack 37's Modelling Workshop. Remember this? Ooh, where are we? 54. We recommended using the standing statue from this pack's ruins. In Pack 37's Modelling Workshop, we recommended using the standing statue from this pack's ruins beneath one of the arches. This extra detail will make Weathertop look even more like in the movie version, so it's well worth going back to the model and adding the statue. And what's lovely about this is I went back on a little flick through 37, which is obviously the best part of 20 issues ago, so 10 months ago, so about a year before. And that's exactly what it says. It says in it, we've added a statue. And it says, in a future issue, you'll get this statue. And there's part of me that thinks, well done. They obviously knew the sprue, or maybe they were just taking the punt and go, yeah, we'll probably put that in one. Or maybe they had it planned out that far in advance. But imagine making it at that time, going like every fortnight, any minute now, we're going to get that statue. And it comes out like 20 issues later. It made me smile. And I feel like we commented on this at the time, that it says on that bit, you'll get it in a future issue. Or you can order it from www.gamesworkshop.com. And I feel like we discussed how it felt like the first time they were really pushing you to the store door. Why not buy something else? But it's kind of nice to see this, like, we told you so. We told you you'd get it for free, and hopefully you haven't spent all your money on it the last 2 years, or last year, or whatever it was. That's quite fun. So then we get a page on texture and detail. So it's kind of like, we saw Stephen Ryan doing this, and many others, but I just noticed the bricks. It almost looks like it is Kira Thungal there, but they're kind of the classic BSIME cardboard bricks. Putting things onto there to dress plain surfaces, and then for Rohan buildings, horses carved from wood and stuff. Textured paint, which they're just saying like either mix black paint with textured paint or get black textured paint. Plaster filler, and then using pencils to score into it for bricks. And the classic sand and gravel. A tried and tested method of finishing models' bases to glue down patches of gravel and modelling sand. It adds variation to otherwise flat bases and modular boards. Once the glue is dried, it's a good idea to apply a liberally watered down layer of PVA to seal the sand and stop it chipping off the board during painting. It's a good idea. It's a good tip. And then the last 2 pages are about painting, so painting techniques. So it's just going again. We get it's very attractive. You get the kind of nice kind of color schemes of how to paint stone. It does feel like kind of 15 years ago painting stone. It feels like we've come on a long way now, but it is very. How do you paint? How do you paint rock? Well, you do black, Codex grey, Fortress grey, Skull white, and that's how I used to paint rock when I was a teenager. It's greys, and now it's all that way. It's not, is it? It's browns, it's greens, it's reds, and it's blues. How do you paint stone? Codex grey, bleach bone. I think it actually mentions if you want to be fancy. Here it is. So how do you paint rock? Chaos black, Codex grey, Fortress grey, Skull white. However, if you would like to warm up the tone of the rocks, you can replace the Skull white dry brush with bleach bone with a black, grey, green, which is quite fun. And then different ways, again, different reminders, because these are all from previous things about how to paint wood, and particularly with the Rohan stuff, the kind of how to get that kind of green tinge to the wood where it looks a bit mossy. And over the page, we've got, as I said, painting rocks, and then the painting a river, which looks very similar to, oh, forgive me, was it Rory who made the Ford? Sorry if I got that wrong. That very kind of similar Battle Streams style, because I guess this is maybe the week before the tutorial that you followed, the river. I think the Ford was a separate one. And I just got a huge nostalgia hit from those names. You have Chaos Black, Enchanted Blue, and Goblin Green, classic GW paint colours there. And then a tiny bit, the last, so bear in mind we've had, it's 14 pages of kind of greatest hits of battle games in Middle Earth in here. The very last item is painted details. There are times when areas of detail are simply too small and intricate to model onto the terrain piece. In these instances, it is often better to attempt to paint or draw the details onto the model's surface as a final touch. Painted details can be incorporated on things such as Balin's tomb, small designs such as the Eye of Sauron on the Palantir, and can only be painted on rather model. Finally, some details can be made even simpler by using marker pens, such as the gold detail on Pack 51's Medicelled. And we get that picture. Remember that bad boy? Look at it. It makes you feel sick to this day. That kind of idea. Once you've finished it, just draw that. Just draw that. Just knock it out. It's fine. Just finish it off with that. And I believe it was, I think the majority of people agreed with me and Steve on that when we looked at that. We were like, that's impossible. And was it, I want to say it was Mark. Was it Mark? Apologies if it wasn't. Well, I won't say apologies to Mark because I'm crediting you for something. Apologies to whoever it was. But someone that night basically drew that and went, what are you all moaning about? It is easy. But yeah, it's cool. So there we go. That's the end of the hobby section. So it's a very, very different issue. And now, this is I really don't know how we do this at this point because Steve's not here. But I think this is one of the best. I was going to put this forward as a favourite issue, and now Steve's not here to stop me. Honestly, I think it's great. Like if you wanted to, and it's hard to know exactly what our criteria are for our favourite issues, but if you wanted to give someone, say, why was Battle Games in Middle Earth good? Give them this, because you get some cool fluff about eagles. You then get a really interesting time capsule into the rules of the game. You get a fantastic scenario that looks like it'd still be really good fun to play. You might want to tweak the balance, but it's a really cool creative scenario that's never been replicated. And then you get 14 pages of really good hobby content. And I loved it. I thought this one was absolutely brilliant. So for me, I'm absolutely putting this forward as a sort of best in show, and I'm going to mark it on the spreadsheet as one of our favourites. So I have to tell Steve, and he go, "Nah, it's rubbish." But I think issue 54 is brilliant, and also we'll give a dice away. Who knows how long this week will be? I'll see you soon. And I'm back. Let's see how we're doing. We still have 42 people watching. Thank you all so much for sticking with us through the issues, or sticking with me, I suppose. But you know, emotionally sticking with Steve through the issues we've had today. So this is your last chance to get any picks in the whip thread. I'm going to go and catch up on the chat, and then we will find out who's going into the whip thread to win the dice tonight. Rightio. Let's have a look. This is where we were. So Matt Hudson said, as a Boris man, I always hunted my friend who took Objok every single time. He also camped the body armor and RCP 90. The RCP 90, what a gun. If you're playing with an RCP 90, you weren't playing multiplayer, right? The thinking man's multiplayer is license to kill, pistols in the basement. That's the true test of skill. Larry Miller, I'd imagine he dropped his sword and Leggy picked it up. Joe Holzman, I don't think Aragorn was holding his sword when he went over. I seem to recall him drawing his knife to stab Sharku. Larry says, does he have it post-fall? James Wilson, think it's in the sheath at the time. Infuriate 60, the magazine breakdown has me looking at Eagle models on eBay. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, what more could we ask? Or why not go over to our friends at 7th City and use our affiliate link and buy some Eagles from them, helping out the channel at the same time and a local business. Joe Kelly, he was using his sword during the fight, and then you see it strapped to his side when he climbs up on his horse after waking up. Can't see how he held onto it through the fall in the river and then being unconscious and float along. I guess he must have done that thing where he killed that last wild and went, oh, that battle's over, put his thing in his sheath, and then Sharku bangs him in the face. He goes, oh, it's not over, and gets his knife out. Sam says, it's a nice sword. I'd cling on to it in a death grip. Joe Holzman, Aragorn seems to drop his sword during the fight. He's fighting with it, gets knocked off his horse by a warg, stands up not holding it, then grabs Sharku as he charges him before drawing his knife. He's definitely not holding it as he goes over the cliff. The magic of movies. Ajinda, I always read this as Gandalf never had his sword on him before Rivendell. Gandalf bore his staff, but at his side was the elven sword Glamdring, the mate of Orc. Oh, what? In the book, you don't think he kind of isn't carrying it before that point? Probably. Did you just leave it at Rivendell? Maybe. Joe Holzman. It is, however, back in its sheath when Brago wakes him up afterwards. Larry Miller, I've used the round one tonight to demold line the tops of the arches. Oh, that's the file. Suggests that maybe Leggy chucked it off the cliff after him and it landed in the sheath. That's what my boy would do. And Sam says only Legolas can pull off a throw like that. It's Orcrist all over again. Yeah, but no one minds in the Lord of the Rings, do they? It's obviously what happened, but he's fine with that. In the Hobbit, oh, I don't like the Hobbit. It's really long. Joe Holzman probably hurled it overarm like a javelin. Fohammer, did Damien just say he's never varnished a module, not even the metal ones? Nope, I think it's worth it. I've been, I never did it as a kid, but I think that's like teenagers. I've been painting SBG models since 2011, I think. Start 2011. So that's 11 years. I have never however long it takes you to varnish a model, I've never varnished it. So I've never spent any time varnishing a model. And I reckon the time I've spent touching up models because they've been chipped is about an hour. And I've painted about 1,000 SBG models. So if it would take longer to varnish 1,000 models than an hour, which I suspect it would, then it hasn't been worth it. And not to mention the fact that the real reason I don't do it is the absolute fear that I've seen the horror stories of what can happen to your model. I paint slowly. I can't bear the idea of spraying it and it ruining a model. I just can't cope with it. But yeah, it's mainly I just don't see the need. The most I've ever done is, some people will know this back from GVHL, but I once balanced a tray in my house on the edge of a table, and the tray position wasn't bad, but the models were all on one side of the tray, and it was just too heavy. So if you imagine there's, let's see where I'm being framed. If you imagine there's what can we do? We had a wall here and a table here, and there was about that long. There was about a 2-inch gap or something. And I put a metal tray on that full of my Isengard army that was full of metal berserkers and ferals and crossbows. And as I put it there were just too many models over the gap. And basically, if I now turn the table into the tray, this happened. So now all my models are between the tray and the wall, and then at which point the gap between the table and the wall kind of worked like a shredder and just crushed them down it. And in that, I spent, it was awful, but I spent about an hour getting all my Isengard models and just touching up little chipped bits. Then beyond that, I've just a couple of little bits here and there. Never felt the need. I don't regret it. I'm certainly not going to start now. I'm a rebel. Posting Spirit says Stephen Ryan did some scenery. Should have shown. We were trying. Stephen Ryan, I think it flashed up on screen. It was very fast. You may have missed it. Sam says you've been cheated. No one's been cheated. We will come back to that. I'm not going to reveal the winner tonight. We'll come back to it next week or next time. Jokingly, yeah, Joe, I saw it when he was climbing up on Braegon. I couldn't unsee it. I was like, how the hell does he have his sword in its sheath? Joe says that's what happens when you watch a movie 50 times. You notice every little thing. Yeah, I think there's a lot of we've talked about this before with like the pit in Jurassic Park. There's an awful lot of thing where you can, if you love a film, you can mock it. You know, you're mocking it affectionately. It's like taking the piss out of your mate, right? It's a nice thing. Of course, there's issues, but we're not. It's not criticisms. It's not. You know, it's just none of us would do a better job, right? Imagine all the moving pieces you got to keep going on that. And at some point, I think you just got to go. He just does. He just has it. Move on with your life. How does Smaug fly? Just does. He just does. Old school Chris C says, pop a shield on it. That's the way. And here comes the scenery. So we've got Larry saying it's 2 different sprues. The building came in Fellowship. The statue set came in. Okay, thank you. The more you know. Is it on the box? I had a brief look, but I could only find one crappy image of the back of the Return of the King box, but I couldn't see it. But it might just be that it was small bits somewhere else. The banner says it came with the Return of the King starter box, so we're getting some clarification here. And then Larry says, and when the blue book came out, me and my friend bought old starters to get the new book free. How did that work? Was that like an offer? I know they used to do that sort of thing where if they'd released a new book, you get it free. So what, you could buy an old starter because it was cheap. It was like cheaper than the book or something, and they'd give you the new book. That's pretty cool. I like when they did stuff like that. Remco saying Return of the King has it. Larry says I got Fellowship and he got Return of the King. Oh, it's interesting they were still selling all 3 of them. I don't think I knew that. I presume they might have recalled Fellowship like before 2004 Return of the King. Joe was the one I read, or I said it came with Return of the King box and they got packaged together for years. Infuriate, it came with Return of the King. Yeah. Ashley Fisher, I definitely remember getting that set with both Ruin sprues, one Christmas or birthday. It must have been December 2004 or January 2005, but can't be sure. I think Ashley Fisher's birthday is in January. Either that or Ashley Fisher's Christmas is in January. They did use Weatherstop stuff at Amon Hen. There we go. And Joe says, that's from Frederick. Right, Joe says, right, but I'll best be off. Good work in the morning. Good night, everyone. Joe says, see you next time, Joe. A bit of Joe on Joe action there. Sean Clark, if you can come back to it decades later and still find some real value for it, it's up for the running of the best edition. Yeah, I think so. I just found it a really, really enjoyable read all the way through. Pete Taylor, still 40 people watching. Amazing stuff. Thank you. Pete Taylor, sorry guys, I have to love you and leave you. Have to pick up the stepson from the pub. 39. Oh God, I hope Peter's stepson isn't the guy that Steve's going to meet at the pub. That'd just be dreadful. Infuriate 6T. My first big box was the big blue. There's a lot of B's in there. My first big box was the big blue Return of the King box. 24 orcs, 24 minutes, 2 or 4 and those ruins. 19 years later, I'm finally started painting them. I'm missing the 4 orcs. Amazing. Classic battle stream. Peter Taylor says, good night. All Posting Spirit, might I point out, Damien, that a bingo scratch are playing a narrative scenario that you've never played before. Indeed, it is. Got the stuff. Could do it. But see, it even has the classic tip: if you get it wrong, paint over it and try it again. What's not to laugh? Well, exactly. This must be when I went for my second Wii. Larry says we're unsupervised again. Frederick says, "Woo! Another no-host BSIME section." I hope you all didn't go crazy. Just check in on the oldie messages. All good. I'm just going to send Steve a little message. I think we'd all like at least one more Steve update before the end of the stream. Frederick says, go full Birdle streams in Middle Earth again. Talk about tits, chicks, cocks, and boobies. Also, tell us about your other favourite birds. I really like flamingos. My daughter's favourite animal is a flamingo, so I've come to love flamingos a lot over the last few years. It's pretty cool. Joe Kelly, my 7-year-old, just came into the room and said, "Why are you watching an empty room?" That's parenting all over. What are you going to do? I'm busy. What are you doing? Just watching nothing. It's nice in here. It's quiet. Frederick Schultz says, Shags or maybe just a duck. Joe Kelly, too bad he didn't put on the piano house music before he left, indeed. Old school Chris C has got a joke because I'm out of the room. I've put on weight recently. I asked my wife if she still finds me attractive, and she said yes. Gravitationally, good stuff. Dave's Wilson. If he comes back and sees the chat full of birds, he might suspect foul play. Josh Crosby. Josh Crosby's in. I feel like we haven't heard from Josh. Maybe Steve did before the fall. We should get a really terrible temporary co-host who can't control the unruly chat as the BSIME colour supervisor. Yeah, you'd all be mean to him. Frederick Schultz, I've read somewhere that cassowaries are the most dangerous birds out there. Is that I don't know if that's is that a joke? Cassowaries are the most dangerous birds out there. Frederick says, are you able to share your screen? I am able to share my screen, yes. I think. Why? Why do I see my screen? I do have a share screen button, yes. Who knows what it can do? Old school Chris C. For clarity with my entry, both Ruth and I worked on the Rohan house and did a sprue each. With my entry, both Ruth and I worked. What was the Rohan house? I thought you did the ruin, didn't you? I did a sprue each. Oh, I think, is this for the whip thread? This must be for the whip thread. You're working on a Rohan house tonight. That's very cool. I love that you two work on this stuff together. It's awesome. I hope to do that with my daughter and she's a bit older. Larry says, Gundafall. Oh, no, not Gundafall. That's obviously a video. Maxon says, I watched that Gundabad vid recently. It killed me. Obviously, I haven't seen that. Larry says, yeah, my local GTW did. This is obviously about the offer. Catching up. A few weeks before the new book launched, they did that offer, and we were just getting into it. Harry says, I don't think they would have recalled books because all the scenarios and profiles were in the rulebook. Yeah, but they obviously didn't if you could get it, but I know there was an issue that they changed. We'll come to this at December. In Return of the King, they apologise for the fact that all the profiles weren't in the Two Towers. So the Two Towers, basically, as we talked about this in December, didn't we? The Two Towers only has the profiles for models in it, so you don't get Isildur, for mostly anyway. It's a bit inconsistent. You don't get Isildur, Elendil, Gil-galad, Gandalf the Grey, Lurtz, for example, in the Two Towers book, and they apologise for that. And so the Return of the King book puts everything together. So I think I naturally assumed that the Fellowship of the Ring book wasn't available, but maybe it was just a cost thing that people were saying, well, you can buy the Two Towers book, but you don't get all the profiles, and you actually have to go and buy the Fellowship set as well. But who knows? You're certainly right about the scenarios there, yeah. Larry says we bought them, then went back on the launch and picked them up. That's very cool. We kept the old books. They were just trying to clear outdated starters. Joe Kelly, need a Steve update. Did he find the pub? Did he find the guy? Did he find the van? Did he get off the plane? Did he get off the plane? He got off the plane. I remember that comes in with rough face shags. That's my favourite bird. Post-team spirit update for Steve. We need you. The viewers are out of control. Golden Eyes taken over. The stream's on fire, but no chatbots. Hang on, Steve's not here, and no chatbots. I'm just saying. Screen share for the whip thread later. Oh God, I have to screen share. I never even dreamed it. Oh, I'll give it a go. Why not? Yeah, Chris C confirms it's the entry for the whip thread. Joe Kelly says, here's a joke for you. Did you ever look up and see birds flying in a V formation? Do you know why one column is always longer than the other one? Because there's more birds in that row. It's good. I like it. Larry says, I thought you were about to describe the time you dropped your Gundabads. Oh, I see. Was that the Gundafall? Oh, no. Oh, not Gundafall. I see. Yeah. No, because they weren't painted, were they? I feel like the risk was them breaking. They weren't painted. The Posting Spirit, there was a time in the Epping hut where a table's leg collapsed and an army of Iron Hills fell across the floor room. I'm thinking about the silence of the room in that moment. Do you know that everyone's done it? If you've been to a war games tournament where you hear a crash and everyone turns around and the phrase, oh, it was just dice. The phrase, it's just dice, is like every war game has used it at some point. And I've caught up on the chat. So I quite like Frederick's suggestion, and I'm gonna see what I can do here because I don't normally share my screen. So let's see what we can do. I'm going to be refreshing this. Who knows what will happen? Maybe if I share my screen, the whole thread will implode. Chris Cooper's first. Oh, well, Joe Cole's was second, so I reckon that's pretty good. Okay, so let's go and see what I can do. Let's move this to here. And let's go onto here. And let's hit share screen. And let's go to... Okay, so you can only, apparently in this, you can only do it in the browser you're in. Okay, so that's achievable. So I'll swap browsers. You back in here. Dare to dream. We might make it to the end, guys. Dare to dream. Thank you to the gods of the internet for at least not punishing us for what's happened to Steve. And now do that. I think it's this one. Share. I think I'm sharing this screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the internet now. I'm going to go over to Facebook and see what happens. It's still saying stop sharing. So I reckon any minute now, I'm hoping that the Great British Hobbit League is going to take over. Is this a new low? This is man waits for internet to change. Not doing it. I started sharing before I ate that chocolate. Sorry guys, it's obviously not working. I can only presume. Stop sharing. I can only presume what's happened is that I know Steve grabs stuff. He basically like selects things from his screen to put into this. So he selects my little window and then copies that into it. And I can only presume that when I start sharing my screen on his computer, it pops up sort of somewhere else. So it would need Steve to re-grab it and put it on. So sorry. So you can either just sit and listen and trust me, or I suggest that we all go over to Facebook together and scan through things. But I am going to do this because I want to honor the even if we can't show it on the stream, I want to honor the efforts that people have got in. So and give away a dice. So let's see what we can do. Let's go terrain week. 70 comments on my age. Hold your phone up to the screen, says Larry. Solid work. All right, so we start with Chris Cooper. Ruth and I are making a start on a Rohan house tonight. Just clipping and clean up as we've an early start in the morning for Into the West, and it is indeed a Rohan house. That's a lovely Rohan kit, and I see what Chris means now. He means they. I see what you did. He's saying they did a sprue each. So they both get into the draw. All right, I'll allow it. So good luck. It'd be nice to see what you've managed to achieve with the house. That'd be cool. Next up, we have Joe Holzman, who's got some Osgiliath terrain and some Ferrero Rocher eggs for me tonight. We have golden eggs, which are creamy hazelnut experience, and what look like white eggs, but I can't read the label on that. And he's got the Osgiliath scenery, which is pretty mega. So Joe is very much in. And he's got Ben Meldrum says, I feel your pain, mate. So I guess he didn't enjoy putting that scenery together. He said, one ruined built and fingers absolutely caked in glue, calling it there for the night. Looks good though, Joe. Was it? I think Joe's gone for the night, but was it good? Was it a good experience? Let us know. Next up, we have Michael Haskell, who is that's a desk of champions. Look at that. We've got. Oh, you love to see it. You have Michael Haskell clipping and cleaning your Osgiliath terrain for me too. A couple of treats as well. It's Friday evening after all. So he's got Osgiliath terrain. He's got a Whisper Gold. He's got a Crunchy, which is a shame. And he's got an entire bottle of Bailey's. It's orange truffle flavour. I'd really go for some of that. He's got a tiny, tiny little Bailey's kind of measure, but I reckon Michael's getting through quite a lot of that. There's nothing like Bailey's when you're in the right mood. Feels like Christmas to me. Harry agrees, strong choice of drink. And Michael says, managed half the sprues this evening, but that'll be it now. A bit of a slog, but the outcome will be worth it. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's cleaned them up. So, again, if you're not looking through, Michael's then got a kind of tray with basically just all the elements cut out, cut off the sprue and put into their piles. He's also got 2 empty chocolate bar wrappers and an empty glass. No sign of the bottle, so we don't know how much is left. So no building progress from Michael there, but all cleaning up. That's what I mean. I said earlier about it being a bit of a slog. I think that sort of stuff is lovely, lovely terrain, but it's not really something I get a lot out of. Jens Elmo says, no terrain, continuing on Project Shire with completing the sheriff bases and maybe some paint on others. Let's go and have a look. Wow, there's some cool stuff going on. Jens has got his, I think that's the, what's it called? Hobby Ground, is it? The kind of paint station, Hobby Zone, sorry, with the modular paint station, which is looking fit. Looks like a great setup. He's got a bunch of toughs and he's got a whole bunch of hobbits on kind of War of the Ring style movement trays. Looks like must be about 50 hobbits there. You got a cheeky sharky line in the background there. Looking very, very cool. Hoping to get back to my Project Shire in the second half of the year. But unfortunately, no scenery there, so don't get into the draw. Rory Campbell says some ruins plus a Middle Earth statue just in case. Yeah, you're coming in, Rory. Obviously, you've got the Middle Earth statues, but after I think after the night we've had without Steve here, I'm going to be fairly generous on this. I think. Yeah, Rory's in. They're the new, aren't they? I feel like I'm close to knowing what they're called, like Ruins of Ashai or something, aren't they? They look a bit like was it War Cry terrain or something like that, possibly. But yeah, what's he got? He's then half a pot of Agrax to shade them all, and then another update which looks like maybe doing the brickworks, maybe some dark contrast going over there, but no comments to kind of expand on that. I am just going to nip back to YouTube and just check. Yeah, everything seems to be all right. We're still going. That's cool. Hasn't been a comment since Larry kind of said hold your phone up to the screen. I'm sure it's fine because I'm watching on YouTube, but if someone could every sort of 5-10 minutes, just every couple of minutes, just stick a little comment in there saying still working, keep going, that'd be super. So yeah, Rory, you're in. Sean Clark, old beaten up half started Rohan house will finally be finished today. Oh, that's awesome. I love the fact that now the Rohan scenery is old enough. I mean, it still feels very new to me, but it's old enough to have been started, abandoned, forgotten, and count for BSIME. Yeah, that's wicked. So Sean is getting in. James Wilson is working on some Men of Dale. Awesome. I'm right there with you. I love the Dale models. I think they're beautiful, and the plastics I thought were really good fun to paint, but doesn't get in the draw for James. Scott Newman painting up the Troll campsite to allow along my Minister of Forces. I'll allow it. It's not one we talked about, but I think that's a nice little bit of scenery. Again, I'm feeling we need to be optimistic tonight. For anyone who's stuck with the stream, we're going to go, yeah, let's allow it. Dwalin says, no terrain tonight, but I'm building an ice troll in memory of Meatloaf, standing on the edge of an ice field. This is awesome. This is Dwalin's attempt to do the Rings of Power troll from the first episode. It's kind of mega. He's done the fur, and I don't think he sculpted the kind of horns or the tusks, but he's put I think they're like metal rods. And he found some terrain. We'll allow it. It's on the sprue that came with the magazine. I found some terrain to paint, and Julian says, "Clever idea." Is that the Mordor symbol from Rings of Power? I think you've put on there possibly. So yeah, Dwalin sneaks in. I really like that. That's classic BSIME. Just finding something like that lying around in a pile that you wouldn't normally find. We've got a work in progress picture from Dwalin. Looks like he's not finished because he's not got base done, but he's getting on well. He looks good, man. It's a great effort. You'd love to see it with a kind of, of course he's not in his base because his base is right there. So we've got a kind of icy and rocky base for him. Just seen lots of people saying it's still working, which is great. Thanks. Oh, Generation Shift, you're doing great, man. Thanks, buddy. My voice is starting to go. I'm not gonna lie. Larry Miller, can Steve describe this snack for me, please? I can't work out how to describe them. Thank you, Larry. Your panda biscuits are here. I will. I'll have another one, Your Honour. You're a legend, Max man. Lovely dude. Larry Miller. Could it be his time tonight? The Capri Sun. What a time to be alive. Sam Huddy. It's off topic with Moria Goblins again for me with a beer and a cherry bake. Oh, I love it. Very beast time though. We've got. Looks like we've got 8 of the plastics and 2 of the metal Moria Goblins, which is cool. So yeah, you're off topic, Sam, but very, very on manifesto, I think. Very B sign. Sam Page says the statues count as terrain work, working on them and sunbathe awnings for a tournament next week. You know what, Sam? Where are they from? Are they new ones? I assume the ones that they were new out of Sprue, but yeah, we'll allow it. As I was going to say, of course we'll allow it because not only do they count, but they're in the issue. But are they the ones from the new Gondor Sprue? I think. Maybe I've got them. Do I have them? I didn't think there was anything like that. Are they on the Osculia Sprue? I don't know. Where are they from? Someone tell me. Very, very cool. But yeah, you're in. Chris McKitterick. Here goes. He's had this box for a month. The time has finally come to get it open and get this train on the go. Also elves because I seriously need to get them painted. Awesome stuff. Wow, look at that work. So you're not watching. Chris has got an Osculia box. He's got a tray with all sorts of fun stuff. Looks like loads of cavalry. We've got some Arwen on there. We've got the old Theoden. Some mounted Rivendell archers, which are quite cool. And is that a canned chariot or a converted chariot with 4 horses? He's got there's loads of conversions going on here. So we've got, I wish you were seeing these if you know, they're well worth checking out. We've got metal wood elves that have all been converted to hold spears and shields. Looking pretty mega. Again, sorry, we can't be showing this off. We've then got the classic Battle Games in Middle Earth High Elf Captain, which is the Elrond model with a High Elf head. Lots of other kind of High Elf. This is awesome. This is great to see. There's just loads and loads of kind of classic metal early SBG models kind of converted. And he says, and look, actually some terrain. I have no idea if you're painting that, Chris, but I can't prove you're not. So in you go. Along with, you've got the brand new Banner Bearer, brand new Elrond, and a bunch of other cool heroes. So it's a bit of an elf-tastic party for Chris tonight because also elves, because I seriously need to get them painted, unless that's for an upcoming project or something. Joshua Crosby, some Rohan kits to start on my 7 Stones display board. Very exciting, Josh. Great to have you in, mate. I think we're getting some Rohan stuff from Josh for 7 Stones. That'd be cool to look forward to. Doesn't seem to be any whips there. Craig Bryan is working on some scenery for my Armies on Parade stuff. That's the new. That's the new and the old there. We've got the new Osculia scenery and the very runes that came with this issue, which is cool. So Craig Bryan goes in. I think Craig Bryan is one of the people who doesn't watch the show but just posts in the whip thread, which is interesting. So if he wins the dice, he might not even have a clue that he's in it. He's also painting Denethor to lead his Gondorians, which is looking cool. And he's painting some ranges in a kind of cool blue and grey alternative scheme. I like them with some pretty cool bases. Are they mats? I don't think they're mats. I don't think they're generation shift bases. They could be though. It could be is it Raven Outpost? They could be, possibly. Who knows? Matt would know. Ashley Fisher, old Osgiliath ruins and some Middle Earth statues on the table tonight. Oh, and some. They've got a great setup there. He's got the statues. He's got the statues from the magazine. He's got the magazine. He's got some source material Osgiliath on the screen. He's got the older Osgiliath ruins. He's got a bag of M&Ms, and he's got the stream up in happier times when both me and Steve are there. Looks like he's well set up for a night of Beast on there. I hope you've enjoyed it. And then he's got a work in progress picture. Let's put you in before I forget. Ashley Fisher. a work in progress picture where he says, washes have done the bulk of the work for me on some dry brushes. Then when they dry, they're looking good, man. Looking very, very cool. Yeah, I think those are the same statues Sam had. They must have come in the Ruins of Osgiliath set, I think. I've never done in a set. I got some from Lewis in my Secret Santa this year, but I haven't kind of played with them yet. Well, I've never built any of the old Osgiliath runes. I think they're on that set. Chris Webster. Oh, I love these. No terrain for me tonight. Continuing the Guardians of the King to make sure the army is ready in time for Scarian March. I love these. I've seen Chris has put some of these in our Patreon chat. They're just lovely. He's working on Army of Thor, which I'm all about. If anyone who watched my hobby vlogs before the end of the year will know. Spent a lot of the last couple of months of 2022 playing with Army of Thor again. I love the Grimhamels. They are brilliant. Chris Webb's, that's a great colour scheme as well, man. I love the purple and the gold. It looks awesome. He says, this hobby helper came to inspect my highlights while the wash is on the base is dry. Oh, he's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. Looking absolutely lovely. Hopefully there wasn't kind of poor. And then he's finished them. Finished chaps join their brothers. That was a, sorry, I've realised I'm going to be doing all the description. Oh my God. There's a cat. He's got a cat on the table. Chris Webster, finished chaps join their brothers. 3 more Guardians to go before finishing their bases in one batch. So it's just the other 30. Sorry, finished chaps join their brothers. 3 more Guardians to go before finishing their bases in one batch. Then it's just the other 34 dwarfs to do. So he's got, what's he got? 6. He's got 8 done. They look amazing, mate. Have you painted eyes on them? Wow, you're braver than me. I never. All my Army of Thor is Grimhammers. I converted the Grimhammers to be warriors wearable with like hand weapons and shields and stuff. I didn't paint a single eye on them. They're wearing faces, mate. What are you doing to yourself? Just black shadow, you'll be fine. They look great, mate. Such a cool colour scheme. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Alas, no chance for you to win a dice tonight. Tom Christian, Goblin Town scenery for me tonight. Coffee and gingerbread man to keep me going. So, yeah, he's got a slightly terrifying looking gingerbread man there. So Tom Christian is in with some Goblin Town walkways, a little cheeky looking coffee, one of those, looks like the GW paint racks that kind of set up, looking very, very nice. Goblin Town stuff's coming around well. Ashley William Hampstead Reed is in. Lovely to have you, dude. I haven't read it yet, but I do have this bad boy. This is the latest issue of White Dwarf. It's the first one I picked up in ages, and the main reason for it was, is that the first page there? We get a bat rep. We get a new scenario and a bat rep, Savage Assault, and this is between the what seems to be the kind of White Dwarf Middle Earth contingent now of Ash and Lewis Collins. They did some awesome stuff for 20 years for the Fellowship of the Ring last year. It looks like they're doing even more stuff for this. And there's just some. I haven't read it yet. It's a battle report with a new scenario, and also I think Lewis he put some photos up on GVHL today of just this amazing kind of custom evil army. Ash, if I got that the wrong way and it was yours, I'm sorry, but it looks mega. So working on a fun terrain project. Can't wait to show you guys when it's done. Is that a winky face? I reckon we might be seeing that in White Dwarf at some point. Hope you're better soon, Steve, from that cough. So Ashley gets to come in. Stephen Ryan, last year's made to order. Oh, I love it, which I say specifically for this issue. That's what I was talking about me doing, but you've actually done that. It's awesome. Bought the made to order last year and it's painting the guy here to do it and coming along really well. It's a work in progress picture of it and he's doing really, really well. I guess that's because Stephen's got in this issue, it's just the greatest hits of scenery, right? There's nothing to build. So he's got to actually paint something. But unfortunately, Guy here is not terrain. Matthew Davies, got to leave these to cure. Oh my God. Onto some terrain. So these, forgive me if I'm wrong, because I believe you started talking about this in the Patreon chat just before we went live. But Matt, years ago, did the Army of the Living. What are they? Are these the Army of the Living? They've got black Numenorian helmets or something. I don't know quite what these are for, but Matt made Army of the Dead models and resculpted all their clothes so they were Army of the Living. It was meant to be the Army of the Dead before the fall, essentially, before they betrayed Isildur when they were still alive. and he never quite finished the project. So this looks like he's continuing it. But mate, they look absolutely amazing, awesome stuff. And he then says onto some terrain, and he is indeed working on new Gondor stuff, sexing it up in beautiful ways as ever. He's got some base tiles on there. Some of those are to match his bases, I believe. You can see the is that Flagstone Fortress, the little ones, I think. Maybe, can't remember. But they're looking mega, mate. So Matt is in. Davies. Can't believe you're still making Osgiliath, mate. I feel like you've completed Osgiliath. You don't need more Osgiliath. And Frederick said, man, if only you could buy SBG size bases with that sexy stone pattern. I think we're getting a work in progress pick from Matt. Oh my god. That's jeez. I know Facebook's timings aren't amazing. They're just like 1 hour and 2 hours, but so he's got a picture which is 3 hours ago, which is the kind of wide one of 4 buildings, just look like the kits put on bases. And then 1 hour ago, so 2 hours later, just all sorts of ruin all over it. Sand and gravel and lots of individual bricks and mega, properly enhanced. Looks awesome, dude. Very, very cool. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, in some great hobby all round from that there. And oh, there's one more picture, which is a whole bunch of tiles and some rocks. There's no context for this, but I suppose those are the loose stones you're using to build some more stuff. And the big rocks are those big rocks for texture. I reckon what Matt's done is got foam bricks and he's using the rocks to push down into them for some rock texture, but I'm not sure. But that is, yeah, I mean, that doesn't look appealing to me. I like Lego, but I'm not just building walls like that. Rather you than me, mate. Ash Buckler is working on Dane tonight, just the base and a few highlights left. He's looking awesome. I haven't seen a lot of kind of Dane love of late after the kind of original sort of 2016-17 kind of rush, but it's good to see him getting a bit of attention. Carl Pates is working on number 5. What's number 5? That's obviously, is that I presume that's the 5th one of these Warriors of the Dead you're working on. Look absolutely amazing, Carl, as your painting always does. So Army of the Dead with a kind of greeny glow, and a little bit of object source lighting on the rock. If anyone's not watching along, Larry Miller. Yeah. Screenshotting that. So Larry Miller's posted the Predator with an iPhone on his shoulder with a torch on. I feel like it was Steve saying it was someone else, wasn't it? It was someone whose light, was it Carl or something, saying the light's gone, just do that. But there was definitely mentions that being Steve walking around the house. And I wonder if that is Steve right now, kind of going around in the dark. I've had no updates for a while, so I don't know if he's found his friend, if he's found the van, if he's found the part, if he's what's going on. But we all send our thoughts and prayers. I kind of feel like Steve might end up watching this on catch up to see what happens, but we all send thoughts and prayers to Steve. Frederick Schultz, a little late to the stream. Got my Secret Santa Rohan house and some BSIME supplies. Wonderful. So Frederick has got a Rohan house. He's got Mountain Dew. He's got Dr. Pepper and Weiss Zimt Crisp. Some sort of white chocolate crispy bits. And then some white Duplo, which he very kindly gave us to Ardacon. You are in, sir. All my thoughts and love in the world go out to you. And I hope all is as well as can be hoped. Dude. Matt Hudson is in. Late to the stream tonight. I'm working, but I'm clipping the Osgiliath Ruins 2. All I've done is clipped and cleaned up the set, and I've hated every second. I think Michael Haskell's right there with you. But I will say that having not done it, that's the worst bit, right? Surely clipping them off and cleaning them up is the worst bit. And the putting them together is the fun bit, right? You would think. But Matt, you at the bare minimum, you get rewarded for your efforts by going into the draw for the dice. Hello. I presume you're watching or viewing it, but Larry Miller. It's another. It's Larry's second screenshot of the night. A quote: "A vegan grows inside a human." Steve Crow, accompanied by the wonderful artistic picture of Stephen Crow that he put on his profile when he sold all his information to Russia or wherever it was at the time. Oh, thank you for that, Larry. I needed that at this time of night. Oh God, that was good. Harry says the scene this evening. I love this. This is so. This was a Secret Santa present, I believe. It looks like some sort of 3D printed Rivendell kind of gazebo type thing, and he's got progress. Oh, there's amazing progress, Harry, for a night. And what I love about this is I think we said it probably won't count. And so what Harry's done is slide a bit of Osgiliath terrain just in front of it. He doesn't even mention it. The caption just says progress. And the progress is, I've painted this and I've moved a piece of Osgiliath terrain in. And do you know what, Harry? You're going in. You were here in the stream for a long part of it. You might still be there. Who knows? But you're going in for helping me get through the last couple of hours. Cheers, dude. Ashley Fisher says it looks great. Where's it from? And and Harry does similar thing to me. It was a Secret Santa gift. Carl John Daly may have some insight. That looks very cool, though. Very cool. Ethan Walker continuing to work on my new Goblin army tonight. Looking very cool. We've got the old Moria Goblin Captain with bow with some lovely green flesh, but no terrain for Ethan tonight, so he's not getting in. Morgan Morris, Ruins of Middle Earth and Mines of Moria terrain for me tonight. Looking very, very cool. Is that that's our first set of Mines of Moria terrain I think we've seen. So nice to get a bit of representation. We haven't had any Forge World, right? No one's been working on Weathertop, Amon Hen, or the Hobbit Hole, which is a bit of a shame. You know, tis the time of Gondor. Tim Garlick, eBay rescues getting repainted to match my new Osgiliath. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So Tim is in, having bought some. I'm going to be careful here in case this is the repaint. I don't think some kind of garish Osgiliath ruins, the old Osgiliath ruins with some kind of bright orange decals on them, which is quite nice. And he's got a work in progress book. It says chocolate cake stage. Chocolate cake stage. Does that mean you paint everything brown or something like that? Who knows? He's got a whole ton of sexy metal models in the background there as well. But he is very much working on some plastic Middle Earth terrain. So in he goes. Tog Egbert. Oh, you love to see it. That's the first time. He is working on a tiny little bit of those original ruins we talked about. So we've had a lot of the ruins of Middle Earth that came in the magazine, but I don't think we've seen any of those original building ruins from the Fellowship and Two Tower starter set. So it's lovely to see those. Todd Egbert comes in. Very kind of eclectic. He seems to have one of the statues. He seems to have one of the little scatter pieces from the Mines of Moria terrain, and then a few of these little ruin wall bits, which is cool. It's also got a cookie dough Twix. God love American chocolate. Be all over that. Larry Miller has made some progress on the ruins. Looking good, dude. I think you're already in, aren't you? Yeah. It's put together a kind of like U-shaped wall. Quite a big building, I think. I haven't made them, so I don't know if that's the first one. Hawk Jacobson is in working on some Dol Guldur ruins, which we haven't seen. He says, actually on theme tonight, playing around with some Dol Guldur ruins. Indeed you are, sir. Hawk Jacobson. So yeah, he's building a kind of double level Dol Guldur thing. He's got some salt and vinegar, kettle chips, and what looks like a bottle of orange or something. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Nice to see the Dol Guldur stuff getting some love. Rob Lynchbury working on some trees tonight. Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to let you in. It's been a long night, and I don't think I've discounted anyone working on any terrain. So Rob, you're on theme. You can come in. They're lovely trees as well. We also got some of those classic bought ones that GW used to sell that you can buy from kind of generic kind of model shops, but also looks like some of those really nice armature ones with the clump foliage put on top. Lovely to see. Carl Pates is in, and so as well as doing his ghosty go, oh, that is lovely, Carl. So Carl has got those classic ruins that I just mentioned that no one done, the ones from the original starter set. And he's kind of raised them up onto a bit of a rocky hill, very BSIME, made a kind of chessboard floor for them with the steps leading up to it, and got one of the classic, was that just called Citadel Wood, I think, just a tree in the background there. Carl, that looks awesome, dude. Love it. And it looks like Carl's working on a lot of kind of spooky stuff at the moment. I don't know if that's an Army of Dead Done Harrow type theme you're going for, but it's lovely, mate. Lovely seeing, like, 20-year-old scenery getting some love. Larry Miller says he's on the milk now while working on the upper floor. Love to see Battlestreams of Middle Earth mug with the floor being made to go on top of that the room he made earlier. Oh, cool. And so Larry Miller has sent up a picture of the Return of the King starter. Thank you for that. That is mega. So yeah, I remembered all the bits from it. But yeah, we get 2 sprues of Warriors of Minas Tirith, 2 sprues of Orcs, and 1 sprue of the very thing that came with this magazine, which is mega. Cheers for that, dude. Remco Keekstra was working on some small pieces and making press molds for upcoming gaming tiles. So in you go, sir. Remco Keekstra. And then, oh, cool. Look at that. Oh, awesome. So this is amazing. So Remco has put a picture up of the Ruins in Middle-earth box. So this is obviously Return of the King. So it must have come out after the release of Return of the King. And there we're seeing the box that people have been talking about, where it's the 2 sprues from the starter set packaged together. That's awesome. I've never, I've probably seen it in passing, but I've never acknowledged that box before. Look at that picture. If you're looking at it, it's still sealed, it's still in cellophane, but the picture underneath it is like 3 statues of men. I've never seen that in any sort of behind the scenes footage. I wonder where that's from. Obviously something Osgiliath or Minas Tirith, but I don't recognise that at all. I wonder if that's is that a fountain or something somewhere? Looks mega. Cheers for that, dude. This one came out after. Oh, he's got the back of the box as well, which just shows you kind of what you get inside it. And yeah, it's those 2 sprues. This one came out after the release of the Return of the King starter set. Yeah, that makes sense. And he says, also, this is the state of the envelope. He has got the envelope. So this is, we were talking about this earlier, that I'm just popping over to YouTube to check I'm still running. We're still running. That's cool. This came. I was saying that Remco, who's in the Netherlands, had he won the dice draw, and he had it posted out to him, and said it took 6 weeks to get to him and had been fairly wrecked. But he has got a photo of it. So this is the state of the envelope I got past weekend. The arrow shows the die almost falling out, but it's still a cube and able to roll 6s. Oh my goodness, it's been properly damaged. Cut off the rest to prevent putting some addresses on the interwebs that should stay hidden. So it's obviously been cut around the front. Oh, it's got a massive chunk out of it. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Let me I'll see what I can do about that. I'm glad it got there though, dude. That's pretty mega. Poor thing. It's a one of a kind. And Remco is painting some. Does he go in? Yeah, he's in. He's working on some little bits. What's he doing there? Is he that first comment say making press molds for upcoming games? So he's press molding all those little pieces to kind of get a bit of texture onto some gaming tiles, which is cool. One more. So we've got Harjinder Singh working on these Rohan houses. Not too sure on the wood. Might need brightening up. Just working on the roofs at the moment. I think the wood looks quite good, man. It was quite kind of subtle and natural. Harjinder Singh. And our last comment is from the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Larry Miller. Closes the whip thread out admirably with what looks like the Wikipedia entry for a rough-faced shag. You love to see it. Thanks, Larry. Oh no, I've now got 3 more comments. Oh my goodness. So Ryan has now appeared saying, Ryan Rudman, I totally just didn't get out of bed and click this wall out. I'm guessing Ryan is Ryan like in Australia maybe or something? I like that. Kind of got out of bed. This is posted 19 minutes ago. Got out of bed 19 minutes ago. Clips out a piece of Osgiliath scenery and says a good night's work. In you go, Ryan. I think we found the people's champion for the night. Ryan Rodman. Or did you? Maybe you were watching. Maybe you're in Britain and you were watching in bed and went, God, I just need to win that dice. Max Bolter Drill started old Barleyman this eve. May have enjoyed an ale or two whilst playing. Wow, Max, he looks amazing. So Max has painted Barleyman on a kind of wooden base. Could be a one of Matt's planky bases, but could be a different one. Honestly, not sure. Looks absolutely awesome. I love that model. I want to get to him, but I've got no reason to do him now. It's a fun project. And then Frederick Shaw's posts Cassowaries. This is what he said was the most dangerous bird, wasn't it? They're classified. 3 species are extant. The most common is the second heaviest livius. So it's just smaller than the ostrich and the emu. Oh, here we go. Cassowaries are very wary of humans, but if provoked, they're capable of inflicting serious, even fatal injuries to both dogs and people. Not cats, though. Cassowary has often been labelled the world's most dangerous bird. There we go. And there's a comment, which is the bit I just read. And that is the end of the whip thread. I am going to pop over to the emails. And we have no emails for tonight. No email submissions. I'm going to pop back over to YouTube where we've got nice. I appear to be frozen. Wake up. There you go. He's woken up. That's good. Lots of comments still coming through. So I'll catch up on those after the dice draw, I think. No, actually, no. Let's save that. I'm going to catch up now. I'm going to do the dice draw to celebrate the end of the stream. There we go. James Wilson, it's good night for me. I hope Steve's not up too late sorting things. Well done to Damien for soldiering on. Thank you. I've certainly had the easier job between me and Steve tonight, but I appreciate it, man. Jokingly, nothing yet. That must have been about screen shaming. Frederick, imagine Damien's connection going kaput right when he's sharing his screen for the whip thread. Doesn't bear thinking about. Jokingly, do you have an iPad or second laptop? You could log on there and show the screen so he can see it. It doesn't bear thinking about, mate. Sam, guess Damien will have to do the audio description approach for the entire whip thread. Hope I did all right. Just hold up to the phone to screen, and then this is people, and then that was a long pause, and then lots of people kindly saying it's still working. Hold your screen up to the phones. The other approach from Frederick. Larry's done one house from his Strongo for a bingo square last yesteryear. Cool. Yeah, I read that. Matt saying you're doing great, man. Thanks, dude. Chris, still going strong. Still got 34 of you with me. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. It seems like the internet's not kicking me out. Harry says, I sorted my boxes of terrain yesterday eve and found the lake houses I had called done 4 years ago. I need to update them for sure. Clipping our skillets and starting assembly has ended my evening. That's it. Clip a few bits. I'll go, I'm done, mate. That's it. Fun fact, the inner packet for my Panda biscuits is a different colour to yours. Oh, really? Well, I have yellow. Was yours red? I feel like I might have seen. I'm going to go, here we go. And Harry agrees. That is a fun fact. Michael Haskell confirms that Sam's statues are from the first Oscar this rune set. Says Rimgo. Chris McCutterick says they're not for a game. Is that the elves? Were you working on the elves? Sorry, I forget. Not for a game, sadly, just more because I've avoided finishing them for far too long. Stephen Ryan says ... presumably because we meant... sorry, I lose the context. Whatever I said about you in the stream when we were looking at the whip thread, and Harry's laughing at that. Sam said, was horrified to see that the team championships and Seven Stones are 2 weeks apart, meaning I sincerely doubt I can attend both. Oh, sorry, dude. Obviously, yeah. We'd love to have you, but we got to go with what your hobby demands, I suppose. Larry says they're black Numenorians from Organite Dismas. They're amazing. Brilliant. Matt confirmed those rocks are for texture. He's cut the bricks, put them in a box with rumble socks. No socks. Put them in a box with some rocks, then shake equals texture bricks. Battle goes in Middle Earth. This has to be the vegan thing, right? I presume that was when I started laughing for a long time. Frederick says, lol, the people who are not. little face next to it. Frederick says, lol, the people who are not on Facebook must be so confused. Harry says, I think you killed him. Sash says, I think it's a puppy crying. And Frederick says, no, it's just Damien sitting there laughing his arse off. Arjun thinks I sound like a squeaky toy. Harry thinks I sound like Wheezy from Toy Story. Frederick says, can someone explain the vegan quote? I presume someone will. If they don't, I'll do it when I get to the bottom, dude. Matt says it. Says this is incredible. I think this might. Is that still about me laughing? I don't know. Harry says, in my defence, I did actually glue those bits together and clip them out. It's not a pleasant task. It's all good, mate. You got into the spirit of it, man. It's all good. Larry says, surprised we haven't had Goldfish Blue working on his Ammon head. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Imagine if someone had that. Imagine if someone bought it. Sam said that make it less valuable. Harry says, right, I've got to hit the hay now. It's been a real pleasure. What a glorious and eventful stream. Catch up with the rest in the morning. Good to have you, dude. Sam says, have a good one, Harry. Catch up at the GP. Michael Askell, not going to quite make the end. Well done, Damien, for keeping the show on the road and hoping Steve manages to sort of leak. Have a good weekend all. Cheers, dude. And I'm sure Steve echoes your thanks. Sam says, and if you're in attendance, Mike, Larry Miller, my 7th City box got destroyed by the post too. Luckily, the dice didn't fall out. And everything else. Thank you for ordering through 7th City, Larry. Remco still going strong. Yes, indeed, Larry. Infuriate. I'm Ryan. Oh, excellent. Oh, okay, brilliant. So Infuriate 60 is Ryan Rudman in the UK. Jumped out of bed and clipped out the wall to get in. Oh, you love to see it. Right. Cheers, Ryan. I would look forward to about 6 months of me and Steve still not knowing that you're Ryan. But yeah, it's nice. We'll try our best. Joe Achilles said, I did send an email, but it wasn't an entry, so no worries. Did you? Oh, it's just come through. I don't know why that would have been, but I guess maybe I don't know if that browser was paused or something. And when I went onto it, activated. So Joe has sent an email. It said, no entry for me this week, but need to send an email anyways. I'd hate for you to check emails and then not have anything. Lots of Jedi, including a few 3D prints off eBay. And it is a sad photo of the stream with just me and no Steve. And he's working on a bunch of Star Wars models. It looks like a whole bunch of different